Order. Questions for oral answer. Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Question 1, sir.
Sir, the police do not track how many of the obscene materials cases it investigates involves AI-generated images of real persons. Where there is a report relating to any obscene material, the police will conduct investigations, including through interviewing the accused and other witnesses and examining any digital forensic evidence that may be available. For cases involving young victims, the police may notify the parents. For cases involving young victims, the police may notify the parents or guardians. The police will also offer victim care services to victims who require psychological support. If the AI-generated obscene images are circulating online, the police may issue directions under the Online Criminal Harms Act to online service providers to disable Singapore users' access to them.
Ms. Lim.
Thank you, sir. I have three supplementary questions for the Senior Minister of State. The first is that in some cases that I've come across, I was told by the victims that they reported to police that their images had been artificially created and put up on porn websites, and the police had advised them to take action under the Protection from Harassment Act, or POHA, as it is a non-arrestable offence. I'd like to ask Senior Minister of State to clarify whether this is actually the default position of the police in such reports. Second, to be fair to the police, in the cases that I know of, after we appealed for the victim, the police actually assisted to have the images removed. So that's very helpful and of most concern to the victims. So I'd like to ask whether that is something that the police does ordinarily for most of these reports. And third question is, I believe that under the Penal Code, there are actually some arrestable offences that would actually cover some of the conduct. For example, being in possession of intimate images, etc., under Section 377B, D and BE. So I'd like to ask when the police would actually classify the case under these arrestable offences and investigate with a view to prosecution.
SMS Sim.
Sir, I believe that the first and the third supplementary questions from the member are related. I would say that if the facts of the case are such that it warrants taking action under the Penal Code for offences relating to the circulation of intimate images, the police will do so. So it is not that there is a default position to go a certain route. Everything depends on the facts of the case as disclosed. And in terms of what happens to the images that are, say, circulating online, as I have also shared in the main reply, where there are obscene images circulating online and which in the course of investigation or due to the report it is known, the police may issue directions to the online service providers to block access of Singapore users to them.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Question 2, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I have your permission to address all questions 2 to 5 on today's order paper together?
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. My response will also address related oral and written PQs scheduled for the sitting on and after the 7th of May. Sir, artificial intelligence, or AI, is increasingly accessible, not just on the internet, but also embedded in hardware and even toys. General-purpose AI is also easily available online. It is therefore important for students, even younger ones, to develop overall awareness of AI in daily life, have guided discussions on its benefits and risks, and be ready to use AI. AI is going to cause disruption and create opportunity, and we want to prepare our children well and equip them with the knowledge and skills to meet this new world. MOE's approach is simple but deliberate. For every student to learn about AI, learn to use AI, learn with AI, and most importantly, learn beyond AI. These are what we call the 4 learns. Theoretical knowledge alone is not sufficient. Our students also need well-designed and supervised hands-on experiences through the use of educational AI tools guided by our teachers. This spiral approach, as students progress through different levels in school, prepares them to harness AI to benefit their learning, critically evaluate AI output, and guard against risks such as cognitive offloading. We want to develop AI literacy in our students in a calibrated and purposeful way. Our approach is informed by research on how children learn and develop, and what is helpful at each stage of growth. Technology, including AI, is used only when it supports educational objectives and students' development. This has guided us when introducing AI in our schools. So from primaries 1 to 3, physical, tactile, hands-on learning is prioritized as students build foundational knowledge and develop cognitive and social skills. But students learn about the basics of AI, so AI literacy, so that they are aware of its presence in their daily lives, but schools will not assign any work that requires them to use AI directly. But from primary 4, our students would have developed foundational literacy, numeracy, and basic foundational knowledge of AI in their daily lives. Research also shows that around this age, they would have developed some executive functioning skills like planning, task initiation, and ability to evaluate their own thinking, to begin to use simple digital tools to support their learning. We will therefore let them use educational AI tools under teacher supervision. Students in primary 4 to 6 will only use AI tools in school that are specifically designed for education, and they will only do so under teacher supervision. This includes the AI-enabled tools that we have introduced in SLS, the Singapore Student Learning Space, which are specially designed to help our children and our students learn. These tools have inbuilt safety guardrails. For example, primary 4 students in an English language class can use the AI Learning Assistant, or LEA, in the student learning space for composition writing in class. Using the prompts provided by the teacher, our students can get some ideas on how to show, not tell, a technique where students enhance their writing through details on actions and emotions to help readers better experience the narrative and refine their drafts based on personalized feedback from the learning assistant. In this case, the learning assistant supports students to iteratively improve their writing with more engaging content and vivid language to strengthen their writing skills. The learning assistant gives every student an individual AI writing coach that responds to our students in real time based on their specific drafts. As a guardrail, the learning assistant will redirect students back on track if they veer off topic and ask irrelevant questions, or if they want to be spoon-fed with direct answers. So last year, my colleagues and I tried it out, and we were in a class. There was a particular topic, and we deliberately tried to go off course and say, what's good in the canteen, how can I use this topic for a party trick? And they will tell us to say, no, this is not relevant, please, let's get back on topic, let's learn about this and that. At the same time, our teachers can reinforce our students' AI literacy during lesson consolidation by guiding them to form good learning habits when using AI. As students learn to use AI and learn with AI, they'll also learn more about what AI is. They are taught about how it works, how to be discerning about AI output, and the importance of being responsible for the content that they create. During cyber wellness lessons, students are taught to be discerning about AI output, as it may contain errors or false information, and the importance of being responsible for the content that they create. Prior to using the AI tools in the student learning space, students go through the basic module on AI and AI-enabled features in SLS to teach them about the tools that they are about to use in SLS and how to use them for their learning. From primary 4, students undergo the mandatory 10 hours Code for Fun program. It's Code for Fun, but it's mandatory. It's a program which includes coding, computational thinking, and introduction to AI, so that our students appreciate AI's benefits, risks, and limitations, and understand how AI uses data to learn. Under Code for Fun, primary schools can also opt for 2 additional AI for Fun modules, each 5 hours, that delve further into generative AI and computer vision, respectively. Schools will also teach students when they should not use AI, so that they do not take shortcuts to get answers without actual learning. We want to provide our students with a school environment where they can develop good learning habits and understand the importance of upholding academic integrity. For example, some secondary schools may design tasks which allow students to use AI. In these situations, students must state where they have used AI and cite the sources of information. This helps to prepare them for post-secondary education, where they will be expected to use AI far more heavily in anticipation of what their future workplace might look like. However, if students pass off AI-generated content as their own, they will have to bear the consequences of academic dishonesty. National exams continue to be proctored, and the use of AI is prohibited. If students use AI as a shortcut for their daily work instead of learning deeply, they will not be able to demonstrate the level of mastery expected during these exams. In cases where the use of AI is permitted in national exams, such as for coursework, teachers, supervisors monitor students' work such that AI use meets the objectives of the assessment. Educational tools made available by MOE have inbuilt safety guardrails to protect learners' interests, privacy, and well-being. Besides the educational guardrails to ensure good learning, data from students' use of MOE-built AI tools is anonymized and not used to train external AI models that power these tools. When schools use commercial off-the-shelf AI tools, they're required to check that the input data does not contain personal information or personal identifiable information and is in compliance with data management guidelines. Our teachers play a central role in harnessing AI effectively for student learning, and we've been equipping them with the necessary knowledge and skills to do so. For instance, we provide opportunities for our teachers to learn about AI, including the ethical and pedagogical considerations of its use and its associated risks and limitations. We also facilitate the sharing of good practices on AI use amongst our educators. These include workshops and network learning communities, led by our master teachers, as well as online sharing platforms. At MOE, we seek to keep up to date with international reports on how other systems are approaching the use of AI in education. We also fund projects that study how AI affects children's development and learning. And one example is the Singapore Longitudinal Early Development Study, or SG-LEADS, by A-STAR, which will start to collect data in 2027. This research seeks to understand Singapore children's AI usage patterns and how their AI usage affects their learning and well-being outcomes. But given how quickly AI is developing, we are also working with our schools to conduct short-term research to inform classroom practices in a timely manner. We know that some parents have misgivings about exposing their children at an early age to AI. Many are already struggling with their children's excessive screen time on smartphones and devices at home. Through the Parents Gateway and MOE social media platforms, we've been sharing with parents how schools use AI and how parents can support their children's use of AI in their education journey. And some schools even meet parents at the start of the year or at different points in time to engage them. The recent posts entitled "We Answer How Your Primary School Child is Learning with AI" on MOE social media is one example. Schools also share with parents how AI tools may be used in teaching and learning at the school level and provide avenues for parents to share their views on the use of AI tools. AI has been developing rapidly and is increasingly embedded into everyday systems around us. If we're not mindful, we may lose the consciousness in detecting the presence of and influence that AI has in our decision-making and ways of thinking simply because it works so seamlessly. So development of AI literacy is critical and must be timely. Education systems across the world are responding to this differently. Some systems like China, the UAE, and the UK have introduced AI literacy, AI use from primary one. Others like India or states in Australia and the US start at similar ages to Singapore or slightly later. MOE has chosen to take a calibrated approach informed by the learning sciences, emerging research and studies conducted by practitioners and academics, and ongoing exchanges with various countries. Our approach is therefore a dynamic one. As AI develops and more research is done, we will continue to calibrate and adjust our approach to the use of AI in education. Even as we prepare our students to be future ready, I want to assure parents and fellow Singaporeans that the use of AI in education seeks to be balanced and age appropriate and applied purposefully to support students' learning and development.
Dr. Chen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his replies. I have a few questions. Number one, how do we ensure that our students still learn to think independently, even with the use of AI? Number two, will the AI curriculum account for the needs of vulnerable students, such as those with special needs and mental health challenges? And number three, will the ministry also consider studying the impact of AI on those of vulnerable children and those from at-risk families as well? Thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Indeed, the member is right. We want to make sure that even as our children start to use AI tools for learning or use AI tools for their schoolwork as they grow older, that it scaffolds and enhances cognitive development and metacognitive development and not hobble it. So independent learning, independent ability is an important part of AI in education. And our approach is one that I brought this for everybody to take a look. This is our approach to AI in education, and we have as a guiding principle, number one, students at the center, keeping student learning as the goal and maintaining student agency. And principle number two is pedagogy first, which means good teaching and learning must come first, enabled by skillful use of AI. Now, these are two broad concepts, the heuristics that guide us, and beneath that there are guidelines and principles and quick guides that enable us to adjust and adapt the use of AI in the classroom as well as on SLS. With regards to students with special needs or education needs, SEN, and mental health, as I said yesterday and I said previously, that we have SEN officers in school, we have school counselors, we have teachers who are given basic foundational knowledge on how to support students with education needs. And in the classroom, as well as under teacher supervision, the use of AI-enabled tools in SLS will continue to be under teacher supervision. And for children with SEN needs, they will keep an eye out for them. Likewise, for children coming from more vulnerable families, right? We need to, AI in education, AI in SLS, AI in MOE schools is not used for effective or social-emotional issues or social-emotional learning. We don't use our chatbots or AI tools to check on students' well-being or to help them build up social-emotional skills. That is the sole domain of our educators, right, and our MOE staff. But we use it on the cognitive front to help our children. And when it comes to children from more vulnerable families, if there are specific issues that may impact their use of AI in learning, then our schools will specifically support them and scaffold for them.
Mr. Kenneth Yong?
Thank you, Speaker. 3 SQs. First, many parents I've spoken to are worried about cognitive offloading, the phenomenon where children offload their thinking to AI. Metacognition, the ability to notice when you're wrong, is built through struggle and not through receiving correct answers. And the evidence is that students who encounter difficulty before resolving it develop stronger self-correction capacity. So how does MOE intend for our learners to encounter productive struggle to build these metacognitive skills? Second, the Sweden's Karolinska Institute advised the Swedish government, and I quote, there is clear scientific evidence that digital tools impair rather than enhance student learning, end quote. That conclusion drew on multiple peer-reviewed studies covering reading comprehension, distraction, executive function development, and equity outcomes. And the Swedish government acted on this, reversing its digitalization strategy in 2023 and investing over 200 million euros to reintroduce physical textbooks and removing mandatory digital tools for young children. I'm sure the minister is aware of this, so what are his points of disagreement with the Swedish example? And number three, some parents have also asked if they will have the option of opting out their children from specific aspects of AI tool usage in classrooms.
Minister Lee?
I think on the first point, we are at idem. We want to make sure that in using AI tools, our children do not cognitively offload. And that is shorthand for saying that they rely on the AI as a crutch to deliver the answer, but not learn deeply, so they don't develop cognitively. And that's why in my earlier reply, I mentioned that the MOE tools that are used in SLS are teacher supervised, and they do not, the tools are structured in a way that they do not allow children to ask for spoon-fed answers. All right, so for example, the Learning Feedback Assistant Mathematics, all right, you try the SLS maths question, guided by LFA mathematics, it will not spoon-feed you the answer. Whereas general purpose AI tools will. But these are not used in the MOE space in SLS. And it will then remind you to say, no, this approach is wrong. It will prompt you. Some say it's a Socratic style, okay, but it prompts you so that it causes you to go back and revisit the principle you've learned, and it will not spoon-feed you. So that's the key. Of course, our concern for parents is that the children may use tools outside SLS at home, use general-purpose tools to take shortcuts, and that is why the home-school partnership is so important. The partnership between parents and school, so that we, both parents and teachers, are educators of our children, can help guide our children in the use of AI for their homework. Of course, in school, we will guide, we will have AI literacy, we'll teach our students when to use AI and when not to use AI. In our teaching approaches through SLS, we have used the AI tools for an educative purpose, but we need to guard against children using general-purpose AI tools outside the teaching environment, which may cause them to cognitively offload. So that is a struggle that we all have to address as a whole of society approach, not just here in Singapore, but across the world. The member's second question is about the Swedish reversal to go back to what I call to reverse their digital stance and to take away all these devices that they've given to children, I believe at age of 5. A couple of years ago, they gave it at age of 5, and they're reversing that. Going back to analog. Some people say it's going back to analog. Our approach is blended. As I said, we continue to have physical textbooks, we continue to have didactic teaching, we have classroom phenomenon-based learning, experiential learning, learning journeys, very teacher-centric, very teacher-centric. And AI, as I said just now, and I showed you that document, AI is a tool to enable learning. And so for us, we are mindful that if we don't draw the distinction between general AI tools versus specifically designed learning tools or educational AI, then it might cause us to take a wrong policy approach in Singapore and not use AI at all. I think that would be a mistake. Because of the changes that are happening in the world, we should make use of AI to help our students learn, because they're going to use it anyway. Whether you supervise them or not, they will use it. It's available on the internet, in your search engines, they're there. You can't switch it off. all right, in some instances, in your general search tools. And it's far better to start AI literacy young and start getting our kids to use AI for learning in a highly scaffolded, teacher-supervised, and of course, parent-supervised way. And then as they grow older, when they start using these tools independently, that they have the principles and foundation to be able to build on it. Because ultimately in higher learning and in the workplace, these tools will become ubiquitous. And so we need to prepare our children well and not take an approach that lacks discrimination. So that's key. And third, on opting out, it depends. If it's an SLS-enabled tool and is used in classroom learning, it's part of teaching and learning. It's part of teachers' blended approach. And I think that will enable our teachers to be able to help our children learn the cognitive aspects, the foundational knowledge more deeply. If there are specific tools that are externally brought in, where there is a parental consent element that we will then bring to the parents, then we will not allow the children to use those AI tools. But insofar as the use of AI in general teaching, blended approaches, it's like saying, I don't want my children to have a whiteboard, I want a blackboard. You know, I want print, but I don't want OHP in the past or PowerPoint to be used. I think we must enable our teachers to be able to perform their role. And this, of course, is subject to MOE guidance and good teaching or Singapore teaching practice.
Mr. David Ho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. I have three clusters of SQs. The first is about a recent Straits Times article reported that a primary 5 student was asked by the teacher to use ChatGPT for his homework. I'd like to clarify whether teachers can ask primary school students to use publicly available AI tools to assist them in their homework. And if so, also, could MOE also share what is an appropriate age where students are then able to use publicly available AI tools to assist them in their learning? My second question is, since platforms such as OpenAI ChatGPT requires users below 18 to obtain parental consent, does MOE then also expect teachers to reach out to parents to get their consent to use such tools in classroom for their learning? If so, what support will be given to teachers? Because sometimes chasing parents to submit a form is significantly harder than getting a student to submit homework. Lastly, during a recent PAP Women's Wing Listening Pod event, a parent asked whether could parents have the opportunity to try MOE's AI learning tools themselves, because this will help them to better experience the guardrails and also understand how to support their child in their learning. Hence, I would like to ask whether would MOE be open to having such engagement to let parents try how this MOE AI learning tool. If so, would MOE also be willing to do one in Clementi? And I'll be more than happy to run one parent engagement for my parents living in Clementi.
Mr. Lee.
I thank the member. On his first point, he raised an example in an ST article, and we will do better to make sure that in close partnership with our educators, we apply these AI usage principles and guidelines more effectively and consistently, because some of these general purpose tools are not appropriate for children at a particular age. There's terms of usage for the tool itself, not to mention our own requirements on the use of AI to scaffold learning rather than impact it negatively. That's one. Second, I think the member mentioned that some AI tools have age restrictions, and if a teacher wants to use the tool in classroom but the child is below age, we need parental consent. If the tool has an age restriction, then we will not use it for children below that age. Simple as that, yeah? Second, the third one is to let parents try out MOE's AI tools like the Learning Feedback Assistant and so on. Let us take it back to see how we can do it in a meaningful way and scalable manner. Thank you.
Ms. Lin Chong.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I actually have a SQ that's related to the equity paradox in AI use. I appreciate Minister's point about the difference between AI literacy and AI usage, and the importance of adult supervision as our children engage with AI tools from a young age. So I would like to know if Minister could elaborate on MOE's perspective on how students from more disadvantaged backgrounds, especially those with lesser access to parental guidance or adult supervision, right, may end up leaning more on AI and not less, and how such dependency might actually erode the very cognitive development that it is meant to supplement, and that these children who are most at risk are precisely the ones that we need to uplift instead of having the AI use deepen the education inequality. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
No, that is an argument that is, or that is a point that's evergreen. It's not just about AI, it's about children in less privileged backgrounds not having the same amount of scaffolding and support at home and outside school on a whole range of issues. And we have different approaches to handling that. The Opportunity Fund, we have Comlink, we have Give the Family, we have many other schemes that involve deep partnership with the community. And so I mentioned in school how we have supervision or teacher-supervised usage of AI tools, and that applies to all the students, particularly younger ones. As they leave school and go home and start using some of these tools, because SLS can only be used in the classroom when it comes to AI tools, then the risk is of them using other tools that are free for use on the internet. And how do we ensure that outside the classroom there is supervision and support? So the AI literacy that we build in all through a student's learning journey guides them and helps to build in them that consciousness about appropriate AI usage. We hope, of course, that is the best defense, that the child imbibes it, understands it, regardless of their socioeconomic status. They learn about it, and then outside the school environment and all through life, they're mindful of its appropriate usage. But then for younger ones in the community and at home, of course, partnership with parents is important, regardless of background, but we endeavor to work closely with the community. And so we have homework support in different community groups. We have self-help groups that come in to provide support for children over and beyond what's available in school, and many other groups that come in to support our children. So that is a partnership we must tap on and continue to build, particularly when it comes to supporting them on appropriate AI use.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend, the PAP Women's Wing in the Southwest held a dialogue with more than 100 parents and residents on the use of AI in our children's education. And we were glad a few members were able to join us. One sentiment that was surfaced echoes what Minister has said, that before our children use AI, they need to understand what it is, its limitation, as well as have the maturity and judgment to handle it responsibly. One of the most popular questions on that dialogue was what would be the best age for parents to talk about AI to their child. Given MOE's position that AI exposure in schools currently begins from primary 4 under low exposure and close teacher supervision, my question to the Minister is whether MOE has been consulted or will consider providing recommendations to MDDI as it studies the AI nutrition label and online safeguards, particularly whether AI tools, especially standalone AI tools, should have age-based guidelines, safeguards, or default protections that apply differently for our younger children. Thank you.
Minister Lee.
I think MDDI, MOE had given some recommendations and guidelines in 2025 on digital usage and use of technology at home and with children. And some of that will be useful reference for all of us as parents and as a community. But indeed, having that conversation early with your child about what AI is, because it can be embedded in your toys, online, it's available if the children have access to it at home in the community. So that conversation has to start early. In fact, while we start using AI for learning and allow our children to use AI tools in SLS under supervision from primary 4, but AI literacy from MOE's perspective, we start from primary 1. I just came back from China last week, and previously I went to Estonia to see the AI leap in action. In China, for instance, they start at age 6. AI literacy, as well as basic awareness of its growing pervasiveness throughout, like in toys and other things, so that there's literacy and understanding, and it's done in an age-appropriate way. And I think as parents, I know it's a lot on our plate, but we want to be able to do our best for our children and guide them as they interact with all these things at home and in the toys and so on. So I think that's a conversation that's best started as young as possible.
Ms. Alyssa Chen.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, also for sharing the very interesting example of how AI is used to teach creative writing in schools. I wanted to follow up by asking whether the Ministry has established clear guidelines on the responsible use of artificial intelligence tools by students to avoid infringement of third-party intellectual property rights. What measures are in place to discourage the use of AI tools to generate content that imitates or reproduces the work of artists and creators without consent and attribution, and whether the Ministry will consider strengthening AI literacy programs to place greater emphasis on ethical use, including respect for creators' rights and originality.
Minister Lee.
Certainly at primary school level and lower secondary, the use of AI tools are MOE developed and used in the context of SLS. Of course, we have through ICON for upper secondary school students, Notebook LM, which is available to upper secondary school students and which we are monitoring its usage. But through the MOE developed tools, we are mindful of its safety, its quality of output, its fitness for pedagogical use, and of course, in making sure that we avoid infringements of IP and other intellectual property rights. But ultimately, because some of the more general purpose tools, or for that matter, educational AI tools that are outside the SLS, are trained on a wider universe of knowledge and information, that the AI literacy that is taught in our children, all the way till when they are young adults, all the way through IHL, this element of prompt engineering or usage of the tool in a way that respects intellectual property rights, that does not cause offense, that does not infringe the law. Now, all these are things that we need to build in as part of AI literacy all through life.
Mr. Vikram Nair.
Question 6, sir. Any communication platform can be misused to facilitate criminal activities. To address this, the government primarily relies on the legal powers under the Online Criminal Harms Act, or OCHA. When online criminal content is detected, the government can issue OCHA directions to prevent the offending accounts or content from interacting with users in Singapore. Since the operationalization of OCHA, the police have been able to disrupt online criminal activities, including on communication platforms such as Telegram, more effectively. The government also actively engages online communications platforms to implement ex-ante measures to prevent scams and malicious cyber activities. Through the OCHA codes of practice, designated online services such as Telegram must implement appropriate systems, processes, and measures to quickly disrupt malicious accounts and activities and prevent their propagation. As part of the continuing efforts against the serious crime situation, the police are working with designated online service providers, including Telegram, to implement further anti-scam measures under the OCHA codes of practice by this year. The government will continue to review our laws and regulations to ensure that they remain effective in protecting users in Singapore from online criminal harms.
Mr. Na.
I thank the MOS for the response and to explain that the OCHA directions are being issued to Telegram as well. The only reason I mention Telegram specifically is it seems to emerge in a whole range of crimes, right, including selling of drugs, etomidate, sexual crimes, scams. Now, I think the MOS mentioned scams, but it sounds to me like this is an issue with the platform itself, and I'll be grateful if the MOS believes that the numbers of crimes facilitated on Telegram will be effectively reduced with these additional measures that the MOS is saying the ministry will take. Thank you.
MOS go.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his supplementary question. I note the particular concern about Telegram. I think, in fact, during the Ministry of Home Affairs Committee of Supply debates, we also spoke about Telegram as a platform. Indeed, one of the key traits about Telegram is that users can remain anonymous. This compared to, say, WhatsApp, for example. And for Telegram, I think when we last spoke about this during COS, I also mentioned that we have followed up. For example, I personally have followed up on some of these text messages that I've got on Telegram, purportedly selling drugs, for example. And when we followed up through CNB, we realized that actually many of these offers to sell drugs or even sexual offers are actually scams, masquerading as those offers. So indeed, what we want to do is indeed using scam as the basis to work more closely with platforms such as Telegram to really tackle the issue. And many of the powers enabled through OCHA does allow us to follow up on that, and we will do so. I just perhaps want to take the opportunity to reiterate that the anti-scams work is not just an MHA effort. It really has involved multiple agencies across the whole of government, together with industry partners, working very closely. And I think when I last spoke during COS, we announced a series of measures that we have taken, that we will be taking this year. And we are constantly reviewing what we are doing on this front because we recognize the situation is one that is very concerning. We want to continue to sustain the downward trend that we have gotten last year in terms of overall number of victims and total amounts lost. In Q1 this year, the numbers have continued that trend. We are slightly heartened, but it's too early for us to celebrate. It's way too early. There's a lot more work that we need to continue to do on this front. So like I mentioned earlier, further anti-scam measures are coming out later this year. Within MHA, we are also relooking how we are organized internally to fight scams, and more details will be released when ready. Thanks.
Mr. Pang Wing.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to address questions 7 and 8 in today's order paper?
Please proceed.
Integrated Shield Plan IP insurers review the premiums of IPs and riders every year. Across a 3-year period from December 2021 to December 2024, private hospital IP premiums have been rising every year at an average of 8.6%, while private hospital rider premiums have been rising every year at an average of 17.2%. In line with these trends, some private hospital IP and rider plans were recently repriced. However, with the launch of the new riders, policyholders can save on average 35 to 40% premiums by switching to the new riders. We have responded to previous similar parliamentary questions 1 to 4 asked by the members at the 24th September 2025 sitting on increases in IP and rider premiums. To recap, government's role is to ensure affordable, accessible, and quality subsidized healthcare for Singaporeans, with MediShield Life coming in to cover higher bills. IPs and riders are private commercial products that supplement MediShield Life coverage for unsubsidized healthcare. While MOH regulates the key parameters of IPs, such as the co-payment and deductible, to ensure that the schemes are sustainable MOH's general practice is not to intervene in insurers' commercial decisions, such as the setting of premiums. To Mr. Yip's question on claims management, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS, and MOH require insurance companies to uphold their contractual obligations and process claims in a fair manner. Under MAS's insurance regulations, insurers must notify their policyholders of any change in policy terms and conditions at least 30 days before it takes effect. Should there be disputes over specific claims, policyholders can take it to the Financial Industry Disputes Resolution Centre, FIDREC, an independent and impartial institution that assists with insurance-related disputes. MAS will also take action against insurers if they do not pay claims in accordance with policy terms and conditions or have unfair claims handling practices.
Mr. Yip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the MOS for a reply. So, many Singaporeans are already facing rising premiums year after year. And as we have seen recently, even with cheaper riders, base premiums continue increasing. So households may still have to pay more overall. So will MOH consider imposing clearer limits or review triggers on premium increases? And my second SQ is for older Singaporeans. They face the steepest premium increases and have the least flexibility to change or switch plans. So will MOH consider introducing additional safeguards specifically for seniors? And how does the ministry prevent them from being priced out of coverage that they have relied on for years? Thank you.
MOS Rahayu.
I thank member for the question, and I acknowledge that there are concerns among the Singaporeans about these rising premium costs. But I would like to highlight that the premium increase actually reflect the underlying healthcare cost increases, the healthcare cost pressures. And this increase includes the increase in the cost because there is an aging population, because of more expensive technological, medical treatments, pharmaceuticals, manpower. So there is a whole cluster of cost increases because of that. There is also overconsumption and over-servicing, and that is as a result of over-generous products that we see in the market today. So this causes an increase in the cost of healthcare, which then results in increased claims, which results in increased premiums. Because for this to actually be sustainable, the providers will have to reprice, because otherwise, if we artificially limit it, it will not be sustainable. They will not be able to then pay out in accordance to what they need to if they don't adjust and make sure that they can sustain in the long run. In the end, this will actually harm the policyholders, because you may see reduction in the benefits or even market exits, which is going to be worse. So what we do at MOH is that we don't just look at why these increases are happening, but we're looking at the root causes and trying to address the root causes. As I mentioned earlier, there are the causes in relation to aging population, technological advancements, and we have measures and levers where we looked at getting the most effective, cost-effective products in the market. We are also looking at how we can address the issue of over-servicing, over-consumption by putting in the levers that we have in place, which we have discussed previously in other in questions you have raised before, which includes fee benchmarks, clinical guidance to ensure that appropriate care is given, and we enforce against errant providers. We have rider reforms, which we have seen, and also in the works, the development of not-for-profit private hospitals. So all these measures in totality will help to moderate the increases. But it is a reality that this will happen. We note, though, that there are concerns, and we will continue to monitor this and respond accordingly to make sure that healthcare costs remains affordable. This ties into the second point that you're making with regards to seniors. We note they are especially vulnerable, but I just want to assert the point that there are also practical pathways that can be taken, because there are options now. Seniors can, at the appropriate juncture, review or right-size their coverage in accordance to their needs as well as to their affordability at that moment in time. Now there are other options, cheaper riders, for example, that they can look at, and perhaps they can convert to those options. But in totality, I also want to give the assurance to members of the public and to the member that no one will be left out or not have access to healthcare, because what is anchoring our healthcare system in Singapore is the fact that there will always be access to subsidized services in the public healthcare sector. And so that's an assurance that we give to all Singaporeans. And we will continue to monitor to ensure that there will be affordable healthcare services and it's accessible to all Singaporeans. So that is not something they can worry about. There is already the S+3M framework that is already in place. So you know that MediShield is one, they have their MediSave, and if all else fails, there's MediFund. So I hope that gives that assurance that we continue to monitor this, but at the same time, we need to appreciate that there are practical realities with regards to premium increases, but we also ensure that nobody will be left out or not be able to have access to healthcare because of cost pressures.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I thank the MOS for the reply. I generally accept that the ministry does not want to intervene in the arrangements between private insurance companies and in the private healthcare, but I'm coming from an angle of not overburdening the public healthcare because we don't want a sudden surge of patients from the private healthcare going to the private hospital. So in that regard, I would like to ask if the ministry has studied the components of bill sizes that have contributed to the recent increase in medical costs in the private healthcare, because we've had measures to cool down, for example, the costs attributed to doctors' fee sizes with fee benchmarks as well as panel arrangements. So has the ministry studied whether other components, for example, facility costs, consumable costs, whether these have been rising steadily, and whether there are plans to have similar benchmarks for these bill size components? Following on to that, can I also ask the ministry whether it has studied the effects of the panel arrangements on whether they have equitably kept doctors' fee sizes manageable compared to the fee benchmark the ministry already has? Because my worry is that with entrenching panel behaviors by insurers, that we are also limiting the access to equitable healthcare in the private sector. Thank you.
MOS Rahaya.
I thank member for the question, and on his first point about the components of healthcare costs in the private sector, we are indeed looking at the different dimensions. We already have some robust fee benchmarks on the professional fees front. We are reviewing to see if there is a need and if there are some way for us to also put in benchmarks in the other components of the cost. On the panel arrangement, I believe we had a discussion also in a previous sitting about why this come about. Really, it's going back to the whole big picture about insurers moderating the cost, right, and how they can remain sustainable because claims are high, because there is overconsumption, over-servicing. They then need to make sure that they are moderating their costs, and this becomes an administrative effort in their effort to try and moderate the payouts by actually empaneling members so that they can actually limit it to limit their costs to those who fit their structures. This remains something that will be an enduring feature, because this is a reaction, a market reaction to something that is causing a pressure on the insurer's part. So while we will take a position where we must protect the consumers and there must be fairness in all interactions with the panel doctors. We do this in many different ways. As you know, we are quite robust in actually putting errand doctors to task if, let's say, they have not done it properly. We are standing up clinical guidelines to make sure that people are following proper care protocols and not just treating just based on what they have as insurance policies. So these are all multi-pronged approaches and efforts that we are putting in place to ensure that we are responding to some of the concerns in this space. It is just a symptom so the underlying cost pressure still needs to be addressed. I think the description that we had put earlier in the past it's a knot that we need to untangle, and that's something we're doing with a multi-pronged, with engagements with different parties and stakeholders.
Dr. Hamid Raza, you have a short SQ to ask.
I just want to mention for the record that declare that I'm an orthopedic surgeon in private practice and also a visiting consultant at public healthcare institutions. Thank you.
Noted. Last SQ, Mr. Andre Loh.
Thank you, Speaker. My SQ to MOS is, I accept that a primary driver of premium increases is rising healthcare costs, but there's also other levers such as reducing administrative costs at insurers themselves. So I think the insurance industry as a whole has a big effort towards driving down administrative costs, third-party processor costs, claims processing costs, things like that. Has the ministry considered policy levers to incentivize insurers to have these cost savings passed on to consumers in the form of moderating premium increases or even reducing premiums, as opposed to these cost savings directly going to insurers' profit margins?
MOS Rahaya.
We engage the insurance providers quite regularly, but we are very mindful about where we intervene, especially because they need to be competitive, and there is a commercial dimension to it which we feel that we should respect. So where there are concerns in relation to how we intervene is via the conditions that are put in place vis-a-vis the consumers. We note how there should be adherence to deductibles as well as the co-payment. So these are things that I think we take a measured approach on. What you suggest is a dimension of the cost components. I will not preclude us from having just general conversations with insurers, but I just wanted to express the point that while we do engage insurers quite robustly, we are very conscious about the fact that we also have to draw a line somewhere because it's a commercial product and we have to have them remain competitive.
Mr. Vikram Nair.
Question 9, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the question by Mr. Vikram Nair on the government's measures to enhance safeguards for children and adolescents when they go on social media platforms have been addressed in the written reply to question number 40 for oral answer, as well as questions number 36 and 37 for written answer at yesterday's sitting. The answer given also addresses related questions for written answer by Mr. Louis Chua and Ms. Eliza Chen in today's order paper. The member may wish to refer to the answer given.
Mr. Nair.
Thank you, and I thank the MOS for flagging the answer to me as well. So I have a supplementary question. I think the answer was that the ministry is engaging the digital service providers as well as preparing advisories for parents. Now, I think these are commendable efforts, but the judgment in the US was actually quite damning in that it said social media platforms, in particular Google and Meta, were responsible for creating addictive platforms that caused mental health issues for the young plaintiff concerned. And I think all our youth are equally exposed to these platforms, and while it's helpful to, I guess, engage the alleged perpetrators as well as engage parents, I think it may be necessary for the ministry to take a harder stance and draw a firm boundary, like some other countries have done, to say that social media should be restricted for young people, and then you talk after that.
MOS Rahaya.
I thank the member for the question. I just want to highlight that indeed we are taking reference from the judgment, from the decision, and the information that we are seeing, the findings actually add to the growing body of evidence. We know that the harms are real and we are taking it seriously. So it's not that we're not doing anything. We have been acting on protecting and safeguarding our young children from the harms online. But we take a different approach in that we also want something that is more effective, a more durable approach that will withstand the test of time and the test of evolution of the technology. Because as what you pointed out, what we have found from the decisions was that there are some specific features and dimensions of the social media platform that actually impact on the youth. So it's not just about saying, okay, none at all. There are certain dimensions of it that causes the harm. And so our approach targets the specific harms and the specific design features that produce them. And so this is also calibrated by the age of the user. And this is actually more demanding, more rigorous than a blanket ban. Because if you just say, okay, don't use it at all, you may not even solve the problem. What we're trying to see is to actually look at what is it that's causing the harm. Our approach has always been one that is outcomes driven, and we have been building progressively on this. As I say, we're not starting from a blank slate. We already have the code of practice for online safety for the social media services. We introduced the age assurance for apps, and we also have the annual reporting that the designated social media services have to provide to us. Recent times, based on that reporting, we've actually acted against X and TikTok. And so that shows that there is a mechanism for us to actually take action. And moving forward, we are actually going to be extending the age assurance measures to the social media designated social media services and looking beyond the content to the design features. We can understand it a bit better. And because these are the things that are actually causing the harms, like the direct messaging from strangers, autoplay, other features that drive excessive use, emerging risks from AI companions and all that. So we're actually going to break it down and see how we can improve it. Having said that, we're not foreclosing the decision on a ban because we will do whatever it takes to protect our young ones. And if there is a need for stronger action, we will take it. But we are learning robustly from many different countries. Minister Desmond made reference to Estonia, his visit to Estonia. Estonia is a country we look up to because it's quite advanced. And so this idea of a blanket or social media ban is not a globally accepted position. Estonia has not applied it. In fact, I think Belgium as well as State of New York. So there are actually different approaches internationally. And in fact, Australia has also amended its legislation to be a bit more targeted, looking at the design feature. So firstly, we're not starting on a blank slate. We do have safeguards in place, and we do not think just rushing into having a ban may necessarily be the best thing. We're not foreclosing it as a decision, but we are studying what is more effective to achieve the desired outcome that we want to see.
Moving on, Mr. Melvin Yong.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in Singapore, a heat wave is declared when the daily maximum temperature averaged across all weather stations is at least 35 degrees Celsius for 3 consecutive days, and the average daily mean temperature throughout the period is at least 29 degrees. Based on the weather outlook, the chance of a heat wave occurring in Singapore during the remainder of the 2026 hot season, which ends in May, is low. The Meteorological Service Singapore, MSS, issues fortnightly outlooks and 4-day forecasts of weather conditions, including high temperatures. MSS also closely monitors climate phenomena such as El Niño and works with the Mercury Task Force to issue advisories, including to weather-dependent sectors, if it expects extended periods of high temperatures. The government has heat stress management initiatives on an ongoing basis, regardless of whether a heat wave is forecasted. This includes the Heat Stress Advisory, which provides simple tips for the general public to plan prolonged outdoor activities based on prevailing heat stress levels, complemented by sector-specific measures such as the Ministry of Manpower's Heat Stress Framework for outdoor work.
Mr. Yong.
Thank you, sir. I thank the SMS for his reply. So recent reports indicate that parts of Southeast Asia, including Thailand, have experienced extreme heat conditions with the heat index level exceeding 50 degrees Celsius and therefore being classified as posing serious danger to human health. So in view of these developments, may I ask the SMS, one, given that Singapore's current approach is based on a heat stress advisory, whether the ministry considers this sufficiently robust and actionable, or if there are plans to introduce a more formalized alert system with clear thresholds and corresponding response measures. Are there also plans to increase the number of sensors that we put around various parts of Singapore. My second question relates to Singapore being a highly urbanized city-state. I would like to ask whether the ministry has assessed how the urban heat island effect may amplify heat stress in Singapore and how this risk is currently being factored into our national heat resilience planning. And lastly, on worker protection, can the SMS clarify whether existing heat stress guidelines for employers remain adequate in the event of more prolonged or intense heat conditions? Because I note that current heat stress measures are focused more on outdoor workers. Will the government consider extending more formal protections or guidance to other at-risk sectors, such as indoor, non-air-conditioned workplaces, because most of our factories are non-air-conditioned, as well as for delivery riders who spend a lot of time outdoors?
SMS channel.
So I thank Mr. Melvin Yong for his questions. He first asked about the advisory and whether it needed to be more formal and whether it was robust and actionable. I would characterize our position thus, and I would say it is robust, it's formalized, it's actionable. Of course, we'll continue to improve it. We've had the Mercury Task Force, and it was reported in the news, discussed in this chamber since 2023. And this brings together public sector agencies, more than 30, looking at what are the various response plans that are sector-specific, domain-specific, and under the regulatory aegis of the various agencies. The heat advisory that goes out is clearly defined. In my original answer, I explained what a heat wave was. There are clear definitions that we have been using in Singapore since 2016, if I recall. It was then last revised in 2023. So it's objective, it's measurable, it's specific. And then agencies, he cited the example, for example, of MOM looking at outdoor workers, have developed action plans. And these then are triggered by the information that is provided by the Meteorological Service of Singapore. So MSS NEA has a certain set of definitions. When the thresholds are reached, advisories that are issued, which fall into certain pre-specified categories, and then various agencies and regulatory bodies will activate their action plan. So the formalized, robust, actionable processes are already there. Of course, as relates to his later questions, these can and will be improved, and I'll speak about that in a minute. He asked about the number of sensors. We have relatively good coverage. He can file a separate PQ, a written PQ perhaps, about the specific number. From memory, I think we have 19 weather stations. Historically, not all of them were used for heat reporting, but today all of them are for air temperature. And then we have, if I recall, another 27 wet bulb globe temperature stations across Singapore. So our overall coverage for sensors is pretty good. Again, this issue of the data that we get, as well as the answers to his other two questions, whether we need to study the urban heat island effect on our action plans, and whether we have adequate worker protections against heat stress. These issues are the sorts of things that the Heat Resilience Policy Office that we announced in COS this year will indeed coordinate across the whole of government to look to see how we make sure our action plans for heat resilience adapt to the changing environment and to the changing risk environment that he described in his supplementary questions. So the short answer to the second half of his first supplementary questions about the sense making, as well as his other two questions, are this is work that the Heat Resilience Policy Office will indeed be taking up.
Mr. Sean Low.
Question 11, sir.
The Ministry of Education recognizes the importance of guiding students to develop a greater awareness of their strengths and their interests and explore various education and career pathways at each stage of their educational journey. Curriculum time that is spent on education and career guidance is complemented by student development experiences beyond the classroom. These can include visits to institutes of higher learning, career fairs and talks, learning journeys to organizations, and job shadowing opportunities. Through these programs, industry practitioners are able to share their experiences and highlight skills required in their respective fields, giving our students early exposure to career possibilities. To support students in self-directed exploration, the My Skills Future student portal is available to students from Primary 5. Tertiary students have access to the My Skills Future workforce portal. Through its suite of tools, students can deep dive into self-discovery, understand their own interests, values, and abilities, and explore the range of education and career pathways available to them. Access to ECG counselors is also available to students from secondary schools and pre-university institutions who require more guidance in exploring suitable education pathways and career possibilities. MOE reviews our curriculum regularly, and we will continue to review curriculum time allocation to ensure that students are well supported in their holistic development, including in education and career guidance.
Mr. Loh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the MOS for her response as well. I asked this question because when I first looked into the issue, 4 hours seemed short, but the MOS has clarified that there's more ECG than just the 4 hours of curriculum time, so I'm grateful. We discussed extensively about skills and careers yesterday, and I'm sure we'll do so more today. And the Minister for Manpower said no less than 5 times in his speech that we need mindset shifts. And shifting mindsets start from school. So my question to the MOE is whether ECG, or education and career guidance, is considered core to the curriculum and not extra? And if so, can we increase the standards and the resources for ECG? Because we teach chemistry very well, and maybe we can do the same with career guidance. We teach geography very well, and maybe we can do the same for job awareness. Thank you.
MOS Lau.
I thank the member for his question. I think there are many skills that are key to our students' future development and career success. So this isn't a competition between subjects. We must ensure that all students have good access to both knowledge acquisition as well as career preps for the future. As I mentioned in my reply, we will be continuing to review curriculum time allocation, and all the more we need to do so in the age of AI, where a lot more focus will be on human skills that are increasingly important for our students. Thank you.
Monsieur Wan Ling.
Sir, all HDB car parks are designed and constructed in compliance with the prevailing fire code stipulated by SCDF. Now, this includes provisions such as hose reels, fire engine access, and natural or mechanical ventilation to disperse smoke and heat. These fire safety provisions safeguard against fire risks, including those that may arise from electric vehicles. All EV chargers installed in HDB car parks must comply with technical specifications and safety requirements under Technical Reference 25, which is the nationwide standard governing EV charging systems in Singapore.
Monsieur.
Thank you, Speaker. MOS. Could you elaborate on the specific fire safety protocols in place for HDB car parks with EV charging points, including detection, suppression, and evacuation measures? And additionally, as EV adoption grows, how will standards be regularly reviewed and enforced, and whether there are plans to equip our neighborhood SCDFs and emergency response teams, which may include organizations, grassroots organizations like PAC2E, or even SCDF's first responders with enhanced capabilities or training to respond appropriately to EV-related fire incidents. I do note that the risk may be quite different from normal cooking or lighted cigarette fires, which our grassroots organizations are more used to.
MOS Tan.
So I've answered members' questions specific to HDB car parks. Specifically, I think with the provision of hose reels, fire engine access, natural and mechanical ventilations that will help in the event of a fire, and that the HDB car parks must comply with these technical specifications and safety requirements under Technical Reference 25. I would also like to point her, if she had further questions with regards to overall EV fire safety and fire safety as a whole, to MHA's replies in Parliament on the matter. But I would say, and as the member knows, that SCDF works with the community to raise awareness, general awareness on fire safety. That includes working with first responders, C2E, PA, and other community groups. LTA and SCDF also regularly review these fire safety requirements to support the overall adoption of EV in Singapore through their multi-agency EV Battery Safety Task Force. Thank you.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Question 13, sir.
The government targets to deploy 60,000 EV charging points by 2030, which comprise 40,000 in public car parks and 20,000 in private premises. As of March 2026, there are 30,500 EV charging points deployed in Singapore. We are on track to achieving our 2030 target in tandem with the growing demand for EVs. The LTA monitors EV adoption rates closely and coordinates with agencies such as the EMA, HDB, and JTC to deploy EV chargers and key supporting infrastructure. For car parks with high demand, LTA will work with EV charger operators to deploy more chargers, electrical capacity permitting. By end 2027, there will also be at least one fast charging hub in every HDB town. Thank you.
Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, SMS, for your response. In Tengah, many residents have approached me on EV charging infrastructure. Tengah residents who already own EVs have shared that having charging points closer to home would make daily life much more convenient. And others are keen to make the switch, but are waiting for charging infrastructure to become more accessible. As Tengah grows, this will only become increasingly more important because residents want to embrace greener living. I have two supplementary questions. First, could SMS share how feedback from estates such as Tengah is operationally translated into changes in the planning and sequencing of EV charging deployment? And second, what adjustments have been made in inter-agency coordination to improve implementation in newer estates such as Tengah? Thank you.
SMS soon.
I thank member Ms. Chu Pei-Ling for raising feedback from her Tengah residents. Currently, 2 MSCPs in Tengah have EV chargers, and LTA subsidiary EVE is in the process of deploying EV chargers in another 8 MSCPs in Tengah. We have taken into account the feedback from Tengah residents and are improving the process for new BTOs. So, for instance, starting from BTOs that TOP'd since last month, there is now a new arrangement where actually LTA subsidiary EVE works closely with HDB to start deploying EV chargers from the point that residents start collecting their keys, so at a point of TOP. So this would allow residents moving into new BTO estates to actually gain access to EV chargers earlier. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
The government uses a comprehensive set of criteria combining price and quality considerations in procurement evaluations. For some sectors, eligible government suppliers must have the progressive wage mark certification. Central guidance have been provided to all government procuring entities to adopt outcome-based contracts where appropriate and feasible, and to consider the adoption of more productive technology. Examples of this are in the procurement of cleaning services and facilities management services. For multi-year contracts, tenderers are typically able to submit prices for each contract year rather than a single fixed price over the entire duration. This allows tenderers to account for wage adjustments and productivity investments over time in their pricing.
Ms. Yeo.
Thank you, SPS. Could the ministry give further clarifications on how it assesses PWM compliance in procurement processes, including whether firms have met, for example, training requirements for their workers under the PWM requirements? And the other one, too, is, well, I know you talked about how government contracts allow for renegotiations, but are there other ways to make the procurement framework more agile to accommodate such changes, especially when we are looking at different wage rungs and different types of negotiations that's done by PWM over the years?
SPS Wong.
I thank the member for the question. Contractors who are PW mark eligible are required to obtain and maintain the PW mark throughout the contract period. They are also required to notify the contracting authorities if there are any changes to their PW mark status. For government agencies, we reserve the right to take necessary action if contractors fail to comply with the requirements, including the right to terminate the contract. For multi-year contracts, I would like to emphasize again, contractors should account for the price increases when they tender. Where there are further updates to the PW mark requirements, MOF will review our guidance to agencies according where necessary. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Low.
Question 15, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the health harms of second-hand smoke, SHS, are well established in the scientific literature, where sustained exposure has been associated with health conditions such as respiratory illness, cardiovascular diseases, and cancers such as breast and lung cancer. The health effects of prolonged exposure to second-hand smoke was previously addressed in the Ministry of Health's answer to oral question number 12 during parliamentary sitting on 2nd October 2018. There are currently no plans to issue official guidelines on the negative health impact of SHS. Nonetheless, MOH has been working closely with the Ministry of Sustainability and Environment, MSE, and the National Environment Agency, NEA, to address smoking-related public health concerns. MSE and NEA have progressively prohibited smoking at more than 49,000 public places, including most common areas of residential buildings such as common corridors and void decks, to reduce the public's exposure to SHS.
Mr. Low.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the MOS for her reply. In my view, second-hand smoke is a scourge in our heartlands. I note that the last time the ministry replied on this matter was in 2018, and there was a review done then. I don't believe the issue has improved, and I was wondering why there are no plans to do so again. Because both sides of the House actually have raised this issue in the House very recently. But when I looked into the issue a bit more, we were asking about whether we could do more in our HDB flats. But we had not yet confirmed what threshold would there be a public health concern, including what threshold of a prolonged duration. So could the MOH reconsider whether it is then timely to make a clear statement on the threshold of how much second-hand smoke is bad enough and how long the exposure should be before it's bad enough, so that we can then make good policies in our heartlands? Thank you.
MOS Rahaya.
I thank member for the question, and I appreciate his concerns because I also face similar complaints at the MPS, and when I meet my residents, I do agree that it is an issue that we do want to address meaningfully because we do still see some smokers in the residential estates and people who are living in the flats feel trapped. I do want to state, though, that in as far as the scientific or the medical opinion on the matter is concerned, we are very clear. The negative health impact of SHS is very well established. It is something we do not want, and exposure is bad. So it is really a function of how we then translate it and operationalize it into protecting our people. While we say, because your question is not about whether we're not doing anything about it, the question is about issuing guidelines. And in respect of guidelines, while there are no official guidelines and there are no plans to issue official guidelines, we already take into consideration this health impact as we are rolling out policies. And our policies come in multiple forms, including how we issue advisories, or how we support with the IQIP programs, how we actually also address these matters in our health promotion activities. But when we are developing these policies, we also have to work together with other partners, including MSC and NEA. And so I think this is something that we probably have to look at collectively, translating and enforcing it, I think, in the spaces may not directly lie within the purview of MOH's remit. And I know that the next PQ is to MSC. Perhaps you can also explore further what can be done. Thank you.
And Mr. Liang.
Question 16, sir.
Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the National Environment Agency, NEA, received about 600 cases of feedback related to secondhand tobacco smoke from neighboring homes. About 30% of feedback cases received in 2025 were from repeat feedback providers. When NEA receives such feedback, it works with other government agencies or the relevant town council to issue advisories to surrounding residential units to encourage smokers to be considerate towards their neighbours. NEA does not track whether cases are amicably resolved. However, most feedback cases did not recur after advisories were issued. If the issue remains unresolved, the relevant agency or town council may engage residents in person. Affected residents are also encouraged to resolve the matter through mediation, such as by approaching the Community Mediation Centre.
Liang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, this has been a long-standing concern raised by members in many sittings, previous terms. And the government's holding position has always been that the government has no business intruding or regulating into the behavior within the private homes. I hope after all these years of raising these concerns, the government is now ready to move on that position, be it just incremental steps. So my first question to the SMS is whether would we be prepared to classify secondhand smoking coming from windows and balconies of homes affecting neighbors as public nuisance, and therefore comes under the powers, the purview of the Environmental Public Health Act, EPHA. As we know, like it was previous PQ, the seniors, children or family members who are allergic to secondhand smokes, to them it poses serious health hazard and significantly impact their well-being. So this is my first question. My second question is, in terms of public messaging, can the government step up and to be more clearly say that smoking at windows and balconies are undesirable neighborliness behaviors? Because when I look at the HDB handbook about being good neighbors, this is not an item that's mentioned there. Other things are there, littering and all this thing, but secondhand smoke from balconies and windows are not there. So with that, would the ministry want to push on that? Because we don't get a lot of publicity on that, except for when PQs are asked. Right.
SMS, General.
Sir, I thank Mr. Liang for his questions. He first asked about the classification of secondhand smoke as a public nuisance, also an environmental issue. I think the specific mechanism of how we might further
reduce the incidence of smoking and secondhand smoking, we can debate and we can discuss, and certainly we can continue to explore. There are challenges about enforcing any of these mechanisms within one's home. I think that's the key issue that we're wrestling with in the previous PQ as well as this one. How far do we want to intrude into the privacy of one's own home and the behaviors that one can engage with there? And that, I think, is the key issue that we are facing, because smoking has increasingly been prohibited. I think we now have something like 49,000 spaces across the island where smoking is prohibited, and members will be familiar about the smoking prohibitions in covered areas within the HDB estates. And it's precisely because we've prohibited it in so many of these areas that now we're having to deal with the issues of what someone does in their own home when that smoke then pervades the neighbor's home. So, which is the second point, can we step up messaging? I mean, yes, certainly we can, and we can certainly explore this. I would personally take the view that smoking is not just an undesirable behavior at your balcony because it's going into your neighbor's home. Smoking should stop. It is bad for you, full stop. It is bad for one's health. And certainly we can work with HPB, the Health Promotion Board, on the public health messages, as well as HDB, the Housing Development Board, on responsible behaviors as a neighbor. And I thank Mr. Liang for his suggestions.
Minister Lee, you have a clarification to make?
Thank you, Speaker. In my earlier answer to Ms. Eileen Chong, when she raised a supplementary question on AI in school, I mentioned in my response that AI tools on SLS are used only in the classroom and not at home. That is the case for the younger ones, primary school. But for secondary school, some SLS assignments can involve direct use of AI by students. But my answer, for the rest of the answer still holds. Thank you.
Order, end of question time. The clerk will proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, resumption of debate on the motion, an artificial intelligence AI transition with no jobless growth. A motion standing in the name of Mr. Ng Chee Meng.
The question is that this House, 1, recognizes the transformative power of new technologies, especially artificial intelligence, to drive Singapore's next phase of economic development. 2, emphasizes that Singapore's approach to AI-enabled growth must be anchored in fairness, resilience, and opportunity for all. 3, resolves to equip and support workers and enterprises to seize new opportunities and advance together. And 4, affirms that economic progress must remain inclusive and that Singapore must not have jobless growth because every worker matters. Mr. Mark Lee.
Mr. Speaker, building on the earlier speech by my colleague Sec Gen Ng made last night, I would like to focus how this motion is made real at the enterprise level. Sir, no jobless growth cannot be achieved through worker support alone. It must also be designed into the way enterprise transform, the way jobs are redesigned, and the way our system supports firms to move with confidence. History shows that in periods of technological change, the winners are not those who try to protect existing business models, but those who understand their underlying strengths well enough to redeploy them into new arenas. Fujifilm is one example. It did not survive the collapse of film by trying to sell more film. It built on capabilities in materials, optics, and imaging to move into skincare, diagnostic, and healthcare technology. In sectors where Singapore is already strong, advanced manufacturing, logistics and connectivity, finance and healthcare, AI is not replacing the industry itself, but changing how value is created within the industry. That is the mindset Singapore needs now. Our task is not to preserve every job exactly as it is. Our task is to help our enterprises and our workforce recognize their strengths, adapt them, and move into the next phase of growth together. I will divide my remarks into 3 parts. First, what AI is actually doing for businesses. Second, its impact on jobs and workers. And third, how can we build a clearer enterprise front door and a wider bridge forward so that businesses and workers can cross the transition together. Mr. Speaker, businesses adopt AI where it delivers measurable outcomes. The evidence is already emerging. In customer service, generative AI improves productivity by around 15%, with larger gains among less experienced workers. Firms are also seeing double-digit gains in software engineering, while in operations and supply chains, AI is improving forecasting, reducing waste, and optimizing inventory and logistics. Second, AI does not simply improve jobs, it reconfigures work. Global evidence shows how AI adoption is increasingly concentrated among higher-skilled workers, with firms reorganizing work around smaller, more experienced teams supported by AI. This creates a double risk. First, productivity gains may accrue more to those already ahead, widening inequality. Second, it risks eroding the bottom of the career ladder. If entry roles are reduced too quickly, the traditional pathway where workers build judgment through experience is disrupted. Firms may still require mid-level capability, but fewer workers will have the opportunity to develop it. That is a structural issue. But at the same time, new roles are emerging, integrating AI into workflows, validating outputs, redesigning jobs, and translating domain knowledge into solutions. Companies like DBS and MasterCard are using AI to handle routine queries and personalize responses at scale, freeing up human agents for higher value work. We're seeing the same among SMEs. MTM Labo, a skincare company, for example, uses an AI tool called HANA that supports customer inquiries in multiple languages, allowing its team to focus on more complex, high-touch interaction. This is an important point. AI, when deployed thoughtfully, does not just replace jobs, it changes the nature of jobs and can raise the value of human work. But adoption is not plug and play. It requires integration into workflows, redesign of processes, and alignment with business strategy. This is where many firms, especially SMEs, face challenges in translating AI into implementation. If we do not address this, capability will concentrate among larger firms and among more skilled workers. The gap will widen. That outcome would run directly against the spirit of this motion. However, we must also be careful about how we respond to these changes. I understand Mr. Ng's good intent behind the call for earlier notification of retrenchment to better support workers. But if firms are not ready to redesign jobs or absorb workers differently, earlier notification alone will not solve the problem. If AI is reorganizing work, perhaps a better solution, and matters more, is not whether we intervene earlier after displacement occurs, but intervening early enough before displacement becomes necessary. We should shift the focus from managing retrenchment to enabling all firms to redesign jobs and retrain workers so that they transform and the workforce adjustment happens alongside transformation, not after it. This brings me to my third point. How do we build a bridge forward, a bridge that is wide enough for many to cross, not just a select few? The recently introduced Enterprise Workforce Transformation Package is a step in the right direction. With Singapore Business Federation and SNAF as program partners, companies can access advisory support to redesign processes and job roles and tap on the Skills Future Workforce Development Grant for consultancy, workforce technology adoption, and capability building. This is a meaningful shift. However, today firms are still navigating multiple schemes, multiple agency, and multiple claims processes, slowing adoption at the point where speed matters most. But I'm heartened to hear from Minister Tan last night that the merger of SSG and WSG into SWDA aims to solve this issue. But can we do more to help businesses? This brings me to my first dimension of practicality. One way forward is also for AI grants and schemes to have a more integrated approach, where businesses can access these support through a single interface rather than navigating multiple agencies, and deploy it flexibly, whether for basic implementation, subscriptions, or experimentation, without repeated layers of claims, just like the SFEC wallet. For larger or more complex customized projects, there may be also a case for more upfront support so that firms are not constrained by cash flows when making longer-term investments. At the same time, we must recognize that AI adoption involves experimentation. Not every project will succeed. If firms are penalized despite genuine effort, we risk discouraging innovation. A reasonable tolerance for failure will be necessary if we want companies to move decisively. The second dimension is capability at scale. The pool of experienced AI professionals remains small and highly competitive. If we are too restrictive to bring in foreign AI talents, we will slow down capability building across our economy. So our efforts to build a wide bridge must also mean keeping our talent pipelines open, not just to bring in talent, but to allow that talent to cross-pollinate across firms and sectors. For SMEs, one area we can consider is to give targeted flexibility to bring in specialized AI expertise beyond existing manpower constraints. This can be time-limited and on application basis with some checks in place to prevent abuse. The third dimension is through our Institute of Higher Learning. IHLs can be positioned more deliberately as execution platforms for applied AI, especially through centers of excellence anchored around postgraduate programs. Many postgraduate students, including foreign talent, bring prior industry experience and technical depth. When paired with local undergraduates, this creates a practical model for capability transfer. If anchored around real SME and sectorial problem statements, these teams can go beyond proof of concept work to develop deployable solutions. This achieves several outcomes. It lowers the cost of experimentation for SMEs while enabling cross-pollination between international and local talent. And it creates a pipeline for startups to emerge, anchored in Singapore and focused on solving real industry demands. This model also helps to address the broken career ladder. As entry-level pathways narrow, embedding students in real problem-solving capability, As entry-level pathway narrow, embedding students in real problem-solving builds capability earlier. At the same time, it strengthens our students' critical thinking, preparing them to question and validate AI and not just rely on it. The fourth dimension is industry enablement. Today, many firms are attempting to solve similar AI problems in isolation. This leads to duplication of effort, higher experimentation costs, and slower adoption. Trade associations and chambers are structurally positioned to address this gap. They operate at the interface between government policy and firm-level behavior and can translate national AI strategies into sector-specific implementation. They can function as coordinating platforms, identifying common industry problem statements, aggregating demand, and working with solution providers and IHLs to develop integrated deployable solutions aligned to actual sectorial workflows and job roles. Let me illustrate. Singapore Business Federation is developing an AI tool to help businesses understand rules of origins of free trade agreements and how to apply preferential tariff treatment when goods are exported overseas. This is one example of how an industry-led approach can reduce duplication and improve efficiency. For many SMEs, the challenge is also on applied capability. Firms want to know which problems to prioritize, who can help, and how to proceed without excessive cost or risk. The Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce AI Experience Program, launched together with MDDI in support of the Digital Enterprise Blueprint, shows this clearly. It has been heavily oversubscribed because SMEs are looking for guided entry points. Similarly, SCCI AI Enablement Program allows SMEs to define real problems and work with students from Nanyang Poly, Singapore Poly, Temasek Poly, and SUTD to develop solutions. SME gain workable solutions, students gain relevant experience, and knowledge spreads across the system. With the right support and funding, trade associations and chambers can become platforms that accelerate AI adoption across sectors. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the fifth and most important dimension is human capital. The success of AI-enabled growth will not be determined by how many tools we deploy, but also by how many workers we carry through that change. I agree with Mr. Ng that workers who are displaced, whether due to AI or industry consolidation, need stronger support during transition. But we should also consider how the support is structured. Today, much of it follows a train and place approach, where workers are first retrained and supported to find a job. In practice, this can be uncertain. No worker wants to be retrenched, spend months in training, and still face uncertainty about the next job. We should therefore move more deliberately towards a place and train model. If another company is prepared to take in a displaced worker, even if the fit is not immediate, we should support that transition directly. This can be done by targeting temporary wage support to the receiving employer, similar to the spirit to JSS, but anchored under an industry transition fund, so that companies are incentivized to hire first and retrain on the job. This shortens the period of uncertainty for workers while giving the firms the confidence to take in and develop new talent. This is also where TACs and unions can also play a coordinating role, identifying firms with demand and matching them with workers at risk. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the open bridge must be a moral and social contract. And at the heart of that contract is trust. Workers must see AI as enabling, not threatening. If AI is seen as a tool to remove jobs or close off pathways, adoption will slow, not because the firm lacked technology, but because trust is lacking. And if that trust is broken, we may inadvertently create a lose-lose outcome, where governments step in with more restricted workforce regulations around AI adoption, raising long-term costs and reducing flexibility for businesses. Trust must therefore be built deliberately through how AI is deployed, how jobs are redesigned, and how workers are supported through change. Sir, I am a businessman, and I join the call to support my union brother, Mr. Ng, in this motion because I believe this embodies the true spirit of tripartism that has served Singapore well. We cannot say every worker matters and then leave workers to navigate this transition alone. Businesses must lead in redesigning jobs and investing in their people. Workers must step forward and adapt. And government must ensure the system enables both. Only then can workers and businesses advance together. Mr. Speaker, this motion reflects Singapore's determination to get this right. Let us take the proactive path to work together to build trust early and ensure that AI expands opportunity rather than narrows it. Sir, I strongly support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to declare that I'm working in a bank, a financial institution in Singapore. I'm also the advisor to the Union of Power and Gas Employers and the Logistics and Supply Chain Union, SEEU. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank foremost Secretary General NTUC and member Mr. Ng Chee Meng for moving this important motion and for setting out the need for a new compact for AI-enabled growth, one that keeps workers at the center of our transformation, anchored in fairness, resilience, and opportunity for all. I will focus on how we can build a more inclusive AI economy, where growth is not only strong, but broadly shared. AI is no longer emerging. It is already reshaping how we work and live. Beyond well-known AI tools, I saw this firsthand during engagements with the Union Power and Gas Employers, UPH, Logistics and Supply Chain Union, SEU, and recently, Manpower GPC's learning journeys to SMRT, NTUC Finest at Punggol, and Chai Tiam Maintenance Private Limited. In different sectors, power and gas, supply chain, transport, retail and F&B, cleaning and facilities management, all of them embedding AI, autonomous vehicles and robotics into workflows, raising productivity, creating workflows, creating new jobs, and redesigning roles for existing workers. There is now a global race in AI innovation and adoption, and there is a growing belief that those economies and companies that move early and decisively will capture the greatest value. But Mr. Speaker, sir, as this House has consistently emphasized, economic success must be inclusive. Economic success is not just growth, but how widely its benefits are shared. Uneven growth is not a model Singapore should follow. Besides the redistribution measures that we have implemented through tax measures and targeted assistance, we must cultivate a sustained mindset to ensure AI-enabled growth is inclusive. Usage of AI has raised concerns for many workers. For example, will AI take away my job? Will it lead to jobless growth? Based on NTUC's survey on economic sentiments in Singapore, which it conducts yearly, the fear that AI would replace their job or current role is more pronounced for PMETs and entry-level job seekers. For non-PMEs and lower-wage workers, the low level of concern could be because they do not use AI tools as extensively and are unaware of how AI would impact their job opportunities, and not because there is no AI disruption risk. These concerns are reinforced by news of job restructuring globally, as well as uneven adoption of AI across sectors and occupations. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me illustrate this unevenness with a concrete example from our own financial sector, of which I am working in. In banking here, AI is no longer emerging. It is already deeply embedded and a core driver of productivity. Across the sector, our local banks are deploying automation in operations and customer servicing, particularly in labor-intensive and repeatable processes. These are not experimental use cases. They are transforming how work is done across the value chain. AI is now used in operations such as processing, settlements and compliance, and in credit evaluation through machine learning models that support faster and more consistent underwriting. It is even beginning, I wouldn't say beginning, it's already playing a bigger role in hiring, particularly in initial screening. But the impact is not uniform. Routine clerical and processing roles are most exposed, while hiring is shifting towards higher skilled roles in data, AI, cybersecurity, and governance. At the same time, regulation is sustaining demand for oversight roles in risk, compliance, and audit. But crucially, more complex work still requires human judgment. Handling nuanced customer issues, managing relationships, and making judgment calls cannot be easily automated. As a result, many roles are not disappearing, but evolving. For example, credit officers are moving towards interpreting and oversight, while contact center roles are shifting towards experiential escalation and trust building. So what we are seeing is not wholesale job replacement, but a reconfiguration of tasks within jobs. Mr. Speaker, sir, while much of the AI discussion focuses on PMETs, we must not overlook skilled tradesperson and our blue-collar workers. Our electricians, technicians, and maintenance workers are essential. AI cannot repair lifts or maintain MRT systems on their own or on its own. As our economy becomes more digital, these roles will become more sophisticated, not less. They are, in fact, high mastery professions. If AI raises the premium on skills, we must also raise how we recognize mastery. But beyond recognition, we must also rethink how mastery is built. As AI reshapes how work is performed, we must also rethink how skills are transmitted. Today, many of our industry transformation maps guide sectoral growth and workforce development, but they were largely designed for a pre-AI world. There may be merit in updating these frameworks to explicitly account for how AI is changing apprenticeship and on-the-job training pathways. This issue has been raised in this House before, and I think it deserves renewed attention. In particular, we should consider whether we need industry training continuity maps alongside our ITMs to ensure that even as AI takes over more routine tasks, we continue to sustain a strong pipeline of deeply skilled human workers, especially in roles where mastery, judgment, and hands-on expertise cannot be replaced. Today, this is less visible in skilled trades. This is why I have also proposed a National Master Trades Accreditation Framework during the last COS to recognize progression, reward deep skills, and integrate AI competencies. If we get this right, AI will not hollow out middle-skilled jobs, it will elevate them. This will also elevate further the skilled graduates from our ITEs and polytechnics. Mr. Speaker, sir, given the immense opportunities and risks, AI as a growth engine requires sound policies that benefit workers and citizens. Countries such as the UAE and Finland have adopted coordinated national AI strategies combining government leadership, enterprise adoption, and workforce development. Here in Singapore, we have taken important steps. Budget 2026 announced the establishment of a National AI Council led by PM Wong, alongside incentives for businesses through the Enterprise Innovation Scheme and support for workers via Skills Future and Tech Skills Accelerator. I would like to offer some suggestions to equip workers and enterprises more effectively so that no worker is left behind. First, we must normalize AI as a way of life. We must go beyond training pathways and time-limited access to AI tools. While I welcome the provision of temporary access through government and NTUC initiatives, we must think ahead about what happens after this initial phase of subscriptions. Many of the more capable AI tools require ongoing subscriptions. Over time, this may create a divide between those who can afford to use these tools regularly and those who cannot. If left unaddressed, we risk creating a new form of inequality between AI haves and have-nots. Because access to AI tools directly affects productivity, learning, and income potential, unequal access will translate into unequal outcomes. We should therefore consider how to ensure sustained and affordable access, especially for lower-income workers, freelancers, tradespersons, and small businesses. Possible approaches include a baseline level of subsidized access, similar to digital connectivity, tiered or group-based pricing with industry partners, shared access through community centers, libraries, and training hubs, and ensuring employers receiving AI support also extend access to workers. Mr. Speaker, sir, if AI is to be a force for inclusive growth, access cannot be a privilege. It must be broadly shared. And in the digital age, access to AI may become as fundamental as access to the internet. We must ensure no Singaporean is priced out of that future. One way to drive adoption is for the government to be the first customer of useful AI tools and to mitigate AI transition-related concerns. AI-enabled systems can provide faster and more practical responses to citizens navigating government services. As AI systems consistently deliver useful outcomes and quick advice to Singaporeans, confidence in AI and AI adoption will grow. Against this backdrop, I would also like to acknowledge the government's efforts to support workers through an AI-shaped economy, with employment remaining the central outcome and address job anxieties. As such, it is important to recognize, for example, that employment outcomes for the Malay Muslim community under MCube and Focus Area 4 have been delivered at both scale and through targeted support. Between 2022 and 2025, Workforce Singapore and NTUC's E2I assisted over 29,000 Malay Muslim job seekers, with more than 19,000 placed into jobs. At the same time, through community-based pathways under MCube and Focus Area 4, over 6,000 job seekers were engaged, with more than 500 securing employment, including those requiring more sustained support. This reflects both the breadth of our national employment system and the depth of our community-anchored interventions. Building on this, FA4 work streams will sharpen their focus on supporting workers through an AI-shaped economy, with employment remaining the central outcome. I'm glad that NTUC will work closely with Mendaki through NTUC's E2I to strengthen job transitions, particularly for young adults transiting from campus to career, who may be entering the workforce amid heightened uncertainty about job relevance and AI-driven displacement. This includes strengthening early career pathways by partnering IHLs and integrating engagements with E2I's career services job matching and employer networks so that fresh graduates are better prepared for a changing labour market. For underserved Malay Muslim workers, as an early step, Mendaki and NTUC's E2I jointly piloted Langkah Digital AI workshops in community settings with plans to scale further this year, and I plan to attend some of these workshops. Taken together, these deliberate employment-linked interventions will help to ensure that productivity gains from AI do not result in jobless growth, but instead equip Singaporeans across life stages to adapt, remain employable and progress with confidence, supported by NTUC, its partners and the wider labour movement. So I encourage our community to take advantage of these initiatives to upskill. Second, we must focus on the infrastructure that enables AI. Singapore has invested in strong digital rails. Systems such as SingPass already allow secure transactions, including legally binding processes such as the lasting power of attorney. The next step is to enhance interoperability through APIs so much services can be integrated seamlessly. When services are integrated, AI can significantly enhance efficiency and user experience. At the same time, we must calibrate data sharing frameworks and safe harbors so that data can be used responsibly without stifling innovation. Third, we must ensure employers redesign workflows to embed AI meaningfully, and I think Member Mark Lee has mentioned that. Training alone is not sufficient. While the Enterprise Workforce Transformation Package provides useful support, it tends to reach large firms that are already inclined to transform. We need to go further. One possibility is to launch an AI bilingual accreditation for employers and not just for workers and job seekers. While it can be a voluntary opt-in basis like BCA's Green Mark certification scheme or TAFEP's Fair Employment Badge, the accreditation can be tied to certain other benefits or quotas to incentivize companies to come forward. Like existing voluntary schemes, this could be linked to incentives to encourage broader participation. Fourth, we must support those with traditional employers, tradesmen, lower wage workers, and platform workers. AI can act as a personal assistant, enhancing productivity and income. For example, tradesmen can use AI tools to generate quotations, invoices, and customer responses. Lower wage workers can use AI for scheduling and financial planning, and platform workers can optimize routes and jobs across platforms, increasing autonomy. Is there scope for government to invest in such tools and provide time-limited access so these workers can experience their practical benefits? Finally, we must recognize that not all workers have equal capacity to adapt to AI. Time constraints, caregiving responsibilities, and life stage challenges affect participation in training. We should move forward towards flexible learning, integrate training into work, and strengthen cross-sector mobility. This ensures our workforce remains agile, mobile, and inclusive. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me now to speak in Malay, please. Mr. Speaker. Kita mahu setiap pekerja mendapat sokongan yang diperlukan untuk meningkatkan kemahiran dan tidak ketinggalan dalam arus kemajuan AI. Melalui interaksi saya dengan pekerja Melayu Islam, ramai melihat AI sebagai peluang. Tetapi bimbang mereka tidak dapat berjalan seiring dengan kemajuan teknologi yang begitu pesat. Kebimbangan ini berasas AI sedang mengubah cara kita bekerja. Golongan PMET khususnya mula mempersoalkan, adakah kemahiran saya masih relevan? Adakah saya mampu menyesuaikan diri dengan perubahan ini? Persoalan utama ialah, adakah ekonomi AI ini membuka ruang untuk saya? Atau saya akan ketinggalan? Sebagai pengurusi bersama Jawatankuasa Daya Ekonomi dengan Dr. Wan Rizal, tumpuan kami jelas untuk membina dan memperkukuh daya tahan ekonomi masyarakat kita dengan menghadapi peralihan AI dengan keterbukaan dan kesediaan. Kita mahu pertumbuhan yang mencipta peluang dan memperkasa pekerja, bukan menggantikan mereka. Kami akan menilai implikasi perubahan ekonomi yang akan dilakarkan oleh Komiti Economic Strategy Review, mengenal pasti sektor dan peluang pertumbuhan baru, serta memahami bagaimana kita boleh menggalakkan penyertaan lebih meluas masyarakat Melayu Islam dalam bidang-bidang ini. Pada masa yang sama, kami merangkah strategi khusus untuk memperkukuh penglibatan masyarakat dalam inisiatif transformasi ekonomi agar penyertaan dapat dipertingkatkan merentasi pelbagai segmen daripada belia hingga ke golongan profesional dan usahawan. Dalam masyarakat Melayu Islam, usaha ini sudah bermula dan perlu diperkukuhkan melalui rangkaian M-Cube dan M-Cube atau M-Cube Plus sekarang. Umpamanya saya akan berikan contoh usaha-usaha yang sedang dilakukan oleh institusi-institusi Melayu Islam untuk meningkatkan literasi AI di kalangan masyarakat kita. Kita melihat inisiatif yang menggalakkan. Di MUIS dan masjid-masjid, program celik AI membantu masyarakat memahami penggunaan teknologi secara bertanggungjawab. Inisiatif Ifta SG menggunakan AI untuk penyelidikan fatwa. Program-program yang menggalakkan integrasi AI yang berhemah juga telah disediakan untuk para asatizah bagi menghasilkan pengalaman pembelajaran Islam yang lebih berkesan dan bermakna. Dipergas, latihan AI melengkapkan asatizah dengan kemahiran digital menerusi program-program untuk para asatizah seperti Diversity-Driven Upskilling for Asatizah, cabaran pemacu AI atau AI Accelerator Challenge dan AI untuk usahawan asatizah. Di AMP, golongan pekerja profesional, program Learning Circles All About Gen AI yang akan diadakan pada bulan ini, ia akan menerokah bagaimana AI generatif sedang membentuk semula cara kita bekerja dan bagaimana para profesional boleh mula menggunakannya secara bermakna dalam peranan harian mereka. Di Mendaki, program pencapaian mendaki atau MAP kini menggunakan alat-alat AI seperti Hanmingo dan KiteSense Lumini bagi mempertingkatkan mutu pembelajaran pelajar daripada latar belakang yang kurang berkemampuan. Ini mencerminkan komitmen untuk memastikan kemajuan teknologi bertindak sebagai pemakin kepada mobiliti sosial dan pertumbuhan inklusif dalam masyarakat. Encik Abdul Kadir bin Abdul Rahman, seorang penyelidik veteran dalam bidang sains dan matematik, merupakan contoh terbaik bagaimana pengalaman luas selama 3 dekad boleh digabungkan dengan inovasi masa kini. Beliau yang kini pelatih dalam program MEP adalah seorang penyokong kuat penggunaan teknologi AI untuk meningkatkan mutu pembelajaran. Beliau menyatakan bahawa satu perubahan yang ketara ialah keinginan pelajar untuk kerap bertanya, sekaligus mewujudkan persekitaran pembelajaran lebih interaktif dan menyokong. Selain itu, inisiatif Langkah Digital oleh Mendaki menyediakan bengkel AI Ready, latihan praktikal dan program peningkatan kemahiran untuk membantu individu memahami dan menggunakan AI dalam kehidupan dan pekerjaan mereka. Mendaki telah bekerjasama dengan institusi seperti SUTD membuka peluang dalam bidang AI, reka bentuk dan pembelajaran berasaskan aplikasi supaya masyarakat kita bukan sekadar pengguna teknologi tetapi mampu menguasainya. Ini menunjukkan bahawa AI boleh menjadi pemakin mobiliti sosial jika kita memastikan akses dan peluang dikongsi secara meluas. Namun tidak semua bermula daripada titik yang sama. Ada yang mempunyai akses, sokongan persekitaran dan masa untuk belajar dan ada yang berdepan kekangan dari segi masa, tanggungjawab keluarga atau keyakinan diri. Sebab itu, pendekatan kita mesti inklusif. Latihan perlu mudah diakses, relevan dan praktikal supaya setiap individu mempunyai peluang untuk menyesuaikan diri dan maju bersama perubahan ini. Akhirnya, kejayaan ekonomi AI bukan diukur pada teknologi semata-mata.
Mr. Saktiandi, you have a minute left.
Tetapi sejauh mana kita memastikan setiap rakyat dapat maju bersama dengan keyakinan dan harapan. Mr. Speaker, sir, AI will bring both disruption and opportunity. If managed well, it can raise productivity and expand opportunities for all. But if left unmanaged, it can widen inequality. We must ensure that AI drives not just growth, but inclusive growth. If we get this right, AI will not divide our workforce, it will strengthen it. And in doing so, we will renew this compact for AI-enabled growth, one where every Singaporean, whether working with code or with their hands, has a place and a role and a future in our economy. I wholeheartedly support this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Speaker, not long ago, I was at a stoplight in Punggol when an autonomous shuttle glided past. I was not the only one watching. Around me, drivers and pedestrians looked up, a mix of curiosity and something quieter, a low, humming anxiety fringed with a dash of awe. and behind their eyes, a very human question: what does this mean for me? That image has stayed with me. AI and autonomous technology are transforming the way we work, live, and play, faster than any technology humankind has seen. So the question this House must answer today is not how these technologies work, but what we are doing concretely, deliberately, to make sure our workers' lives and livelihoods are not left behind. Mr. Speaker, that is what this motion is really about, and I want to speak to it not with mere assurances, but with a plan for our workers, a plan for our union members, a plan for our brothers and sisters sitting up in the gallery supporting us in this motion. The transformation is already happening quietly all around us. At Changi Airport, autonomous baggage tractors ferry luggage between terminals. At Marina Barrage Service Road, autonomous sweepers clear leaves and litter. At Pasir Panjang Terminal, driverless automated guided vehicles move containers between yards. And our first revenue-generating autonomous bus services are set to run on 2 routes in the second half of this year. Upskilling has rightly been at the forefront, but job redesign is equally critical to engineer, re-engineer existing jobs for new realities, to create new job types, and to support our workers through transitions as AI reshapes job longevity. And for job redesign to truly move the needle, it must be a genuine ground-up effort with workers and their real workflows at the center. Let me elaborate. First, consult workers deliberately to really understand their work. As the Executive Secretary of the National Transport Workers Union, I've seen firsthand what it looks like when tripartism works. Our management partners, SBS Transit, SMRT, and others, have been prepping our bus captains and technicians for the advent of AI, EVs, and AVs. Employers provide upskilling and training, government supports companies and workers through that process, and unions, we do what we do best at, listening carefully on the ground to what workers truly need. It is exactly that ground listening that surfaced something we would have otherwise missed. Even as we move towards 50% of our bus fleet becoming electric by 2030, our bus captains flagged that EV training had important gaps. Unlike conventional buses that uses mirrors, EVs use digital monitors. And our captains told us about the time delay, the glare, the eye strain, and in more severe cases, nausea. They asked for longer training and prep times. The union pushed for it with our tripartite partners, and it was addressed. Mr. Speaker, that is feedback no consultant's report would have surfaced, but it directly shapes bus design, driver safety, and passenger experience. Workers know their jobs better than anyone. That is a resource we must keep on tapping. In anticipation of our first AV bus services, NTWU last year surveyed around 500 bus captains and technicians. 1 in 3 expressed concern that AVs would affect their jobs. Job security was the top worry, followed by fears of pay cuts. Unsurprising. These are sentiments shared by transport workers worldwide. Yet 1 in 3 of our Singaporeans also remain confident that drivers would continue to play an important role. So we dug deeper. We sat with bus captains and asked them to walk us through a day's work. Not what their job description said, but what they actually did. What they told us turned our assumptions upside down. On paper, we assumed driving was the core of a bus captain's job, perhaps 80% of their tasks. Our captains told us it is closer to 20%. The other 80% helping elderly passengers board safely, managing crowding, de-escalating difficult situations, giving directions, being a calm and reassuring presence on board, and even telling passengers that they can only have a singing performance when seated. These are deeply human responsibilities that no autonomous vehicle can replace. This has profound implications. If we had acted on our paper assumptions about the bus captain role, we would have misjudged job sizes, skills requirements, and salary structures, creating inequitable outcomes for workers and HR planning disasters for organizations alike. Getting the job description right is not a bureaucratic exercise. It is the foundation on which all of job redesign rests. Mr. Speaker, the unions and the Tripartite Job Council will continue to walk the ground, but we cannot do this alone, not if we are serious about job redesign at scale. I call on the government to resource this properly, to fund systematic study and mapping of actual job roles and workflows so that job redesign is built on ground truths and not just assumptions. Mr. Speaker, my second point is this. For AI transformation to succeed, workers and customers must be at the center of the reimagination process of what AI can bring to workers and businesses. Not consulted after the fact, not informed of decisions already made, at the center, right from the start. AI will transform work as we know it, but where exactly it will land, which tasks, which roles, which industries, well, nobody can fully predict that. That is precisely why the reimagination process matters so much. We cannot wait until the dust settles. We have to build, prepare, and yes, dare to dream of what an AI-powered workplace can look like, together with our workers. And the most important lesson I've taken from visiting companies in transformation is this. When you involve workers early and genuinely, they do not resist change. They drive it. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about Trusted Hub, a Singapore SME, 25 years in the business of data processing, which at its heart actually is what AI is. Rewind to 2001, Trusted Hub was handling government submissions from members of public, stacks and stacks of paper, photocopiers, faxes, prints. Fast forward to 2026, same business, more or less the same clients, but a completely different way of working. AI now processes much of the data, taking the load off their staff. What impressed me when I visited was not the technology, it was the people. Because Trusted Hub brought their workers into a reimagination process as stakeholders, not passengers, the majority of their staff have upskilled themselves to program AI agents, creating both enterprise and innovation value for the company. And the oldest AI agent programmer in the company, a gentleman in his 60s, self-taught. And this is what happens when you do not underestimate your workers. I've spoken in this house before about Fair Price's Store of Tomorrow at Punggol Coast Mall, featured at international trade shows as a model for the supermarket of the future, and a living showcase of how technology can make work better, easier, and safer for our workers. It displaces fear not with words, but with evidence people can walk into and see for themselves. But what made it work was not the AI, it was the process. Workers and unions shape and design the system, not inherit it, and because of that, staff did not just accept the change, they owned it. And what I want is more of this. Stores of tomorrow, bus interchanges of tomorrow, restaurants of tomorrow, clinics of tomorrow. Living test beds that allow reimagination to happen not just within companies, but across clusters and our communities, so that conversations about AI in the workplace can take place openly, candidly, and with imagination rather than dread. Very much like my Punggol residents watching our autonomous shuttles glide by, a low hum of anxiety, yes, but definitely fringe with a dash of awe. While the shape of tomorrow's workplace is still forming, one thing is clear. Putting workers and work processes at the center of transformation is not optional. It is the method. What does it look like in practice? It is Chaitian Maintenance offering $200 training allowance to workers who volunteer to be trained on their robo-sweepers, making transformation something workers choose and not something done to them. It is Grab working with unions to assess whether an AV shuttle safety driver can sustain a full 8-hour shift on continuous alert because worker welfare is part of the design and not an afterthought. And it is a British entrepreneur who has started calling his AI bots AI employees to remind himself and his team that AI is not about replacing people, but about changing roles. These are not grand gestures. They are small, deliberate, but very significant acts that normalize AI in the workplace and make it something workers can see themselves thriving in rather than being displaced by. And this involves responsible employers, progressive employees, and indeed a supportive and nurturing government. It is the tripartite way. And it is why the Tripartite Jobs Council matters so much, to organize, to set the tone right from the start on how AI is embedded and rewarded in everyday company life. Mr. Speaker, this is the real answer to unfounded fears about AI displacement. Not reassurances, but evidence. Evidence that when workers are treated as co-creators, transformation is faster, adoption is stronger, and outcomes are better for everyone. The Tripartite Jobs Council is well placed to drive this reimagination work at every level through company training committees, CTC Queen Bees at cluster level, and sectoral AI uplift plans across industries. Our Queen Bees can bring their contractor ecosystems along, as what FairPrice did with their store of tomorrow. And unions will do what we do best, walk with workers and management through what the road ahead looks like and what new roles are emerging along the way. But, Mr. Speaker, this really requires investment and intentionality. I call on the government to resource sectoral AI uplift plans for industries, retail, logistics, healthcare, with the same deliberateness that has started to guide our AV roadmap for public transport. Workers deserve to know not just that AI is coming, but where the next test bits will be, what the new jobs will look like, and how to get there. Clarity is not a luxury for workers standing at the crossroads. Well, it is everything. Mr. Speaker, my third point is this. Even the best-run AI transition will see jobs disappearing and some occupations finding the tasks they do taken over by AI. And that is the honest truth. And we should not paper over it with optimism. Hence, transition support must be real, it must be timely, and it must reach those who need it most. We owe our workers a system that catches them before they fall too far and gets them back to a good job as quickly as possible. And that system must start with job redesign, not as an afterthought, but as a first line of defense. If we redesign jobs well and early, we reduce the number of workers who need to be caught in the first place. The best transition support is one that makes the cliff shorter to begin with. And that is why the signal we send to enterprise matters so much. AI grants must be tied to mandatory job redesign requirements and productivity gains linked to workers' outcomes. If these enterprises are unable to retain our workers, these companies should be required to notify the government early on personnel whom they are unable to retain so that these displaced workers can be assisted by E2I and our newly formed Tripartite Jobs Council. This will be the assurance to workers that Singapore's AI transition will not result in jobless growth and that we keep the transition time to a new good job as short as possible. Mr. Speaker, I'm heartened by our Prime Minister's assurance during Budget 2026 that the autonomous vehicle transition will be managed carefully with close engagement with platform worker associations and our drivers. As advisor to the National Taxi Association and the National Private Hire Vehicles Association, I want to speak directly to that. In Mandarin, please, Speaker. 我们的德士和私造车司机已经在竞争激烈、油价高涨的环境中打拼。如今看到榜额的自动驾驶车上路，听到自动驾驶巴士试点的消息，心里难免有一份不太说出口的担忧。他们不是要我们停止科技发展，但他们需要的不只是安慰，而是清楚的方向。自动驾驶的地理围栏会如何初步推行？时间表是怎么样？新岗位，例如我们的远程操作员、安全监督员，正在出现。我希望有意愿的司机能够得到支持，受到培训，顺利的转型。对于暂时无法转型的司机，我希望 SWDA 能细致了解他们各自的需要。他们不是一个单一群体，不能用一种方式来对待。这不只是平台司机的问题，我们的技工技术人员用双手维持着新加坡的运作，但在人工智能的讨论中，他们往往没有被看见。他们的贡献也长期未获予足够的重视。我很高兴人力部已经在电工领域开始推动，我们要继续努力，为技工建立更有前景、更受尊重的 的职业路程，善用人工智能，增强他们的能力，而不是取代他们的判断力。Mr. Speaker, the workers most exposed to AI disruptions are often the ones with the least buffer, least savings, least flexibility, least time to wait for a system to catch up with them. And that is why our response must be tripartite in the fullest sense. Employers and platform partners must lean in as their business models evolve and not step back. This means staying involved in transition support, co-sharing training costs, covering opportunity costs, and supporting workers through employment and post-employment pathways. Unions will do what we have always done, walk the ground, listen, and shape livelihood opportunities alongside our workers, and we will continue to jaga rumah by keeping watch on what other jurisdictions are doing, from China's internet court ruling that AI replacement alone is not grounds for dismissals, to California's requirement for human safety operators on autonomous vehicles. These are signals of a world working out where the boundaries are. Singapore must learn from them and, when necessary, get ahead of them. And government must design transition support around the people who need it, and not around what is administratively convenient. This is a standard we must hold ourselves to. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude with 3 calls to the government. Give time. Job redesign cannot be rushed. It requires sitting with workers, understanding what their work really is, not just what the JD says, and going back to the ground when the first answer turns out to be incomplete, as ours was with bus captains. Companies need to be supported through this and not just pushed into it. Give help on the reimagination piece. Most companies, especially our SMEs, cannot do this alone. I look to the government to provide practical facilitation, frameworks, and funding that makes job redesign achievable. And I look to our leading companies, our queen bees, to step forward, share what has been worked on, and bring their sectors along with them. Transformation that stays within one company is transformation that's only half done. Make NTUC the link way. Our unions, our E2I, our Tripartite Jobs Council, we are already on the ground in the companies with our CTCs sitting across the table from workers and employers every day. We have trust that took many, many years to build. Our labor movement is ready to be the connective tissue of this transition, matching displaced workers to redesign roles, advocating for fair treatment, and holding everyone, including ourselves, to account. SWDA and our agencies must build on this. Mr. Speaker, I think back to that autonomous shuttle gliding through Punggol. Our workers watching it are not asking us to stop it. They are asking us to make sure that as it moves forward, they move forward too. That is the answer we owe them. Not just a promise, a plan. And I believe that AI transition with no jobless growth is possible, not because the technology would take care of it, but because we will. If we consult workers properly, involve them in the reimagination of their work, and back that up with transition support that actually reaches the people who need it most. I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Jaragia.
I declare my interest as the owner and director of a company that provides software to training providers. Mr. Speaker, we face a structural threat to our workforce. For decades, Singapore's economic model has been built on the premise that a highly educated and skilled workforce would hold the keys to a prosperous future and be a buffer against economic storms. However, we are now in the midst of a paradigm shift where artificial intelligence is not only augmenting human capability, but in many ways replacing it. Unlike past economic cycles, where such turbulence could be written off as an episode of creative destruction, AI promises to be a harbinger of a fundamental shift in our economic and social relationships. Taking this concept further, it would even impact the roles that the government plays in mediating between the individual and society. Today, we must recognize that the very nature of labor's economic power is changing. Failure to address this issue, even as productivity soars, will lead to an entrenched lower and middle class with a loss of economic agency. This concern is articulated by Jasmine Sun in an opinion piece for the New York Times, where she identifies the San Francisco consensus, a growing recognition that the hiring of young workers in highly AI-exposed occupations is already in decline. She reminds us of the risk of a resulting permanent underclass, where the gains of technology are concentrated in the hands of a very few. Not all the evidence points towards catastrophe. A 2025 US National Bureau of Economic Research working paper found that tasks with higher AI exposure do experience reduced labor demand. However, overall employment effects have so far been modest, as productivity gains offset some displacement. Similarly, a study published in the Quarterly Journal of Economics by MIT's Danielle Lee and Stanford's Eric Brynjolfsson found that generative AI tools boosted worker productivity by nearly 15%, with the greatest gains among the less experienced workers, just suggesting AI can be a ladder, not just a trapdoor. It should be noted that these studies examined early and controlled deployments. As agentic AI scales across entire industries simultaneously, the distributional consequences may be more severe and swifter than early productivity research would suggest. We cannot be certain which trajectory Singapore is on. The asymmetry of risk demands that we prepare for the harder scenario, not the easier one. This concern is shared by the very architects of the AI revolution. In 2021, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman predicted in his blog post, Moore's Law for Everything, that AI would shift power from labor to capital, positing that if public policy does not adapt accordingly, most people will end up worse off than they are today. Crucially, Altman was not fatalistic. He argued that the proactive redistribution of AI-driven wealth, including giving citizens equity stakes in the economy, could make this a broadly prosperous transition. Similarly, Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, has observed that the health of a democracy is premised on the average person having leverage through creating economic value, a view he expressed in his 2024 essay, Machines of Loving Grace. The erosion of that leverage is a deeply concerning prospect that requires a bold and structural policy response. Singapore is uniquely positioned to lead this response and to capture the genuine economic opportunities AI presents for our people. As a small, open economy with a highly educated workforce, strong institutions, and well-capitalized sovereign wealth funds, we have the tools to act swiftly and structurally compared to many larger nations. But that window of opportunity will not remain open indefinitely. Where cost arbitrage made offshoring attractive, AI could erode that advantage, not by bringing those jobs back, but by enabling small teams of skilled Singaporeans to do the work that once required hundreds of offshore workers. The opportunity is not in reshoring in the traditional sense, but the concentration of higher value orchestration and oversight roles here at home, where trust, institutional quality, and proximity to decision makers matter. And AI's equalizing potential extends beyond white-collar work. A blue-collar worker who struggles with English could dictate in their mother tongue and have AI render it as professional documentation in real time, freeing them to focus on their craft rather than their grammar. AI should be an equalizer that elevates the technical master, not a wedge that stratifies our workforce. AI tools can also power a new breed of local startups by enabling small, hyper-efficient teams to create immense value and scale, achieving global reach with minimal manpower. Singapore must therefore be at the forefront of this shift, while ensuring that benefits accrue to all citizens. This will require workers and entrepreneurs who are trained, skilled, and adept at harnessing AI tools and innovations and empowering their employees to do the same. Our current efforts to reskill Singaporeans are often hampered by the trap of low-utility external training programs, which produce certifications that lack real-world currency in an AI-driven economy. These programs enrich training providers while leaving workers with skills that have little economic value. This misalignment risks creating a two-speed economy where capital owners and tech-integrated firms leave behind those stuck in the slow lane of traditional employment, leading to a fundamental erosion of social cohesion and increasing the risk of long-term structural unemployment. To address this, I propose the establishment of a national AI equity fund. This fund is a necessary safeguard to maintain the integrity of our social contract. It is a strategic surplus transfer from enterprises which benefit immensely from AI back to Singaporeans to facilitate our collective stability. I will elaborate on the precise funding mechanisms shortly after I explain the uses of the fund. I propose the fund be organized in two distinct pillars. The first is a social dividend, where revenue is distributed as a direct payout to every adult Singapore citizen. I propose an initial citizen dividend of $500 per adult citizen, scaling upward as fund contributions grow. This is modest by design. It is not meant to replace income, but to provide a tangible signal that every Singaporean has ownership in our shared future. Based on our current citizen population, this would cost approximately $1.5 billion annually, or less than 10% of last year's budget surplus, and provide a meaningful return to every Singaporean household. This would serve as a social floor, ensuring that the gains from national digital prosperity provide tangible peace of mind and dignity for all. This dividend will provide an additional cushion for families as the nature of work evolves. It also allows Singapore to reap the full productivity benefits of AI without overly exacerbating social inequality. An argument could be made that the CDC vouchers already do this, but those are entirely discretionary. The social dividend I propose is a structural entitlement, a function of receipts rather than what the fiscal mood of the moment happens to be. That distinction matters enormously for a family planning its future. The other portion of the fund will be dedicated to a mastery fund, which will be an employer-led, on-the-job training model that moves training out of the classroom and into every enterprise. I propose that the mastery fund provide a mastery apprentice wage, covering 50% of the gross salary capped at the median wage for 6 months for any Singapore citizen entering or transitioning into an AI-augmented role. This rewards the workers' effort in adapting while lowering the barrier for firms to hire, train, and retain talent in this volatile market. Recognizing that many SMEs lack the capacity to design structured OJT programs, I propose that the fund also finance a pool of expert OJT consultants. These consultants, experienced in OJT design, will rotate between firms to structure OJT blueprints tailored to each firm's specific needs. This will help SMEs fill their talent gap while also addressing the need to create new steps in the ladder of training and apprenticeships for new entrants into the marketplace. Furthermore, I suggest a mentorship credit be provided to employers to compensate senior staff for the time they spend on structured mentorship, turning our workplaces into true academies of mastery and ensuring that skills remain relevant to the actual needs of the economy. The Mastery Fund should be made available to all business entities and societies that are founded and based in Singapore, including micro-enterprises. The use of funds should be closely monitored to ensure that it genuinely contributes to AI mastery within each firm. I estimate the annual cost of the Mastery Fund to be approximately $1.42 billion. Now let me set out the financing details. The first source of marginal increase of 2 percentage points. The first source is a marginal increase of 2 percentage points of the corporate income tax rate for firms with annual profits exceeding $100 million. By focusing on these companies, we capture the automation surplus from those best positioned to drive growth through AI rather than headcount. Whether global tech firms or traditional giants, these enterprises are at the forefront of decoupling revenue from labor. This tax increase will generate an estimated $1.5 billion annually, ensuring that gains from record-breaking efficiency are recycled back into the National AI Equity Fund for the benefit of all Singaporeans. The second source is a targeted increase in the utilization of our investment returns. I propose raising the maximum net investment returns taken into the budget from 50% to 52.5%, with this additional 2.5% flowing directly into the fund. Based on current estimates, this would raise approximately $1.45 billion annually. Our sovereign wealth entities, GIC and Temasek, have been early movers into the AI space, investing in foundational firms like Anthropic and committing billions to the AI infrastructure partnership alongside Microsoft, BlackRock, and NVIDIA. As these global investments profit from the automation of labor worldwide, it is only right that we recycle a modest portion of those gains back into our own workforce. Reallocating 2.5% is not a radical request. It ensures our reserves provide more than just financial stability, but also the long-term economic agency of every Singaporean. As we look toward the future, we cannot simply assume that displaced workers will transition smoothly into new roles as they have in previous technological revolutions. The steam engine did not replace human judgment, but AI may do just that. That is precisely why passive reskilling is insufficient and why the financial security of a social dividend is needed. Workers shifting towards less automatable roles in entrepreneurship, care work, the skilled trades, sports, and the arts do not just need training, but time and security to make that leap. Certainly, new jobs will emerge that we cannot yet imagine, but we must build a system robust enough to support our people, even if that emergence is slower or more unevenly distributed than we would otherwise hope. The National AI Equity Fund provides a financial buffer for Singaporeans to make these transitions with confidence. During this year's Committee of Supply debate, I proposed a youth wage credit scheme, a targeted wage subsidy for employers who hire younger Singaporean workers. The National AI Equity Fund extends that logic into a broader, longer-term framework for all Singaporeans navigating the AI transition and other technological disruptions. Mr. Speaker, the National AI Equity Fund is a renewal of our social contract for the digital age. We cannot allow AI to become a wedge that fractures our society. Instead, we must use it to become the greatest equalizer our nation has ever known. By establishing the social dividend and the Mastery Fund, we give every Singaporean a direct stake in our digital prosperity and the resources to stay ahead of the curve. Let us make it our goal to ensure that as machines grow more capable, our people grow more secure. By acting now, we can ensure that technological progress serves the dignity and economic agency of every Singaporean. So I support the motion.
Ms. Bolison.
Mr. Speaker, in this sitting and indeed in the past few sittings, few speeches have been made without mentioning the age of AI. Much has also been said by the government about how the global disruption will impact our play, our work, and our lives. In policy making, there is always the binary choice: ride this AI wave or be submerged and be left behind. Now, this is Hobson's choice, and the answer is obvious. But we cannot ask the question of a straw man. Singapore is a small, open, and digitally connected economy, and AI will be a fact of economic life. The government has said that it will grow our economy, support our businesses, and take care of our workers. But there is a difference between policy making in the ministries and implementation on the ground. At street level, the AI transition looks intimidating, expensive, and for many middle-aged workers, a place of anxiety and confusion. This is the first wave of change and maybe the hardest. Government, businesses, unions, and workers must struggle together to ride out this wave. And during this transition, some jobs will disappear, but new jobs will also emerge. Left to the market, there will only be growth where the strongest, fittest, and most able benefit. In a city where the law of the economic jungle operates unfettered, let us be honest, the AI transition will benefit some, but not all. This growth will not lead to better and more prosperous lives for all. But that is not the job for the market. That is our job. All of us here in this House must bend the market to our will. To create more high-value jobs for Singaporeans and retrain displaced workers, but to do so in a way that also meets the business imperative for profits so that our economy can continue to grow in the long run. We have built Singapore on solutions that met both interests in the past, and we must do so again in the future. Let me talk concretely about two ways that AI can benefit our workers. We used to say that people are Singapore's only resource. We are now a super-aged society with total fertility rate of 0.87. Our resource pool is shrinking. Human resource is now the key bottleneck and cost driver for most businesses, especially SMEs, which are hiring 70% of local workforce. If businesses close down, more workers will lose their jobs, and even those not threatened by AI. Our businesses have faced worsening labor shortages over the past decade. The 2025 Manpower Group's latest talent shortage survey reveals that nearly 4 in 5 employers in the Asia-Pacific region are struggling to find skilled talent, with 77% reporting difficulties. In particular, many jobs that Singaporeans cannot or will not do are done by non-Singaporeans. But there is a limit to our dependence on foreign workers, including political and social constraints. We need AI-powered robots to replace foreign workers in roles that no Singaporean would want to do or can do. For instance, heavy-duty roles in construction, maritime, and aviation sectors that are exposed to the harsh elements of a warming climate. This will be a game changer for us. The next frontier is in physical generative AI, or embodied AI. In more recent times, generative AI technologies have been integrated with physical systems, enabling machines to interact and adapt to the real world. It enables robots to learn complex tasks such as manipulation and navigation via simulation and transferring intelligence from digital models to real-world hardware. Put simply, robots and humanoids capable of thinking and even perceiving can be deployed in unstructured and dynamic environments to assist or even replace human workers. In recent months, companies such as Dexterity AI, Figure AI, and Unitary Robotics have demonstrated their capabilities in AI-powered robots and humanoids in specialized roles. Unlike generative AI tools like ChatGPT that trawl the internet to train its models, physical generative AI tools need to be trained in contextualized environments for the roles and tasks they are set out to do. Over time, these physical AI capabilities will mature and become accessible to businesses facing manpower shortage. And these AI-powered robots can help our businesses overcome manpower constraints, lower costs, and increase profitability. Physical AI robots are good at repetitive tasks, but cannot replace every single role. Jobs and process redesigned into man-machine hybrid teams will be the new norm. Seniors and women can join the transformed workforce with repetitive, heavy-duty roles done by robots and complex supervisory roles performed by humans. It will be a new model of freedom and empowerment unimaginable today, but a reality in the very near future. Singaporeans can be upskilled as supervisors of robots. New high-value job roles such as design, build, and maintenance of these AI robots will be created for young engineers and technicians. And more Singaporeans can retire at a later age if they wish to, since their roles will become less physically demanding. Seniors and women can join industries previously dominated by those with stronger physical abilities. And robots also do not carry any social baggage. Mr. Speaker, the transition to AI-powered robots is my area of work, and this is the vision we are working towards, to solve real problems for businesses and elevate the quality of life for workers. I feel strongly that our AI transition should be focused in customizing physical generative AI solutions for our industries so as to help every Singaporean on this journey of empowerment. Prime Minister Lawrence Wong outlined 4 key pillars for our national AI strategy. In particular, in the advanced manufacturing and transport connectivity sectors, AI-powered robots will indeed be the force multiplier. Are we ready for this transition? Not yet. We are well positioned for it, but we must move fast. And I would suggest the following 6 steps. 1. Unions should forecast which are the types of jobs and sectors at risk, as well as numbers of workers that may be displaced. 2. MOM should fund retraining for affected workers to prepare them for other roles or other industries. 3. Workers should also step up, learn new skills, and be open to new job opportunities. 4. MOE and IHLs should redesign academic programs to shift students away from fields already taken over by AI. All IHL students should learn AI tools relevant for their disciplines. 5. MTI should attract more world-class physical generative AI companies to set up headquarters in Singapore and attract talents for R&D. 6. Businesses should be open to work with AI companies to automate and redesign work processes, revamp job roles, and create man and machine hybrid teams. Mr. Speaker, I would like to share a few points in Malay. Tuan Speaker, peralihan Singapura ke arah penggunaan AI perlu diuruskan secara bersama oleh pemerintah, perniagaan, kesatuan sekerja dan para pekerja agar manfaatnya tidak dinikmati secara tidak seimbang. AI physical juga boleh membantu mengurangkan masalah kekurangan tenaga kerja serta membentuk semula dunia pekerjaan kepada pasukan kerja yang menggabungkan manusia dan mesin. Melalui reka bentuk semula pekerjaan, peningkatan kemahiran dan pembaharuan pendidikan, para pekerja boleh beralih kepada peranan yang bernilai lebih tinggi. Manakala perniagaan pula dapat berkembang dengan tahap produktiviti yang lebih tinggi. Untuk menyokong peralihan ini, sokongan dan pengawal seliaan pemerintah amat penting. Hal ini dapat membantu membiayai latihan semula bekerja, mewujudkan pekerjaan yang bernilai lebih tinggi, menarik syarikat AI terkemuka, serta memastikan AI digunakan secara beretika demi manfaat masyarakat secara menyeluruh. In the near future, a new AI ecosystem will emerge. Technology companies create AI solutions, businesses own them, and workers leverage them. But the government must set the rules. AIs must be used as a force for good and not for criminal and harmful exploits. Establishing the ethics around AI use will make the difference between our society benefiting from the use of AI or becoming enslaved by it. But there is also a deeper moral question relating to AI. AI is artificial. It has no intrinsic good, no value in and of itself. We in this House have a duty to bend the market in the use of AI, not just to forbid what is criminal, but to enable what is fair, good, and just. We must ensure that the AI transition does not merely create growth, but creates jobs, benefits workers, strengthens businesses, and elevates communities. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude my points in Mandarin. 议长先生，新加坡的人工智能转型需要政府、企业、工会和工人共同努力，以确保企业和工人都能受益，并支持与帮助受影响的员工。这包括提供再培训，并扩大教育的范围，创造更高价值的工作岗位，让更多国能够尽快适应变化。物理生成人工智能，也就是把机器人与生成式人工智能结合，可以缓解劳动力短缺的局限，尤其是在建筑、航空和海事等行业。某些艰难和高风险的蓝领工作，能够用智能机器来取代，把原有的工作岗位重塑为人机团队。我想提出几个支持人工智能转型的关键步骤：一、企业应自动化并重新设计工作范围；二、工会应预计受人工智能冲击的工作岗位；三、工人应持续学习再培训；四、政府应拟定使用人工智能的明确规则。全国性的转型不仅仅是为了追求更高的经济增长，而是让各个社会群体都能够受益。Mr. Speaker, the motion on which I rise to speak today asks for us to affirm that AI transition must not lead to jobless growth. And this must is not an empirical prediction, nor is it empty rhetoric. It is political resolve. AI in this free market may or may not be the new model of freedom and empowerment for our people. It is our resolve that makes it so. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, the motion before this House calls for an AI transition that does not leave Singapore's workers behind. The Prime Minister, the Labour Chief, the government as a whole have all said the same in the past months, that this is what they intend. What I want to examine this afternoon is whether the policy architecture we have is equal to the commitment we are being asked to affirm. Mr. Speaker, every AI deployment a firm makes is at its heart a choice. The firm can use AI to make its existing workers more capable, more productive, more valuable than they were before, or it can use AI to do without those workers entirely. The economist's shorthand for this is augmentation as opposed to automation. Augmentation, where AI works alongside the worker, and automation, where AI replaces them. Stanford economist Eric Brynjolfsson, one of the leading academic voices on AI and labor markets, has made a convincing case that in an unaided market, without deliberate policies steering in the other direction, incentives systematically favor automation. Firms find it easier and cheaper to deploy AI to replace workers than to retrain them. The tax code, the labor market institutions, the cost structures of capital all tilt the playing field. Even though augmentation creates more total value over time, more good jobs, broader prosperity, and a fairer distribution of the gains, the default trajectory of an unguided system is automation. The government's chosen and declared direction is augmentation. The motion before us today assumes augmentation. The Labour Chief in this chamber yesterday put the same commitment in his own words. Not AI instead of workers, but AI working for workers. The philosophical direction is settled across the aisle. The substantive question is whether our policy architecture matches it. Now, there are three places where our architecture is currently miscalibrated. Three places where today the system is permitting automation despite promises to the contrary. The Labour Chief yesterday said that AI is also reshaping PME jobs in higher-end professions like doctors, lawyers, and accountants. The Prime Minister has said much the same. AI will affect Singapore's professionals, PMETs who have spent years building specialist careers and who are now being told that the ground below them is moving. At his May Day rally last week, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong said, "We may not be able to protect every job, but we will protect every worker." The question is whether the instrument the government has chosen, the Skills Future Job Seeker Support Scheme, delivers on that promise. The Prime Minister has termed the Job Seeker Support Scheme the Singapore way, a more pragmatic, more Singaporean alternative to the redundancy insurance that is the Workers' Party's preferred solution. That reads the Singapore tradition backwards. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Chief said in the Chamber yesterday that financial support during transition is not welfare, it is an investment in worker outcomes. By that test, the Singapore tradition has long been built on investments of exactly that kind. The Central Provident Fund, MediShield Life, MediSave, these are all universal contributory schemes paid out when life's major contingencies hit. Each catches every worker because the contingency it insures against can hit every worker. That is the Singapore way. The Job Seeker Support Scheme is not built in that tradition. It is a tax-funded grant gated on pre-redundancy income, closer in design to a means-tested assistance than to insurance against contingency. As currently configured, it pays up to $6,000 over 6 months in tapering monthly installments, starting at $1,500 and ending at $750 over the last 3 months. And it is only available to workers who earn $5,000 a month or less before they were made redundant. Now, the Labour Chief acknowledged in this chamber yesterday that the ceiling excludes PMEs who face the same displacement risk in the AI era, and has proposed raising the ceiling, the qualifying ceiling, to closer to the PME median gross income level. If this proposal is adopted, it is movement in the direction that the WP has long argued for. But Mr. Ng's proposal moves the line, ours would remove it. Raising the ceiling lets more workers into the scheme, but it does not change what the scheme does for them. For those who do qualify under any ceiling, the taper carries its own message. A payment that starts high and slowly reduces is not a floor. It is a countdown. And a countdown pushes a worker to take the first offer, not the right one. MOM's own data tells us why this matters. Of retrenched residents in the final quarter of last year, 43.6% of PMETs had not found new employment within 6 months. That is the cohort that the Job Seeker Support Scheme runs out on. And of those who do find work within 6 months, roughly 4 in 10 return at lower wages than before. So they took what was available and not what their experience was worth. Most of us have experienced how the higher up the career ladder you climb, the longer it takes for you to find your next role. Mr. Speaker, a PMET who's pushed by a 6-month countdown into a lower paid job that they did not want has experienced exactly the automation outcome that the government's framework was supposed to prevent, with a small cushion attached for the fall. Raising the ceiling only widens the cohort, but it does not shorten the countdown. Mr. Speaker, the Workers' Party's proposal for a redundancy insurance scheme is built in the actual Singapore tradition. We pay out 40% of last drawn salary with no income ceiling and no tapering mechanism. It is funded by employer-employee contributions in the same model as the CPF, and it covers every worker who pays in, including the professionals the Labour Chief has identified as the most exposed, because the contingency it insures against does not stop at $5,000, $7,600, or any other ceiling Parliament may set. The Prime Minister said we must protect every worker. The instrument the government has selected does not. The Workers' Party does. Mr. Speaker, when a firm is contemplating a major AI deployment, it stands at a fork in the road. Down one path, it retains the existing workers and retrains them to operate alongside the AI. Down the other, it retrenches, runs leaner, brings in a smaller, AI-fluent workforce. The first is augmentation. The second is automation. But what does our tax code say to the firm at that decision point? The current architecture rewards activity. It rewards capital expenditure on AI. It rewards expenditure on training. These are good things to reward, but what the architecture does not currently do is reward the choice itself. A firm that retrenches its existing workers and trains a smaller set of new hires receives the same fiscal treatment as a firm that retain and retrain its existing workforce. A firm that buys AI to replace workers receives the same fiscal treatment as a firm that buys AI to augment them. The tax code is silent at the fork. And as Brionson previously observed, silence at the fork is not neutrality in consequence. When the tax code does not actively reward retention, the underlying economics tilts firms towards retrenchment. Labor is, after all, the most expensive line on a balance sheet, and labor costs are permanent in a way that one-off training costs are not. An unaided market would choose retrenchment. Yesterday, Mr. Ng defended the CTC framework in this chamber as the mechanism that ties enterprise transformation to worker progression and proposed expanding it through the new tripartite Jobs Council. CTC operates at the project level for firms that engage with it, with grant funding attached. Expanding its reach scales the grant model, but does not change the broader fiscal architecture that every firm operates within, whether it or not it is within the CTC scheme. And it is this broader fiscal architecture that shapes CFO's financial decision-making at the decision point. In February in this House, I proposed a retraining tax credit, a deduction available only to firms that can demonstrate that they have retained an existing worker into an AI-augmented role, rather than retrenching them. It is this missing conditional piece that will give firms a fiscal signal precisely at the point where they have to make a decision. This retraining tax credit would reward a proactive choice instead of simply investing in AI. The fourth limb of this motion affirms that economic progress must remain inclusive. That is a commitment about distribution, not just growth. My colleague Gerald Giam has proposed a national AI equity fund to deliver on that commitment structurally. The instrument I am proposing today is the diagnostic tool that any redistributive mechanism, including Mr. Giam's, needs to operate on. Because the third condition for an augmentation strategy to be real is verification. Mr. Speaker, augmentation is, in the end, a testable claim. It makes a prediction that wages in the sectors where AI is being deployed alongside workers will track the productivity gains that these workers help to create. If that prediction holds, the framework that the government has adopted is being delivered as advertised. If productivity rises in these sectors but wages do not move alongside it, then what is being delivered is something other than augmentation, whatever language we use to describe it. Right now, we have very few mechanisms and very few systematic ways of telling which is occurring. The government is investing serious public money at scale in 4 national AI mission sectors: advanced manufacturing, connectivity, finance, and healthcare. Public funds are flowing into these sectors and more through the CTC grants, the newly formed Tripartite Jobs Council, the Skills and Workforce Development Agency, and various enterprise transformation programs. These are appropriate investments, but public investment creates a corresponding public accountability obligation. Where public money goes in, the public has a right to know what is coming out and to whom. So what I'm asking for is a targeted transparency mechanism, an annual AI gains audit scoped specifically to the 4 national AI missions to start, reporting to Parliament on how productivity gains from state-backed AI investments are being distributed between wages and returns to capital. Over time, its scope and coverage can be expanded. In February, in my budget speech, I framed this as a distribution question. Today, with this motion before the House asking us to affirm that economic progress must remain inclusive, I propose it again as something more fundamental. The AI gains audit is the most direct instrument available to Parliament to test whether the government's chosen direction of augmentation is actually being delivered. If the gains are being shared with workers, the audit will say so, and the framework will have evidence to back its claim. If they are not, we will know before the gap becomes a chasm and before this motion becomes a statement of hope rather than of policy. Mr. Speaker, the choice between augmentation and automation is not made in one day. It is made every day by the architecture of the schemes we run, the tax code we maintain, and the data we choose to collect. Whatever the House says today, that architecture will keep making the choice on our behalf. Right now, My position is that the architecture pushes workers towards the first available job rather than the right one. Our tax code says nothing to affirm at the fork between retraining workers and retaining them. And we have built no mechanism to tell whether the gains from public AI investment are reaching the people whose name that investment has been made. And that's why I support this motion. I urge the government to give it the architecture it requires so that we can make sure that every worker, no worker is left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare that I'm a business owner of a private orthopedic practice, which is unionized, and also an advisor to the Health Services Employees Union, HSEU. I rise in support of the motion, an AI transition with no jobless growth. AI is already here. It is not a pilot. It is already becoming a platform. So our question is not whether we adopt AI, we will. The broader question is whether we grow without leaving our workers behind. In the next decade, Singapore should be judged not by how fast we deploy AI, by how well we translate adoption into better jobs, better wages, and stronger trust at the workplace. I speak in three roles today: as a professional, as a parent, and as a member of parliament listening to my residents. First, the professional anxiety. Many PMETs, they are not afraid of technology. They are uneasy about the uncertainty because AI rarely replaces the whole job. It unbundles tasks, it compresses teams, it changes what employers hire for. And when you cannot see how your role evolves, anxiety rises. Second, the parental anxiety. Parents today ask very simple questions. Will my child have a fair start? What will entry-level work look like? And if entry-level work shrinks, who will then train the next generation? Third, the resident anxiety. And this is the most practical one. Mid-career workers worry about displacement. Caregivers worry about time. Many people cannot just stop their work to train or retrain. They are not asking for guarantees. They are asking simply for a fair chance and a system that they can navigate. Mr. Speaker, sir, we should be candid about AI. AI is smart, but it is not wise. It can hallucinate, it can sound confident and yet still be wrong. So the future shouldn't be about humans competing with AI. It should be about humans working with AI, with judgment, with verification, and with accountability. So this motion is just not about technology. It's about trust, job redesign, and the worker journey in whole. Trust will determine if this adoption would succeed. If AI is experienced by workers as surveillance, the trust will thin and eventually break. And when trust breaks, adoption will slow and gains will not be sustainable. Prime Minister Wong spoke about protecting every worker and scaling practical tripartite tools like the company training committees for the AI transition. This is the direction we should double down on, and I offer 4 practical moves on this front. First, skills must be a pathway and not a menu. Skills Future is a major national asset, but on the ground, many workers tell me this. It is useful, but it is also overwhelming. Too many courses, too many badges, too little signal. So the problem now is not just access, it is navigation. A worker should not need to scroll for hours to guess what really matters to him or his next job. So I suggest that we curate clearer AI-relevant pathways by sector, by job role, with a clear front door and clear employer recognition. And we can consider additional incentives for those who choose priority courses that support AI-enabled growth, especially when there's a clear employer demand. This could mean higher subsidy tiers or outcome-linked support, such as completion plus interview, attachment, or redeployment pathways, subject to design and feasibility. Second, tie AI adoption to job redesign. Many members have spoke about this. If we fund adoption, we should ask, how will tasks change? How will workers be redeployed? And how do performance measurements continue to remain fair? Productivity must show up as better work and ultimately better wages for our workers, and not only a shrinking headcount. This is not meant to be punitive, it is meant to be practical. This is where our tripartite partners can help with playbooks, with templates and advisory support so that SMEs are not left alone to figure it out. Third, bring AI readiness to the professional sectors like clinics, law firms, accounting firms. Many are small, PMAT heavy and time poor. They want to adopt AI, but they worry about safety, confidentiality, liability, and trust. One practical model already shared in this House is already emerging in healthcare. In April this year, the HSEU and GP Plus Cooperative signed an agreement to train primary care clinic staff in AI awareness and to help primary care clinics adopt technology and redesign their workflows, supported by the company training committee approach and the CTC grants. I observed this partnership up close. The value is in making adoption practical, responsible, and anchored on job redesign and not just a tool rollout. I hope that we can extend this cluster-based CTC-style approach to other professional sectors too, including law and accountancy, so smaller practices can move from uncertainty to readiness with clear governance standards and worker protection. For our workers, support should begin when need is recognized. That means faster job matching, modular training that fits real-life schedules, and practical guidance for responsible transitions. In practice, structured coaching and a clear next step reduces anxiety because it shifts a worker from waiting to acting. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will now speak in Tamil. மாண்புமிகு நாடாளுமன்ற நாயகர் அவர்களே, செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு பற்றி பேசும்பொழுது பலருக்கு கவலை வருகிறது. வேலை போய்விடுமோ என்று, திறன் மதிப்பு குறைந்து விடுமோ என்று, குழந்தைகளின் எதிர்காலம் என்ன ஆகுமோ என்று. இந்த கவலைகள் உண்மையானவையே, கேள்விகளும் கடினமானவையே. ஆனால் இக்கவலைகளுக்கும் கேள்விகளுக்கும் நமது பதில் பயம் அல்ல. செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு வேகமாக வளரலாம், ஆனால் மனிதனின் கருணை, நம்பிக்கை, நியாய உணர்வு, படைப்பாற்றல், மொழி, பண்பாடு இவற்றை எந்த இயந்திரமும் முழுமையாக மாற்ற முடியாது. செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு கணக்கிடும், ஆனால் மனித உறவு, மனித தீர்மானம், மனித பொறுப்பு இவை மனிதரிடமே இருக்கும். அதனால் நாம் பயப்பாதையிலிருந்து பயன் பாதைக்கு மாறி வர வேண்டும். செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு வருவதால் மனிதன் தேவையில்லை என்பதல்ல. செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு வருவதால் மனிதன் செய்ய வேண்டிய முக்கியமான வேலை இன்னும் தெளிவாகிறது. இதில் மனிதநேய கல்வி முக்கியம், மொழி திறன் முக்கியம், கலாச்சார நுணுக்கம் முக்கியம், சமூக புரிந்துணர்வு முக்கியம், சுகாதாரம், பராமரிப்பு, கல்வி, சமூக சேவை, ஆலோசனை, மக்களோடு நேரடி தொடர்பு உள்ள பணிகள் இவை செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு மாற்ற முடியாத துறைகள். தமிழ் மொழியும் தமிழ் பண்பாட்டும் இதற்கு துணை. நம் இலக்கியம் மனித உணர்வை வளர்க்கிறது. நம் பண்பாடு சமூக பொறுப்பை வலுப்படுத்துகிறது. அதுதான் நமது வலிமை. ஆகவே நம் இளைஞர்களிடம் நாம் சொல்ல வேண்டியது இதுதான். செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவை கற்றுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், ஆனால் மனிதனின் வலிமையையும் வளர்த்து கொள்ளுங்கள். கற்றல் என்பது ஒரு சான்றிதழ் மட்டுமல்ல, அது ஒரு பாதை, ஒரு நம்பிக்கை, நம் எதிர்கால திட்டம். வளர்ச்சி வரும்போது வேலை வாய்ப்பும் சேர்ந்து வர வேண்டும். மாற்றத்திற்கான ஆதரவும் சேர்ந்து வர வேண்டும். பயப்பட வேண்டாம், பயன்படுவோம். நன்றி. Mr. Speaker, sir, no jobless growth must mean one thing: growth that workers can feel in wages, in dignity, in a clear next step. So I offer one governing standard. The test is not how many schemes we have. The test is whether a worker can quickly see the right course for the right job at the right time. Whether a parent can feel confident about their child's runway and future, and whether the citizen's journey feels seamless. If we keep this direction and refine delivery with tripartite resolve, Singapore can deploy AI effectively, responsibly, and at speed, while strengthening trust and protecting dignity. With these observations, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Tingru.
Mr. Speaker, Singapore's approach to AI is often cited by international institutions and consultancies like BCG and prominent figures such as IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva. Our technological infrastructure and initiatives to upskill our workers are key parts of how we plan to confront the disruptions and opportunities presented to us by this new and rapidly developing technology. However, we must also recognize and act on an additional uncomfortable reality. Singapore is one of the most vulnerable economies to AI disruption. International estimates suggest that around 60% of workers in advanced economies are in jobs that are highly exposed to AI. For Singapore, that share seems significantly higher. Because we are a high-skill, services-oriented hub, estimates from the IMF indicate that approximately 77% of our local workforce is highly exposed to AI disruption, and our transition is likely to be sharper and more acute than in many other economies. How is AI fundamentally reconfiguring our labor market? This can be understood through three distinct shifts. First, many existing jobs will be transformed from within. AI is taking or already has taken over routine information processing tasks, drafting, summarizing, extracting data, and standardized analysis. Managers, health professionals, and legal professionals are already using AI tools to handle these types of tasks, freeing up time for judgment, complex problem solving, and human interaction. Second, some jobs will be displaced. In what economists call high exposure, low complementarity roles, AI can perform most of the core tasks on its own, and there are fewer reasons to keep humans in the loop. Clerical support workers and many business and administrative associate professionals whose work is built around routine documentation, basic processing, and standardized customer queries face the highest risk that their roles will shrink or even disappear. Advances in agentic AI technology and models have only sharpened this impact. In the UK, some financial institutions like investment banks have relooked their hiring of fresh graduates for certain roles because of AI's automation capabilities. Third, AI will also create new jobs and new demands. We are already seeing rising demand for AI engineers, data scientists, and AI product specialists, but also for data-savvy professionals across finance, healthcare, logistics, and education. These new roles tend to offer higher wages, but only for workers who can supply the right mix of technical and complementary human skills. Yes, indeed, the AI job transformation is already here, and we are in the midst of a major disruption. Yet, the impact will not be uniform across all professions, nor is it and will it affect our society and economy evenly. For now, AI disruption is strongest amongst white-collar workers, especially entry-level roles. Unlike previous technological disruptions that have historically affected blue-collar jobs, AI today will most affect cognitive white-collar roles, a call center agent, an admin officer, or a junior business support executive whose workday is built around standard processes, routine reports, and scripted responses is in a role where AI can perform almost all core tasks. In such high exposure, low complementarity white-collar roles, employers can consolidate positions, slow hiring, or redesign jobs to ensure that fewer people are expected to do more with AI as a simple justification. If we do not address this, the benefits of AI will end up with only a small group of workers. Research suggests that productivity and wealth gains could disproportionately accrue to those best positioned to leverage AI capabilities. One documented economic effect of high-skilled job creation is increased local service demand. Studies from major tech hubs, including San Francisco, indicate that each high-end job is associated with the creation of approximately 4 jobs in local service sectors such as retail and food services. Even if such spillover effects generate more jobs, the quality and availability of these jobs for vulnerable workers is less certain to me. In Singapore, lower wage and routine-intensive roles are more likely to be held by vulnerable worker groups who may also face greater displacement risk from automation. International institutions, including the IMF and World Bank, have noted that AI could exacerbate income inequality in the absence of policy intervention. The extent to which spillover effects from AI-driven growth would benefit lower-income workers remains uncertain. We need Singapore-specific research modeling these distributional impacts and to make this data publicly available to inform more targeted policy responses. We must also remember that Singaporeans are already feeling the strain of rising property prices and higher costs for essential services. These pressures are real. They have been building for some time as we are a small, open economy significantly dependent on capital inflows. Would AI's effects drive further unequal wealth accumulation? It is therefore a fair and pressing question to ask. Could AI-driven economic activity inadvertently add to daily cost pressures? Beyond broad economic pressures, we must turn towards the human face of this transition. As jobs continue to be reshaped and workers continue to be upskilled, we cannot leave behind those who face systemic barriers as our nation progresses towards an AI-ready future. Amongst them are persons with disabilities, women, lower-income Singaporeans, and as well as young graduates. AI can introduce new forms of discrimination against persons with disabilities. As AI algorithms are often trained via pattern recognition, they arrive at determinations based on common patterns within data sets. Thus, if skewed historical data is being used to train AI for example, recruitment processes, AI might reinforce this bias for job applications from persons with disabilities and any other group which historically is not well represented in this space. Female workers, too, face a heightened risk of marginalization from AI. A 2024 IMF report on Singapore's labour market found that women are underrepresented in AI-intensive STEM roles and among workers with AI engineering skills. Women in STEM held 29% of entry-level positions, 24.4% managerial positions, but only 12.12% of C-suite roles. Altogether, this means that they are less represented in what is regarded as the safe side of AI. They would thus be less well-positioned to benefit where AI complements high-skill work. Additionally, International Labour Organization data released in March 2026 found that occupations dominated by women are nearly twice as likely to be exposed to Gen AI risks compared with male-dominated ones, with even stronger differences presenting when looking at high automation risks. Taken together, this creates a double disadvantage. Female workers are less likely to gain from AI's benefits while remaining more vulnerable to displacement. In short, women face higher risk and have fewer opportunities. For our young graduates, new uncertainty has been introduced by the way AI has been reshaping jobs. The erosion of entry-level jobs has presented a catch-22 dilemma for Gen Zs. While companies are still looking to hire professionals for experienced roles, young graduates have fewer opportunities to gain such experiences as jobs are absorbed by AI. With more than 20% of graduates unable to secure full-time permanent roles in 2025, a nearly 5% increase from 2023, and with 60% of graduates claiming that the job search has become difficult, it is only natural that young graduates have become more anxious about landing full-time employment. Adding to this is recent research which has shown that simply being aware of AI's potential to augment or threaten one's job can increase burnout, mainly by heightening job insecurity and emotional exhaustion amongst workers. While AI is often associated with disruption to white-collar work, vulnerable workers and families face significant risks too. Unequal access to AI tools and training could entrench existing disadvantages. Those without the resources of home environments conducive to learning new skills may find themselves falling further behind. If left unaddressed, this risks hardening inequality across generations. Measuring impact on Singapore beyond economic output. What does this mean for Singapore? Just this past week, we have seen the launch of the Marriage and Parenthood Reset Workgroup. What is the effect of AI advances on our birth rate? Economic insecurity has already been cited by young Singaporeans as a reason for delaying or foregoing parenthood. But the barriers go beyond finances. Job uncertainty erodes a sense of stability and confidence in the future, the feeling that one has a firm enough footing to build a family and put down roots. If AI-driven disruption deepens this broader sense of insecurity, we can reasonably expect further downward pressure on our already tragically low total fertility rate. The government has to be even more targeted in ensuring that all workers, regardless of their gender, age, occupation, income, and accessibility needs, are fully prepared for the disruption caused by AI to ease financial pressures on vulnerable workers who are made redundant. This will minimize the uncertainty and toll of unemployment on both workers and their families as AI displacement becomes more commonplace. To ensure our policies are working, we need more public data for us to measure AI-driven disruptions on our labour market. For example, how we measure the success of our AI programs. Following up in response to my parliamentary question on 24 February this year, I noted that the AI apprenticeship program is currently assessed through 3 primary indicators. 1, the total number of practitioners trained. 2, the percentage of AIAP graduates who took up AI engineering-related roles. And 3, the completion and supervision of project quality. It is a good start, but they do not tell us the effects of AI programs and disruptions on different groups of society. These measures focus on throughput rather than equity. We need data on wage trajectories, job quality, and retention in AI roles 2 to 3 years after the program is completed. We need more data. First, the participant data profile should have more details made public. This can include previous occupations, income band before training, age, gender, education, and disability status. This allows us to see where participants come from: high exposure, low complementarity roles, or already high complementarity roles. This will inform if vulnerable groups are even putting their feet through the door. Next, more accurately measuring AI disruption in the wider labour market can come in the form of exposure complementarity mapping, thus understanding whether jobs are high exposure and low complementarity, and to establish a tuned framework to track displacement, wage changes, and job quality across demographic groups. Such data gives the government a clearer picture of how AI is affecting different communities so that support can be directed where it is most needed. Now, I will turn to some thoughts on how our youth can address the challenges of AI. If AI displaces a significant share of entry-level roles, young workers may find fewer opportunities to build the foundational experience traditionally needed to progress into senior positions. One of our nation's solutions could be to better encourage and support entrepreneurship amongst youth. This will allow them to also gain valuable skills independently rather than wait to be picked up to be employed by an established firm. This approach builds on an already open door. AI has greatly reduced barriers to starting a business by being deployed to build websites, analyze data, run marketing, and even automate back-office tasks. We have many schemes for startups, such as grants and boot camps, but do these initiatives adequately provide sustained long-term support across the full life cycle of a burgeoning firm? Moreover, our grant architecture remains milestone-heavy and program-bound, encouraging compliance over competition. We need a culture and framework that recognize the value of a failed startup or that support founder-led networks over time. Drawing on lessons from other entrepreneurial hubs, what are the areas that have inhibited Singapore's ability to establish a more sustainable ecosystem conducive for entrepreneurs? First, we must continue to build sustained informal networks that make an entrepreneurship culture self-sustaining. Our current networks are often program-based and time-limited, skewed towards short-term coaching. Yet, research shows that informal mentorships arising from mutual choice and affinity are far more effective than administrative matching. If mentorship is only linked to short-term grants, our youth may miss out on the benefits that accrue from the trust-based guidance that can be seen in, for example, Silicon Valley. In leading entrepreneurial hubs like Silicon Valley and Shenzhen, informal founder networks have been a critical but often overlooked driver of success. They enable knowledge sharing, supply chain connections, and a spin-out of new ventures from anchor firms. Singapore can gain much from this. While we have anchors like Grab and Block 71, the Asian Development Bank has noted that our ecosystem trails others because our collaboration remains policy-driven rather than organically clustered. How can we reduce administrative burden on founders to ensure that they do not become overly occupied with meeting grant milestones instead of establishing the market a competitiveness they need to survive AI-driven disruption? One possibility is to limit formal reporting to end of grant rather than more regularly to strike a balance. Singapore must also better leverage our anchor firms. Companies like Grab, Sea, and Singtel hold deep reservoirs of technical expertise and industry networks that largely remain locked within the firm. Could we use targeted tax credits or co-investment matching for peer development programs to encourage anchor firms to run structured mentorship and spin-out programs for early-stage founders? This will allow organic networks to form around existing reservoirs of excellence rather than hope that government grant cycles will do so. The private sector must lead, and the government's role should shift from convener and gatekeeper to catalyst. This is how we can start to grow our entrepreneurial system from within industry. We must also learn to value failure. Singapore's culture of economic emphasis and social conformity makes us sometimes afraid to fail. A 2018 PISA study by the OECD found that Singapore students express a greater fear of failure than their peers compared with any other participating country. Yet, entrepreneurship means being tolerant of failure. Founders have to make decisions with incomplete information, and meaningful innovation has to be backed up by some freedom to fail. We have to treat failure as a stepping stone rather than a stigma, or we end up stifling the very ecosystem we are trying to build and leave our youth ill-equipped to flourish in an age of disruption. We can do so by beginning our own transition towards a better space for entrepreneurship, encourage experimentation and normalize entrepreneurial failure as growth and experience. Failure should be a stepping stone, not a dead end. And we began this transition within schools where we have to move away from perfect scores, where we have entrepreneurial projects in schools which expose students to the inner workings of a startup. We should also showcase failed projects for their boldness. Singapore's current bankruptcy framework can also be re-examined to better support entrepreneurs. Currently, founders who fail face the same restrictions as any other bankrupt, with travel bans, director disqualification, and no automatic discharge, regardless of whether their failure was the result of genuine risk-taking or financial misconduct. Could we explore a dedicated pathway for bona fide startup failure, one that allows founders to be discharged sooner, resume directorship more quickly, and have their experience recognized as something valuable rather than a liability? It is not to make failure consequence-free, but to ensure that the cost of an honest bet gone wrong does not permanently deter our most enterprising young Singaporeans from trying again. Finally, it is also my hope that we use our experiences navigating the AI transition to play a regional and global role as other economies too attempt to navigate the disruption. Singapore comes from a place of strength, and we are already intentionally deciding to lead the way when it comes to setting the agenda in global AI governance. Our stewardship role must extend beyond frameworks, and we have to play our part in addressing global imbalances in AI development and use reflected in recent data. World Bank 2025 data show that high-income countries account for 87% of notable AI models, 86% of AI startups, and 91% of venture capital funding, despite representing just 17% of the global population. There is justifiable concern about how vulnerable groups and the global south are woefully represented in the AI space. As responsible world citizens, we can do our part to address this. Regionally, we have already begun developing AI tools tailored to Southeast Asian languages through Project Sea Lion, recognizing that much of the developing world risks being left behind by AI systems built on Western data. We should build on this by championing equitable AI access across ASEAN, exporting our governance expertise to nations that lack the capacity to develop their own frameworks, and ensuring that the rules governing AI reflect not just the interests of the powerful, but the needs of the many. This is not merely an abstract foreign policy ambition. It has direct consequences for jobs here at home. Singapore's standing in the global AI ecosystem gives us leverage to shape how AI tools are built, deployed, and adopted across the region. We should use that leverage intentionally. When our researchers develop AI systems that work across Southeast Asian languages, we create tools that can be deployed in our own service sectors, our hospitals, our schools. When our companies lead in AI adoption, We generate demand for new skills, new roles, and new industries that our workers can be trained into. We must ensure Singaporeans are in the room where these technologies are being built and not merely be on the receiving end of decisions made elsewhere. Our global AI leadership is ultimately an investment in ensuring that the answer is the former. This approach also ultimately has the added benefit of creating more jobs and opportunities for Singapore in what would be a true trickle-down effect. I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Ip Hong Wei.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare I work in a global investment firm working on ecosystem workforce strategies. In recent weeks, a plane has been circling San Francisco with a banner that reads, "Stop hiring humans." The same message appears on billboards and bus shelters across the city, alongside slogans such as "The era of AI employees is here." The campaign is the work of artisan and AI startup. This is not just a marketing stunt. It reflects a fear that the future of work may exclude people rather than empower them. I rise in support of this motion because that must not be Singapore's approach. AI must not be a signal to workers that they are dispensable. In my work in Temasek, I've seen how technology disrupts industries, and I want to lay out my key thesis up front. To achieve growth without casualties, enterprise AI adoption cannot just be about buying technology. It must follow a deliberate track. It must first build AI fluency, use that fluency to drive workflow and job redesign, and ensure that this redesign leads to tangible, shared outcomes for our workers. Let me begin with an important observation. In the Temasek ecosystem, many companies are already investing in AI. Tools are being deployed and pilots are multiplying. But the real constraint we are seeing is not technology, compute, or capital. It is workforce readiness. We are not short of technology. We are short of transformation. In our AI fluency workshops with over 20 Temasek portfolio companies, we see clearly that fragmented AI literacy remains a primary bottleneck. We are working closely with chief HR officers and chief technology officers to bridge the gap between adoption and actual value creation. Fundamentally, this is a skills matching problem. Where skills supply lacks, opportunity does not disappear. It simply moves elsewhere. The AI transition we are debating is structural, global, and accelerating. Tasks that took weeks now take hours, and soon minutes or seconds. Change no longer moves in a linear way. It moves exponentially. In this context, adoption is no longer optional. In Singapore, whilst large firms wrestle with legacy systems and heavy compliance, and SMEs face severe constraints in capital and bandwidth, the implication is the same for both. Enterprises that do not adopt AI will struggle to remain competitive. But if AI adoption is necessary, disruption is inevitable. We must be clear about the risk to workers if this transition is not managed carefully. On one hand, as AI lowers the cost of many tasks, demand for those tasks can expand rather than contract. Economists refer to this as the Jevons employment effect, where efficiency leads not to less work, but to more work in new forms. We have seen this before. ATMs reduced routine tasks but expanded banking. Word processors increased output and shifted work to higher value roles. AI will likely follow the same pattern. But the practical reality often produces a K-shaped outcome. Experienced, AI-enabled workers capture disproportionate gains, while those without such capabilities, especially entry-level workers, risk falling behind. So the question is not whether AI creates growth. It is who that growth accrues to. The real risk is not that AI replaces jobs. It is that it replaces opportunity at scale. A worker may remain employed, but face slower progression and a quiet erosion of experience. Our task is not to deny disruption. Our task is to govern it. Mr. Speaker, sir, if we are to govern this disruption effectively, the debate must shift. It is not enough to observe whether firms adopt AI. We must demand accountability for what happens after adoption. The question is simple. Are workers better off after transformation than before it? We must ask, are jobs and workflows being redesigned? Are gains being shared? If AI raises output but weakens livelihoods, that is not transformation. It is exclusion. We must ensure public funds do not subsidize this. Hence, I ask the government, can we establish clear conditionalities for our support schemes? If public grants are funding a company's pivot, should it not be explicitly tied to a national, human-centric scorecard? A scorecard that tracks the number of net new roles created, the scale of workflow redesign, wage improvements, staff retention, and upskilling. If we are serious about no jobless growth, our adoption matrix must move beyond counting jobs to measuring careers. From our work in AI fluency in Temasek, we know companies are urgently asking for guidance in leadership capability, job redesign, measurement of outcomes, trust, and governance. Companies cannot navigate this alone. This is where our labor movement, NTUC, E2I, and the unions come into play. We must empower them to provide this guidance, ensuring that union leaders and management sit at the same table, mapping out the enterprise technology roadmap and the workers' retraining schedules simultaneously. If companies need guidance on job redesign and shared outcomes, our tripartite partners must be right there on the ground with them. The recently announced Tripartite Jobs Council is a timely step, but it must actively bridge the gap between firm-level transformation and worker-level outcomes. Because the real challenge is not introducing AI into firms, it is integrating workers into that transformation. And this brings us to the central challenge of this transition. AI is not just a technology multiplier, it is a leadership multiplier. Leaders must have the real conviction in the transformational potential of AI and lead by example in using it, guiding its application, and bringing their workforce along. AI can write, design, and optimize, but it cannot exercise judgment, build trust, or carry people through uncertainty. That responsibility remains human. Mr. Speaker, sir, employers have a critical responsibility, but without the right leadership, the easiest way to adopt AI is simply to cut headcount. We are already seeing this tension play out globally. We have seen Amazon announcing 16,000 job cuts in early 2026. We are leaning further into AI for corporate efficiency. When AI is introduced mainly as a headcount strategy, it breeds fear. When introduced as a capability strategy, it builds trust. Stories of this fear have long played out in our workplace, even amongst AI-enabled workers. When Gen AI was first starting to trend, some workers proactively explored AI on their own to improve their efficiency at work, but kept it a secret. They worried that if they revealed their source of the newfound productivity, they will eventually be made redundant or be loaded with more work without extra compensation. When trust is absent and gains are not shared, workers hide their capabilities rather than sharing them. True transformation requires leaders to adopt a long-term perspective. Firms must expect short-term productivity lags as workers transition to new ways of working, and they must create space for experimentation. However, we must acknowledge that many businesses struggling with high operational costs in this challenging economy do not have the luxury of time. I ask the Ministry, how can we better support companies to absorb these short-term lags, ensuring that the cost of time required to retrain workers does not become an excuse for layoffs? Mr. Speaker, sir, as employers leading this transition, there is one structural shift we must recognize clearly before job redesign can happen. We must have workflow redesign. We ask workers to change, but we leave the system unchanged. AI cuts across functions and domains, reimagining how processes connect and how value is created. That reshaping of the entire process must come before individual roles themselves are redesigned. However, here lies a significant gap in our current policy approach. Today, many of our national support is heavily focused on individual job redesign. We ask workers to adapt to new job scopes, but legacy company processes are left unchanged. As a result, AI is often layered onto outdated workflows with silos and fragmented data. Productivity stalls and frustration rises. Workers resist change not because they are stubborn, but because it is deeply frustrating to use advanced AI tools within broken workflows. So I ask the government and our tripartite partners, can we expand our support schemes to explicitly look into workflow redesign? How can we provide enterprises with the expertise and funding to reimagine their cross-functional processes first? If we fix the workflow, workers will naturally see the value of the technology, turning inertia into eagerness to adapt. Mr. Speaker, sir, even with the best workflows, disruption will occur. Some workers will be displaced, and some roles will change faster than expected. We often point to existing measures like Skills Future and the career conversion programs. But here is a hard truth. If these measures are sufficient, why are our workers still so deeply anxious? The answer is that AI disruption moves at an unprecedented speed, and workers worry that our safety nets cannot catch them fast enough. I ask the government, how are we rigorously tracking the speed and effectiveness of our existing measures, particularly the financial runway for displaced workers, to guarantee that they remain truly responsive? For the workers who remain, basic AI capability will no longer be a distinct advantage. It will be the price of staying in the game. The task is to help workers transition from being mere AI users to becoming AI conductors. Workers who know how to curate, steer, and verify AI outputs. This brings me to a critical concern regarding our workforce pipeline. If AI automates drafting, summarizing, and first-pass analysis, what happens to our entry-level jobs? If young graduates cannot get a real first job and the mentorship they need, they will never gain the foundational experience earlier cohorts relied on to grow, and we risk losing our future workforce. I ask the government, how are we working with employers and industry leaders to protect and redesign entry-level pathways so that our youth can develop the professional judgment required to become the AI conductors of tomorrow? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me return to where I began. In the Temasek ecosystem, we see companies investing in AI, piloting new tools, and pushing forward with transformation. But the decisive constraint is not the technology. It is whether the workforce is ready. I shared this story with chief technology officers across our Temasek companies. A factory invested heavily in new machines. They were faster, smarter, and more efficient. But productivity fell. Not because the technology failed, but because people were left behind. On another line, the company did something different. Instead of replacing workers, they retrained them. Machine operators became data readers. Technicians became problem solvers. What changed was not the equipment. It was the capability and confidence of the people using it. Soon, breakdowns fell. Ideas came from the shop floor. Workers who once feared change began to lead it. The same machines, the same factory, but a very different future. That is the lesson. Technology may set the pace, but people determine the direction. And in an AI transition, fluency, not just adoption, determines whether that direction is inclusive. And that brings us to the motion before us. An AI transition with no jobless growth is not just about creating jobs. It's about ensuring that workers advance with technology, not fall behind it. It's about translating productivity into progression. It's about turning innovation into shared outcomes. If adoption builds capability, then fluency must build advantage. If work is redesigned, then skills must be deepened. If growth is created, then it must be broadly shared. But this will not happen on its own. It requires coordination. It requires leadership. It requires trust. And this is where Singapore has a unique advantage. Our model of tripartism, where government, employers, and workers move together, gives us the ability not just to react to change, but to shape it. This is our secret weapon. When firms invest, workers must be equipped. When jobs are redesigned, workers must be involved. When disruption occurs, support must be credible. Because this is not just a technology transition, it is a workforce transition. and the establishment of the Tripartite Jobs Council is an important step in ensuring that this alignment happens in practice. Technology will move, markets will adapt, but we must be clear about the future we are building. It cannot be one that says, stop hiring humans. It must be one that says, invest in people. And whether our workers advance is a choice we must make together, deliberately and decisively. Thank you, and I support the motion.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Mr. Speaker, my contribution in today's debate is straightforward. I argue that if our objective is to protect our workforce from job losses that could result from an economy-wide embrace of artificial intelligence, then our efforts today should mainly be directed toward policies that promote new hiring, rather than those that focus either on reducing displacement or pushing for retraining. The explanation is simple. The evidence shows that, to date, job displacement of current workers due to AI has been modest and localized, whereas the hiring slowdown of new workers is already evident and even likely to accelerate. In principle, the consequences of AI could bite on two ends of the labor market. It could reduce the incentives for new firms to hire, thereby lowering the number of total new job openings. Or it could raise the frequency of hiring by companies or induce workers to quit. Hiring slowdowns result when AI tools allow a company to cheaply and effectively replace job functions that they previously needed to hire a human worker for. This is especially the case for entry level, since the lack of experience among new graduates and the relatively straightforward grunt work new hires are generally tasked to do make this group somewhat less valuable and more replaceable by a machine. But as many observers, including members of this House, have already pointed out, this is a chicken and egg problem. If we do not absorb new workers into our corporations, we surely cannot expect them to gain the necessary experience and work and job-specific skills that make them valuable as mid-career professionals. Job displacement occurs, in contrast, when AI tools reveal that certain roles are no longer needed, as they can be well replicated by AI. Tasks that used to be done by a human are replaced, and if there is nowhere else in the firm for this person to be reassigned to, or if the individual turns out to be too costly, then they are let go. On the positive side, AI could open up new opportunities for displaced workers to pursue a career elsewhere, either because they gain AI-related skills that make them more valuable in the marketplace, or because perhaps they could go into business for themselves. For now, however, the message from studies worldwide is clear. While there has been little evidence of displacement thus far, there are more ample signs that there has been a decline in hiring. This has been the case for AI-exposed sectors following the advent of generative AI, such as ChatGPT, and is likely to accelerate as agentic AI matures. Prospects are especially perilous for early career, entry-level workers. And even when hired, such workers tend to receive lower salaries. The reasons for this are intuitive. AI mainly substitutes for mechanical, repeatable, and well-defined tasks, which are mostly performed by junior employees. Firms still value the maturity and experience of senior employees, and by and large, would rather skimp on hiring and reallocate their otherwise loyal staff, rather than giving them the boot. So these trends are also visible in our local labor markets. Thus far, AI is yet to contribute much to job displacement here. MOM's latest labor market report reveals that since 2023, overall retrenchments have remained stable, and the unemployment rate of about 2% hasn't budged much since 2022. In response to questions about the PMET sector, SPS for Manpower, Sean Huang, also pointed out that retrenchments among PMETs in AI-exposed sectors, such as finance and infocom, remain low, numbering only 960 in the final quarter of last year. Moreover, SPS Huang also pointed to the large number of vacancies, around 10 times higher, in these sectors over the same period. This could be interpreted as a healthy, robust labor market for new hires, but I will caution against it. This is because, as any job seeker will tell you, an opening does not a job make. These jobs have to be filled, ideally by Singaporeans who are themselves looking for jobs. Here's where the picture is less encouraging. The latest graduate employment survey shows a drop in the share of graduates that manage to land a job in almost every single field of study, with around 1 in every 4 graduates unable to secure full-time employment. In response to a PQ filed, Minister Desmond Lee pointed to how the decline was due to a post-pandemic hiring surge, and that what we're seeing is simply a mean reversion to the earlier trend. I am less sanguine. Based on my calculations, while it's true that pre-pandemic and permanent employment among graduates averaged around 70% in 2020, it was closer to 85% as recently as a decade ago, which is significantly better. The youth unemployment rate, which is lower in the 2020s than it was in the prior 2 decades, has, admittedly, elsewhere in the world, has also steadily inched up since 2022 by around a percentage point. And unlike earlier instances when upticks followed an economic cycle, Singapore's economy is actually currently in expansion. On the demand side, there has also been reports that some employers have been tentative and reluctant to onboard workers, albeit these thankfully appear to be a minority for now. Moreover, this pessimistic picture also masks more troubling pathologies. Many Singaporean workers may have had to content themselves with opportunities that do not fully employ their skills and talent. Such mismatches are not well captured by the aggregate data. Think of the graduate with an advanced degree from a local university, but nevertheless still felt compelled to work in food delivery. Or the student who spent years at a top university abroad, but has been repeatedly rejected by employers since coming home. Or the experienced mid-career professional with bills and a young family to support, who floundered unsuccessfully in the job market, month after month, despite upskilling as advised. I believe others in this House will have seen cases similar to these in our weekly Meet the People sessions. And indeed, 2 recent studies published by NTUC and MOM corroborate these examples. Overqualification is the greatest for those who are early in their careers, and the gap between the involuntary and voluntarily underemployed is greatest for those under 30. Coupled with the global climate of economic policy uncertainty, we may be heading toward an era of the so-called great hesitation in hiring in our local labor markets, similar to what has been observed elsewhere in the world. Now, if our goal is, as the title of the motion suggests, to avoid jobless growth, then it follows that we should prioritize policies that target the hiring end of the labor market. Let me offer a few. First, we can improve the incentives for companies to hire fresh graduates. As I shared in the long cut for this year's Committee of Supply, this will call for expanding the existing Graduate Industry Traineeship, or GRIT program, to a national level, cross-sectoral national internship initiative. Young workers will be free to apply their Skills Future credits toward paid apprenticeship and internship programs with companies willing to take them on. Corporations, especially small and medium enterprises, should also be able to submit credible proposals for in-house, on-the-job training to MOM, which will then offset the cost of taking on these trainees, drawing on the Skills Future Enterprise Credit and other subsidy schemes already earmarked for businesses. My honourable friend, Gerald Giam, has also proposed an AI Mastery Fund for this purpose, which is complementary to what I'm suggesting here. Second, such short-term, by which I mean 6 months to a year, apprenticeships and internships should also embed a clear employment pathway, conditional on reasonable performance on the part of the employee, unless a waiver is granted to employers due to changed economic circumstances. These trainees should be treated as employees under the Employment Act and receive the same legal protections and entitlements, including a minimum period of annual leave, which grid trainees currently do not receive. Third, we can ramp up the delivery of social skills training in communication, empathy, judgment, networking, and vision in the final year of their tertiary education prior to workforce entry. Research has shown that AI is the most complementary to workers when the job demands require the fulfillment of not only cognitive tasks, but also iterative collaboration between humans and AI. But our graduates often load their school time with the pursuit of academic competencies, leaving them woefully underprepared for such interfacing functions. Fourth, if indeed we stand by our belief that we want our graduates to focus on acquiring competencies rather than certifications, as MOE has made clear in its support for stackable micro-credentials pathways in our autonomous universities, and as corroborated by recent research, then we should put our money where our mouth is and end hiring requirements that insist on a diploma or degree in the public sector if the competency can be demonstrated otherwise. This can occur with proof of skills via a series of micro-credentials or when candidates pass a live demonstration during the interview stage. So, artificial intelligence is a general-purpose technology. Like all general-purpose technologies before it, AI will destroy perhaps as many jobs as it creates. But as we confront the bleeding edge of this transition, we must set the stage for those who are most affected by the rollout, which, for now at least, are clearly our young entry-level workers. We need targeted policies that will help sidestep the great hesitation in hiring them. This is how we best ensure that the growth promises of AI are not overshadowed by fears of millions of missing jobs.
Dr. Neo Kok Peng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I used to be a visiting professor of innovation policy at Harvard Kennedy School for 10 years, and currently I'm still a visiting professor of innovation management at Fudan University. Now, AI, or artificial intelligence, is what we really call disruptive technologies, of which I spent my doctorate on. It is paradigm shift. And when they say paradigm shift, means it's shifting from one or completely one industry to another areas that actually will destroy the old ways of working. Let me just give you an example. Last week, I visited an AI startup in Science Park. So we're talking about collaborations on a couple of projects in media, and I only saw 2 persons in the room with a capacity of 20 persons. So I asked the CEO, where are all the staff? They say, well, they never come to work, or come to the office, but they are working. And I say, so when did you see them? I say, well, I saw them last week when the network went down and there's no communications and the broadband is down, and they came back to check on their agents. Are they really working? So I asked, so how do you know they are really working well? Well, actually, they produce the code at any times, all the way 24/7. So you got agents, they are working 24/7. So I said, how do you measure the productivity? And he said, well, ask one question. How many tasks or jobs that you replace since, or how many jobs that you have done, the capabilities of people doing the engineers or the coding jobs since last year, 1 year ago? And the answer came back is 5. So compared with last year and this year, this guy have agents working for him, and he performed the task of 5 persons. Now, we can look at it from 2 angles, right? One is this company is supremely productive. The other thing is look at it, we have 5 jobs less. Now, which one would you choose? Well, if you're a CEO, you know what to choose. If you're a SecGen of NTUC, I'm not so sure. But, so I asked the next question. So are you, he happens to be interviewing potential staff for his expansion. And so I asked him, so how do you find this guy who is, the background is just doing his master in computing? And is it up to par? And the answer came back is, well, based on what I discussed with him, and his answer, he's 2 years behind the current technology. 2 years behind. And I was like, whoa. So when this guy graduates, maybe next year, what's going to happen to him? Technology is always 2 years in front of him. And therefore, that means, do we put these guys into the real environment, which is basically internship, on the job attachment? Or this person, when he graduated, he really need to speed up on these current competencies where the AI's technologies is moving so fast. So really, this is a tsunami. Well, personally, I get myself involved in the small little NGOs that we are working on one pet project, which is to monitor senior citizens who are staying alone so that, if anything happens to them, we know. And we actually are using AI because most of the senior citizens speak dialects. So we are using a robot companion, small one, with the ability to understand dialects and to monitor them. So, well, it's very good because it's very difficult to get caregivers to go around monitoring and visiting these people. So that is one thing that the AI is really, really useful to cut to, the robotics AIs are really useful so that we can cover things that Singaporeans doesn't want or probably not so suitable to do the job. And the other projects that I'm working on is actually, imaging, using AI for MRI imaging. We'll talk about it in other times. So the issue is that the workplace experience is now changing quite a bit. So do we, or our staff, or our existing people, or PMEs, or workers, have the latest skills for the jobs, or for them to carry on in the job? I'm glad, actually, the labor movement has introduced these company training committees, or CTC, and a very good mechanism to bring AI into the workplace, or working with the enterprise. And I'm glad that there are such grants for it. But the question then is, how do we define competencies? Somebody talks about, I think, some members talk about the workflow redesign, process redesign, but how do we know that at the end they are competence? So where are the competencies level? So at the workplace, so I think the new agencies for soft skills and workforce development should be able to work together with the labor movement to define the competencies. But what else can we do with these competencies, right? Is it fixed to workplace, one company, or is it portable? So maybe we can consider to involve the professional institutions so that for each level or each competency level, whether it's stackable, micro-credentials, they are all certified and recognized by the industry. And therefore, it is portable for this person throughout his careers. Now, AI is here to stay. I am initially very, like most workers, I'm actually initially very, I won't say skeptical, but unwilling to change my style. But now I think I've got no choice, right? So for past 1 year, been working on it. Even my wife has to use AI to generate videos and pictures. Although she's an artist, she likes to draw. But it has become part of our life. It is a tsunami of change, and I support the motion, but I would, as I have previously in my previous voluntary life, as a council member of institutions of engineer, we have worked. I'm the one who actually proposed working with the labor movement to set up the Young Engineers Leadership Program, including then the advanced and the global. And I believe that the engineering institutions and also the professional institutions could work with the labor unions to really certify all such programs for career pathway for the workers. Thank you.
Ms. Eileen Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Mandarin, please. 议长先生，我同意动议中提到的多项事项，包括不让任何的员工在人工智能的变革中掉队。不过，要实现这个愿景，就需要我们分享采用人工智能科技后所带来的红利，以及确保未来世代的员工能够继续保持优势和竞争力。目前在采用科技提高生产力后，雇主往往是获益的那一方。我建议通过将灵活工作安排指导原则升级为具有约束力的政策，确保员工也能享受该福利。人工智能提高生产力和工作效率之后，我们就应当允许员工将所腾出来的时间用来陪伴家人、休息，或者是去参加各项活动，与其他的人建立关系和友谊。此外，未来世代的劳动队伍也正是我们现在在校园里的学生。如今也开始接触人工智能了，有家长提出担忧，小学4年级接触人工智能会不会有些早呢？也有神经科学专家指出，过早或者过多的使用人工智能等不同的科技，可能会将学习变得太容易，因而导致孩子失去建立深入学习的能力和机会。孩子在成长阶段正需要的就是深入学习以及思考能力，不断地发问并做出判断。我因此呼吁政府追踪并定期地向国人报告我国校园采用人工智能科技之后，对不同年龄层的学生的认知能力以及发展所带来的影响。在人工智能的时代，独立思考和判断才是人工智能无法取代的技能，这正是我们应该传授给下一代的。确保他们无论未来世界变化如何，都可以保持优势和竞争力。Mr. Speaker, I share the values outlined in the motion, that growth must be inclusive, that every worker matters, and that no one should be left behind in the AI transition. Ensuring that no one is left behind involves more than just ensuring job-full growth. It requires a commitment to sharing the rewards of AI-driven productivity. It also requires that we ensure that future generations of workers can thrive in an era defined by AI and possibly other technologies that have not yet been invented. Now, Mr. Speaker, much of the discourse about AI-driven economic transition has been focused on the need for workers to upskill and remain relevant. While these efforts are essential, they do not answer another equally important question. How do we ensure that the equitable distribution of the AI productivity dividend? Presently, employers are the default beneficiaries. They benefit from either more output from the same headcount or the same output from a lower headcount. Such productivity gains do not automatically become employee gains. Without deliberate policy design, they tend to remain exclusively employer gains. Now, one way to share the AI productivity dividend with workers could be through time. During the MOM Committee of Supply debate in March, I made a case for flexible work arrangements to be given legislative force. The right to request flexible work is not the same as the right to have it. We should not rely on guidelines that place the burden of action on the employee who can least afford to do so. I would like to reiterate the call for flexible work legislation today. It has become more salient as we discuss how the AI transition can benefit Singaporeans. As AI generates real productivity gains, the question of whether Singaporean workers will share in these gains as time regained, not just as higher output, is one which the market will not answer on its own. It must be designed for. What does more time mean in practice? It means a parent who can be present and do more than just paying for tuition classes. It means fewer caregivers having to choose between a job and a family member who needs them. It also means rest, real rest, in a country where 61% of employees feel exhausted and 39% of workers dread going to work. These are not soft outcomes. They are conditions under which human capabilities are replenished and sustained. Will the government and tripartite movement commit to prioritizing worker well-being alongside employer gains and economic growth as it shapes AI-era policy? If so, I urge the government to begin by giving legislative teeth to flexible work arrangements. As AI makes company more productive, workers should have a meaningful and enforceable claim on the time that AI frees up. Time to rest and to pursue the kind of human connection that AI cannot replicate, and that our fertility rate is telling us we are running short of. Mr. Speaker, I now want to turn to a group of Singaporeans who matter most to our long-term success. If we say that every worker matters, then we must look at the workers who are not yet in the workforce. And I am talking about our children who are in today's classrooms and some of them in the aisle above. Right now, our 10-year-olds in primary 4 are being introduced to AI tools. While there is, of course, teacher supervision and guardrails in place, we should also be asking a more fundamental question. Is this early exposure building their capability and ability to thrive in an AI world, or is it building an early dependence on AI-powered tools? Some parents are already asking, is P4 too early? What are the real gains? And more importantly, what are the trade-offs? These are not just parental anxieties. There are also serious questions being asked by neuroscientists. In his book, The Digital Delusion, neuroscientist Dr. Jared Horvath makes a point that should give us pause. When technology makes thinking too easy, the depth of learning disappears. AI is the ultimate offloading tool. It reads, writes, and calculates with minimal user input. But our children are not yet experts looking to offload and increase productivity. They are learners, and learning requires struggle. It requires the cognitive friction that AI is designed to remove. If our children start to offload their thinking at age 10, they do not develop the mental muscles needed to spot errors, ask meaningful questions, or form independent views. What we call AI-enabled personalized learning then risks becoming customized comfort. It feels like progress because it is frictionless, but it may be short-circuiting the cognitive development we are trying to support. This brings me to a concern that I raised earlier today, the equity paradox in AI use. I appreciate Minister Desmond Lee's point about how MOE actively engages parents through Parents Gateway and share guidance on how they can better support their children at home. But not every child in Singapore has a parent at home who is digitally engaged, has the time to act on that guidance, and is equipped to scaffold their children's learning beyond what happens in the classroom. Children from less privileged backgrounds with less access to parental guidance and fewer non-screen enrichment activities may end up leaning on AI more heavily and not less. For a child who comes home to an overstretched household, where there is no one to redirect, question, or supervise, AI will always produce an answer, always reduce the friction, and always make the thinking easier. That is not empowerment. If AI dependency erodes cognitive development that it is meant to supplement, then the children most at risk are the ones that we are trying our hardest to support. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Associate Professor Jamus Lim, noted during the recent budget debate that the gap between stronger and weaker university students is no longer about what they submit in written assignment, but about their willingness to question and think beyond the script. Now, these abilities are built, or not built, over years. If we displace that effort at age 10, our children cannot simply download it at university. And if the children who are doing the most unsupervised AI offloading are those who already have less of these abilities, then we are not closing the gap. We are widening it. Earlier, a global study published this January by the Brookings Institution found that the biggest risk of AI in education is the displacement of effortful thinking during crucial development years. Interestingly, 65% of the students surveyed in this study cited the undermining of cognitive development as the top risk of the use of AI. the children themselves can feel the difference. Mr. Speaker, I am not suggesting that we do not use AI tools in school. I am suggesting that we follow the evidence, not the hype. Generative AI has been public for barely 4 years. We do not yet have long-term data on how it affects a child's brain. We should not let the speed of a technology cycle outpace the care that our children deserve. I also appreciate the Minister's update this morning that the Singapore Longitudinal Early Development Study, or SG-LEADS, by A*STAR, will expand to collect data that will help us understand Singapore children's AI usage patterns and how AI usage affects their learning and well-being outcomes. I hope this will also include the impact of using AI tools in education on our children's cognitive development, including their effect on their executive function and skills like critical thinking, reading comprehension, and capacity for sustained, independent effort. We must ensure that we are preparing our children for a world we cannot predict by giving them the one tool that will always be relevant, a strong and independent mind. This motion rightly calls for Singapore's approach to AI-enabled growth to be anchored in fairness, resilience, and opportunity for all. I agree. And this is why I spoke today about two critical things that the AI transition is challenging us to protect: time and mind. For the workers of today, we should legislate the right to flexible work so that productivity gains are reclaimed as time for rest, care, and connection. And for our children, the workers of the future, we must protect the cognitive friction necessary for learning, ensuring that we are cultivating independent minds that can solve a hard problem without reaching for a digital crutch. The AI transition is not just an economic event. It is perhaps the most significant opportunity in a generation for us to ask what kind of society we will build with the time and capability that technology returns to us. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Bikamna.
Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. AI is already reshaping our economy. It is improving productivity, enabling new business models, and strengthening our global competitiveness. For Singapore, this is an important opportunity. But alongside these benefits, there is also a real concern. How do we ensure our workers are not displaced faster than they can adapt? Over the course of human history, economic growth has been correlated with the creation of new jobs. When countries moved through industrialization, for example, as industries opened, new jobs were created for people all around. Of course, economic growth can also come not just from increases in labor, but also increases in productivity. And this is also to be welcomed because it creates higher paying jobs for those who are working. Singapore has benefited from both of these trends. Against this backdrop, the conceptual concern with AI is a simple one. Will it increase productivity so much that significantly fewer jobs will be needed? The implication for this is that the fewer people who have jobs, or alternatively, those that control capital, will get all the benefits from the higher productivity, while a large group of people will lose jobs. Essentially, the winners will take a lot more, and there will be a larger number of losers. Now, if we look at developments in other countries, we see that governments are beginning to respond. They do so not by stopping technological change, but by introducing measured safeguards to ensure that workers are treated fairly as the adoption of AI increases. One area I wish to discuss is the use of AI in the job selection process itself. For instance, in the European Union, the recently adopted Artificial Intelligence Act recognizes that AI systems used in employment, such as those involved in hiring, evaluation, and performance monitoring, can significantly affect workers' livelihoods. These systems are therefore classified as high risk and are subject to requirements such as bias testing, transparency disclosures, and human oversight. This complements Article 22 of the General Data Protection Regulation, under which individuals have the right not to be subject to decisions based solely on automated processing, where such decisions produce legal effects concerning him or her or significantly affect him or her. In an employment context, this means that important decisions such as hiring or dismissal cannot be made purely by algorithms without meaningful human involvement. In New York City, the Automated Employment Decisions Tool law requires that AI systems used in hiring or promotion undergo regular bias audits and that applicants are informed when such tools are being used. While these are not laws which directly prevent job loss, they do ensure that decisions affecting employment are not made with reliance on AI in an opaque or unaccountable manner. They also promote fairness and help guard against unintended discrimination in automated decision-making. Meanwhile, in countries such as Germany and France, labor laws require employers to follow structured processes before layoffs, including consulting employee representatives, providing advance notice, and making efforts to retrain or redeploy workers. Now, our NTUC is engaged in similar activities with our employers here. Now, these requirements may not be specific to AI, but they help ensure that transitions are managed in a structured and responsible manner. Mr. Speaker, these examples suggest that instead of blocking technological change, governments recognize that legislation can provide guardrails and ensure that as companies adopt AI, they do so in a way which takes into account the impact on workers. This is particularly important in maintaining trust between employers and workers. If workers feel that decisions are being made transparently and with safeguards in place, they are more likely to support rather than resist the adoption of new technologies. For Singapore, we can consider whether there should be clearer expectations around human oversight in employment decisions involving AI. While many employers already adopt such practices, formalizing this principle can ensure consistency across sectors. We can also explore whether workers should have a clearer right to transparency, including the right to know when AI systems are being used to assess their performance or influence decisions about their employment. In addition, it is worth considering whether we should strengthen expectations around responsible workforce transitions. When major technological changes significantly affect jobs, employers can be encouraged to provide structured support, such as retraining opportunities or redeployment pathways. Ultimately, it is important to recognize that legislation alone is insufficient and must be complemented by strong institutions, proactive employers, and workers who are willing to adapt and learn. Our goal should be to maintain a system where businesses remain innovative and competitive, workers feel secure and supported, and opportunities continue to expand over time. This leads me to my second point: what we can do for jobs which are most likely to be affected by AI. AI is particularly effective at performing routine and rules-based tasks. As a result, roles in areas such as administrative work and those involving entry-level analysis are more exposed to displacement. However, the issue is not simply that these jobs may disappear. More importantly, these roles often serve as entry points into the workforce, providing workers with the experience and skills needed to progress. If such opportunities are reduced, workers may find it harder to build careers over time. In this sense, the risk is not only displacement, but also gradual erosion of career pathways. Over time, this could lead to a situation where it becomes increasingly difficult for individuals to move from entry-level positions into more skilled and higher-paying roles. Therefore, beyond retraining in a general sense, our focus should also be on facilitating practical transitions. Workers should be supported in moving into adjacent roles where their existing skills can still be applied and built upon. This makes transitions more feasible, particularly for mid-career workers. At the same time, companies can be encouraged to redesign jobs so that AI complements rather than replaces human workers. For example, while routine tasks can be automated, human roles requiring judgment, communication, and problem-solving can and should be retained and enhanced. This way, AI becomes a tool which increases productivity rather than a substitute for labor. In practical terms, employers adopting AI can be encouraged to identify adjacent roles for affected workers early on and to provide structured pathways for redeployment into these roles. This may include short, focused training modules for job redesign, which allow workers to gradually build new competencies. Such measures help ensure that workers are not abruptly displaced, but are instead guided through a managed transition where their skills and roles within their organizations are preserved. The unions, government, and employers can work together on a framework for this. In relation to the creative industries, including music, writing, and acting, we should consider if legislation or further protection is needed in relation to copyrighted material being used to train artificial intelligence, and whether remedies for this should be purely private, or whether there is scope for the government to provide a framework for such materials to be protected. This may include the right to one's image and voice. If left purely to private law, only the well-resourced would be able to take up the matter. Whereas if there is a framework for this, individual artists, writers, and others might be able to benefit from such protection. Now, Singapore has navigated many economic transitions successfully over the years. Each time, we have combined openness to change with a commitment to social mobility and shared progress. The transition to an AI-driven economy will be another such test. It will require us to strike a careful balance between innovation and protection. If we approach this thoughtfully, we can ensure that AI becomes a source of opportunity and that growth remains inclusive. I support this motion.
Mr. Lee Palsy.
Mr. Speaker, today's motion rightly recognizes the transformative power of artificial intelligence and affirms that AI-enabled economic growth must remain inclusive. My speech consists of 3 broad points. First, we must protect the economic positions of workers and prevent the economic fruits of AI from accruing solely to those who own the AI models or produce the hardware powering AI. Second, we must ensure that AI-resilient employment pathways remain viable for Singaporeans. Third, and most importantly, we must hold firm to the idea that technology should serve humanity and not the other way around. Because ultimately, the goal is not just growth without joblessness. It is growth without losing who we are as humans and as Singaporeans. Sir, the second limb of the motion statement calls upon the House to emphasize that Singapore's approach to AI-enabled growth must be anchored in fairness, resilience, and opportunity for all, while the fourth limb asks the House to affirm that economic progress must remain inclusive and that Singapore must not have jobless growth. These are extremely important goals because if the rise of AI is not managed properly, it could represent not just technological disruption, but a recalibration of power between labor and capital. For example, last month, Meta announced that the keystrokes and workflows of every one of its employees in the US will be recorded. Screenshots will be taken occasionally throughout the workday. All these data will form data sets used to train AI systems that could one day replace these employees. Other companies could follow suit soon. While this is being done in the US, we in Singapore should ask whether companies such as Meta should be allowed to harvest employee data in this way without any clear safeguards. Should there not be stronger protections about how such data is collected and used? And should workers not have a stake in the value that is created in their own data? If we fail to address these questions, we risk sleepwalking into a future where wealth and power are concentrated in the hands of a few technology giants who increasingly use AI to take over work previously done by their human employees. These firms will continue to be the engine of economic growth, investing in larger and larger data centers and more powerful semiconductor chips that continue to generate GDP growth. As a country, Singapore may benefit through our shareholdings in and partnerships with these tech companies. However, we must ensure that these benefits, which primarily accrue to the capital owners, do not come at the expense of the labor force. These developments pose a real risk that workers who are replaced may see their economic power steadily eroded, with a larger number of workers having to chase after a smaller pool of lower paying jobs. I don't mean to be alarmist in suggesting that if unchecked, what could emerge is a form of digital serfdom, a system where workers, like serfs of old, are not bound by land or feudal lords, but by algorithms. We are already seeing the beginnings of this future play out in real time. Already, platform workers work in service to black box algorithms that have a great deal of control over their earnings and how many hours they work. As AI advances, many cognitive and white-collar jobs will become increasingly automated and possibly under the control of algorithms. Roles once considered secure may no longer be so. As such, we need to strengthen frameworks for worker protection in areas such as retention benefits and the rights of workers over data they create at the workplace. AI-enabled growth must not come at the cost of workers and a further tilting of the balance of economic power towards capital owners. Sir, the third limb of the motion asks the House to resolve to equip and support workers and enterprises to seize new opportunities and advance together. Even as AI threatens to automate and replace many existing roles, there remain many forms of labor that are difficult to automate using AI. For example, plumbers, electricians, aircon technicians, phlebotomists, and other skilled trades have been assessed to be much less likely to be replaced by AI. These jobs are essential pillars of a functioning society. Yet, for too long, we in Singapore have undervalued these roles, both economically and socially. If we are serious about ensuring that growth remains inclusive, we must correct this imbalance. In many other first world societies, the job of a plumber, garbage collector, or an aircon technician pay high enough to allow a middle-class lifestyle. This is not the case in Singapore. We have made a policy choice to fill these roles with lower-paid foreign workers, while our local workers are channeled into high-paying white-collar jobs. While this has worked well for us for decades, this may no longer be sustainable as generative AI threatens to reduce the number of well-paying white-collar cognitive roles. We must therefore raise wages and improve career pathways in blue-collar sectors that are currently less attractive and yet also less vulnerable to displacement by AI. We must elevate their status, not just through policy, but through culture and education, so that Singaporeans will no longer see such jobs as undesirable. This may require difficult trade-offs. For example, should we recalibrate our policies in certain sectors to ensure that wages for local skilled trades rise meaningfully and attract more Singaporeans to fill these roles? At the same time, we must make better use of our strong vocational institutions. Our ITE and polytechnics should guide more students towards specialized, high-value trades. In an AI-driven future, the dignity of work must not be tied solely to whether a job is white-collar or high-tech. We must expand the range of jobs that Singaporeans consider attractive and meaningful. Mr. Speaker, AI will undeniably determine the future of our economy, our society, and our lives. But we should not allow AI to come to define us as humans, as citizens, and as Singaporeans. I say this because the question before us is not merely whether AI will create or destroy jobs. The deeper question is this: what kind of society and what kind of human beings will we become in an age shaped by artificial intelligence? Because, if we are not careful, we may succeed economically, yet diminish ourselves in more fundamental ways. For example, AI has created a world where knowledge is no longer scarce. Texts can be summarized, essays can be written, and equations can be solved in seconds. I spoke before about my own experience as an undergraduate struggling through dense texts. It was slow, often frustrating work, but it was through that struggle that I learned how to think, how to question, and how to make sense of the world. Today, however, the effort required to complete any cognitive activity has collapsed to an extent far greater than when the calculator replaced the abacus or the typewriter replaced the pen. In encouraging our students to leverage AI, how can we ensure that they can continue to learn how to grapple with ideas, how to formulate arguments, how to problem solve, and how to cultivate intellectual independence. Sir, I reiterate my caution that Singapore must become an AI-resilient society and not an AI-reliant one. By constantly outsourcing our tasks to AI, we may erode or undermine our capacities for creativity, imagination, judgment, and even empathy, or let these practical skills atrophy from lack of use. The danger here is the temptation to use AI as a shortcut for thinking through and solving problems. On the one end, there are those who regard AI as a kind of second brain, outsourcing memory, decision-making, and even aspects of judgment to ChatGPT or Claude. It is true that AI tools can sharpen our thinking and serve as intellectual aids. However, in creating a layer of artificial mediation between us and the world, I am concerned that AI would dull our capacity to make sense of the world. By making sense of the world, I mean the ability to interpret, comprehend, and coherently perceive the world around us on our own terms, through our own cognitive efforts. And oftentimes, this would involve reflective trial and error, balancing our considered interpretations and judgments of the world with how the world comes to bear upon us. Interpretation and judgment are practical skills that must be honed through constant and regular use. And we develop these skills by exercising, testing, and challenging them. Making judgments about the world and what should be done is a distinctively human task that should not be easily surrendered. I'm not against the idea of a second brain. My worry is more specific, that the reliance on a second brain, if left unchecked, will weaken the equity and reflexes of the first brain. On the other end, we see people forming emotional attachments with AI companions. These are relationships that stimulate empathy, but do not truly reciprocate it. It demonstrates the real risk that people can lose sight of human relations in the real world. If people see these AI companions as a comforting shortcut to finding companionship in contrast to the hard work of developing friendships with others around us, we may see a further impoverishment of our social networks. In both cases, the danger is the same. We begin to substitute authentic human experience, sense-making, and judgment with artificial approximations. And when that happens, we may gradually lose our ability to navigate the world with clarity on our own terms. Mr. Speaker in Malay, Tuan, satu perkara terakhir. Saya amat minati sebentuk seni Melayu tradisional, iaitu pantun. Satu bentuk puisi yang mempunyai peraturan tersendiri. Terdiri daripada 4 baris, pantun mempunyai meter dan rentak yang khusus. Imej biasanya diambil daripada alam semula jadi dan pemandangan kehidupan seharian bagi menyampaikan nilai-nilai sosial dan nasihat yang penting. Pantun yang tidak mengikuti struktur dan konvensyen ini biasanya tidak dianggap sebagai pantun yang baik. Malah boleh dipersoalkan sama ada ia layak digelar pantun langsung. Banyak pantun masih dihayati oleh masyarakat Melayu, diwarisi secara lisan dan dari generasi ke generasi. Ringkasnya, pantun merangkumi satu tradisi menghubungkan orang Melayu hari ini dengan nenek moyang kita yang terdahulu. Oleh itu, saya ingin bertanya, adakah kita kehilangan sesuatu yang berharga sekiranya kita mengajar pelajar-pelajar kita menggunakan AI untuk menjana pantun, berbanding membiarkan mereka sendiri merasai keseronokan bereksperimen dengan baris-baris tersebut? Adakah kemahiran menggunakan AI untuk menjana pantun semestinya membuahkan kemahiran menulis pantun yang baik atau bahkan kepekaan estetika untuk menghargai bentuk seni ini? Lagi penting, apakah kesan jangka panjang terhadap bahasa, budaya dan tradisi Melayu kita apabila satu motif budaya diwarisi turun-temurun direduksi kepada sekadar output AI? Sir, a final point. There is a traditional Malay art form that is close to my heart, the pantun. This is a poetic form with its own specific rules. Made up of 4 lines, a pantun has a specific meter and rhyme scheme. Imagery is usually drawn from nature and scenes of everyday life to communicate important social values and advice. A pantun that does not follow these structures and conventions is usually not regarded as a good pantun, if it may be called one at all. Many pantuns are still known among Malays by heart, passed down orally through generations. In short, the pantun embodies a tradition connecting the Malays of today to our forefathers before. Hence, I want to ask, do we lose something valuable if we teach students to use AI to generate pantuns rather than the fun of experimenting with the lines themselves? More importantly, does the skill of using AI to generate pantuns necessarily translate into the craft of writing a good pantun, or even the aesthetic sensibility to appreciate the art form? And what is the long-term impact to the Malay culture, tradition, when a cultural motif is reduced to an AI output? Sir, I'm not suggesting that we return to a time before AI use. We have to adapt, but we need discernment. We must be clear-sighted about what AI can and cannot offer. And always ask, what is the purpose AI is serving, and whether it is fit for that purpose. We must avoid being boxed into an AI-centric gaze, in which we are left with a narrow and artificially mediated understanding of reality, and an impoverished capacity to make sense of and relate to the world and those around us. Sir, let me close my speech with a pantun. Di Dewan Parlimen, bila berpantun, eloklah jangan gunakan AI. Orang Melayu sopan dan santun. Ilham pujangga tak akan diabai. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Order, we've been in the chambers for close to 5 hours. I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 4:10 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the motion on an artificial intelligence AI transition with no jobless growth.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Deputy Speaker, I declare my interest as a director of a company that makes AI-enabled applications and consults on the same. In the 3.5 years since ChatGPT's release, I have had two moments of awe and dread. The first was in November 2022. GPT 3.5 could iterate on software features, generate ideas, write code. 5 years ago, it was received wisdom that everyone should learn to code. Today, coding ability is cheap and abundant. Computer science graduates, even from top schools like Stanford, are finding it difficult to find jobs. GPT-2 was a toy that generated amusing limericks. 3 years later, its successes have made an entire profession's scarcity disappear. We used to talk about prompt engineering in 2023 and 2024. That talk has died down too. The second was in November 2025, when Anthropic released Claude Code, a reliable AI agent paired with a frontier model. I could leave the computer running overnight, and there would be work done at the end. It is a different experience from chatting with a chatbot. The chatbot engages you in back and forth, refining your ideas, indulging your whims, red teaming your speeches. The agent, unless it needs clarifications, just goes and does things. It may be off by a bit, but you give your input and it takes another 5 or 50 minutes before it comes back with the problem solved. A very smart junior colleague. And now we have AI agents, Claude Code, Codex, tools that have made me, if I may borrow internet lingo, Claude pilled. I use Claude Code for my own work. I can give it the most wishy-washy specification and returns the most wonderful data workflow or website layout. For someone who could never build a pretty website to save his life, it is liberating. There's a spirit of play in working with these tools that I think every Singaporean deserves to experience. It is an exhausting world it heralds. Software engineers pulling 80-hour weeks while running multiple AI agents overnight so that someone, human or machine, is always on the clock. Job seekers, especially recent graduates in white-collar work, applying to hundreds of jobs without a single interview. Job portals like LinkedIn have become memory holes for resumes, where the lived experience is like shooting an application into the void. The pace of change humbles us all. I am suspicious of any assertion that starts with, AI will never, because the shelf life of those predictions tend to be measured in months. What concerns me is not the destination, but who gets left behind on the way there, and whether we are building the institutions to ensure no one does. I have 3 propositions. First, that access to premium AI, especially AI agents, must be universal, not gated by course enrollment or union membership. Second, that we must treat the handful of companies building frontier AI with the same strategic seriousness we bring to bilateral relations with countries, because their decisions on pricing, access, and deployment now shape our productivity frontier as directly as any trade agreement. Third, that we must buy time for workers by upgrading our retrenchment framework for AI speed displacement. Sir, I believe access to premium AI, especially AI agents, is a right, not a privilege. Intelligence, in the sense of uplift, should not stratify according to wealth. I spend a couple of $100s a month on these tools because they are game-changing. But for those who cannot afford to, it bakes in inequality from the start. Does it simply disqualify them from the off? The government has partially adopted the 2024 suggestions of my colleague Gerald Giam to provide universal premium model AI model access. The SkillsFuture Premium AI Access Scheme, 6 months of free tools for Singaporeans who enroll in selected courses, is a step in the right direction. Likewise, NTUC's subsidies, covering 21 AI tools. These are good starts, but they are unnecessarily gated behind course enrollment and union membership. And critically, they likely will not cover AI agents, the tier where the real productivity gap will open. Why does this matter? AI agents are expensive to run. We may hope agent access follows the cost curve of internet bandwidth or compute, but there is no necessary reason why it should. It is an empirical question. Anthropic CEO said in January that 80% of its revenue comes from enterprise customers, driven by API calls on a pay-per-token model. If agents remain enterprise-grade by default, then individual citizens, job seekers, freelancers, retirees, are locked out of the tier where the real productivity gains are being made. 3 possible directions.
1, negotiate sovereign access, a bulk licensing agreement with frontier AI providers for volume discounted AI agent access for all citizens. 2, if agent access is employer provisioned in the market, make it universally so. Require companies above a certain size to provide Asian-grade AI to all employees, the same way we require CPF. 3, if frontier agents remain too costly, identify a minimal viable agentic tier and fund that universally. Will the government make premium AI access a universal entitlement rather than gated behind course completion or union membership? Sir, I learned recently that even AI engineers at the top 2 or 3 frontier AI labs are worried about falling behind because they cannot use Claude Code. And having just returned from China, I learned firsthand that one cannot use Claude or Claude Code there at all. Anthropic blocks API calls from mainland China, Hong Kong, and Macau entirely. If even engineers building frontier AI are desperate for access to one another's tools, and if entire countries can be locked out, then access is not a convenience, it is a strategic capability. And the question for our country is whether we will secure it or whether we will be price takers forever. There are perhaps 3 to 5 companies in the world whose decisions on pricing, access, and deployment will shape every economy's AI trajectory. When Anthropic or OpenAI decides what to charge for agent tier access or whom to serve, that decision shapes Singapore's productivity frontier as directly as any trade agreement. We should therefore treat this class of companies, frontier AI firms, that have crossed a threshold of systemic importance, the same strategic seriousness that we bring to bilateral relations with countries. Not because they are sovereign, they lack the durability and legitimacy of states and remain subject to home state law, but because their decisions carry sovereign-grade consequences for our economy, and we should engage them accordingly. What does that mean in practice? 4 things. First, negotiating access at the sovereign level. In the possible future, where frontier AI agent costs go up, not down, Singapore should seek bulk licensing agreements for agent tier access the same way we negotiate energy supply. This means accepting that frontier AI access may be a permanently higher line item in the national expenditure and procuring it systematically, because the alternative, citizens priced out of the tools that define productivity, is worse. Second, we trade based on what we have. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has described the AI stack as a 5-layer cake: energy, chips, infrastructure, models, applications. In my view, we do not have energy at scale. We do not have frontier model capability. At the application layer, there's little moat outside of the knowledge agglomerations we can build for ourselves. We would be competing with some of the highest cost bases in the world. But Singapore Inc. builds good data centers, and we are among the world's leaders in water reuse and integrated water management, which is a binding constraint on data center expansion across water-scarce regions in Southeast Asia. We position ourselves as the infrastructure partner of choice for this region. That is real leverage, something we can bring to the table in exchange for access, for pricing, and for presence. So when a company like Anthropic or OpenAI approaches us, we should be their preferred regional bilateral partner in rolling out and scaling their data center build-out regionally, as well as all the infrastructure needed to make these data centers work. Third, we need to attract real technological presence. We should seek frontier AI companies establishing development offices here, not predominantly sales offices, which was the experience with the FANG companies in the 2010s. And I would prefer that we be quality conscious. Most companies that call themselves AI companies are not frontier AI companies. We need targeted strategy and engagement with frontier AI companies specifically. Fourth, get Singaporeans inside these labs. Once you are in the frontier AI ecosystem, it becomes much easier to circulate within that group of companies. I would welcome the government doing some fact-finding, engaging our local and overseas Singaporeans already in these companies and roles, understanding how they or their colleagues got hired, and disseminating that to our students and technical researchers. Right now, anecdotally, $500,000 to $1 million US salaries, excluding equity, in the US for AI researchers are fairly common. So it's clearly in our interest to figure out how to get more Singaporeans into this tight labor market. What I would really like to see is a skills framework for frontier AI lab researcher. Speaker, my last point is about the transition. Let me start with a person. In Hangzhou, a quality assurance supervisor named Joe joined a tech company in late 2022 at 25,000 yuan a month, about $4,800. reviewing AI model outputs for accuracy and safety. In 2025, his employer decided an AI model could do his job. They offered him a reassignment at roughly 40% less pay. He refused, they terminated him. Zhou went to arbitration and won. The company sued and lost, appealed, and lost again at the Hangzhou Intermediate People's Court. The ruling was published on 28 April this year, 3 days before International Workers' Day. The court's reasoning is worth our attention. The company argued that AI had made Zhou's role obsolete, a major change in objective circumstances, justifying dismissal under China's labor contract law. The court disagreed. AI adoption, it held, is a deliberate business strategy, not an unforeseeable event. A company that chooses to automate cannot unilaterally shift the cost of that decision onto the worker. The company had not shown that the contract was impossible to perform, and the reassignment at 40% less pay was not a reasonable alternative. The court added that companies should prioritize retraining workers and helping them transition into higher level roles. The principle that a deliberate business decision should not externalize its full cost onto the worker deserves serious consideration in Singapore. If a Singaporean Joe were retrenched tomorrow under our existing framework, would he win? Our existing tripartite advisory on managing excess manpower and responsible retrenchment, TAMEM, is advisory, not statutory. An employer can lawfully automate a role and terminate the worker without first attempting to redeploy or reskill them. And the public purse, through Skills Future and Workforce Singapore, would pick up the cost of that worker's transition. There is no AI-specific notice period. There is no statutory redeployment first obligation. There is no individual cause of action for the worker to challenge the reason of his termination. The data suggests we are entering the zone where this matters. MOM's Q4 2025 labour market report reports about 14,500 retrenchments in 2025, up from about 13,000 the year before. PMET retrenchment incidents reached 10.1 per 1,000 resident employees, above the pre-recessionary norm of 8 set during 2015 to 2019. Retrenchments were concentrated in financial services, informations, communications, and professional services. The most AI-exposed sectors, information and communications employment declined outright in 2025. The government announced the Tripartite Jobs Council on 30th April. I, of course, welcome its intent, but it creates no new powers, no new obligations on employers, and no new rights for displaced workers. How does the government intend for this council to work? Too often, what workers experience is not a frank conversation about AI-driven restructuring, but a performance improvement plan, a process that in many cases is a bit of wayang, designed to paper over a predetermined outcome. I foresee that such potential misleading reasons may be given, and workers must have the power to be able to challenge this. I propose 3 directions. First, a 90-day mandatory transition notice before AI-driven role elimination. Second, a redeployment first obligation, retraining or reassignment before AI-driven termination. These provisions will slow down the velocity of AI disruption, and velocity is what determines whether adjustment is possible. Third, for workers to be able to substantively challenge the reasons of their termination if they feel they are misleading, so that these AI restructuring protections will be real. Sir, in closing, Finland gave people unconditional cash as income. They were happier, less stressed, and the great majority still walked into the employment office and asked for work. The American pollster, David Shaw, polled Americans this year 3-1 across every political persuasion. They chose job creation over direct transfers. People, when offered a choice between a universal basic income and employment, invariably choose employment, not because they are irrational, but because a job is where you are needed, and being needed is not something a universal basic income can replace. So no jobless growth, yes, but more than that, no growth where the gains are captured disproportionately by capital and the burden of adjustment falls on labor. Universal access, so intelligence is not rationed by wealth. Strategic engagement, so that we are not price takers in our own future. And a retrenchment framework where the company that decides to automate bears the cost of that decision before the worker does. I do not think the awe and dread goes away, but in a country that builds for its workers, there's hope for a brighter future. Thank you.
Mr. Sanjeev Tiwari.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I start, my greetings to my fellow unionists in both sides of the viewing chamber. Thank you for the support. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as unionists, our role is not just to support change, but to ensure that the change works for our workers. With all the discussion so far, there is no doubt that AI brings about new opportunities, new tools, new ways of working, and the potential for better jobs. For the labour movement, an AI transition with no jobless growth must mean three things. First, AI augments workers. It does not replace them wholesale. Two, the productivity gains from AI are reinvested into people, into training, into new industries, into better wages and rural growth. Three, no worker is left to navigate this transition alone. I will speak to each of these in turn. Ensuring productivity gains are shared. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we are not deliberate, the gains from AI will not be automatically be shared. They will tend to concentrate in firms with the scale and capability to deploy it. The business case for transformation is compelling, and I support the government's announced efforts to support enterprises on this to accelerate their AI adoption so that they can seize new opportunities. However, I call on businesses seeking to grow their pie to be laser-focused on job redesign and training to bring their workers along with them. Here, I must appreciate the many honourable members who have supported this call. Globally, there are warnings that AI could significantly reduce entry-level white-collar jobs in the coming years. Closer to home, DBS Bank has announced plans to reduce its contract and temporary staff by around 4,000 across various markets with the AI adoption. While firms rationalize their workforce's size and skills mix, we must be clear-minded that not all of such rationalization may translate into economic growth that enables our families to thrive, children to flourish, and seniors to enjoy their golden years. Workers are therefore paying attention. They want to know that there are pathways for the gains from AI to benefit workers and not just management and shareholders. Many workplaces are only at the beginning of figuring out what such pathways need to look like and the pitfalls of falling into to provide such pathways. As mentioned by some members, recently courts in China have been active in reviewing cases regarding the dismissal of employees due to AI-related restructuring and choosing to protect labour rights against unfair AI-related layoffs. In one case, the arbitration panel clarified that AI replacement was not valid grounds for dismissal. In another case, a massive role and salary reduction due to AI taking over the work was not considered a reasonable reassignment proposal. I would like to believe that we will not see such court cases in Singapore. Hence, companies must be held to a human transition standard. When a company deploys AI that eliminates roles, it should be required to have a transition plan, redeployment offers, funded retraining, phased timelines. It must work with the unions through the company training committees or the tripartite frameworks to ensure this is managed together. We should make this a baseline and not the exception. The social contract between employer and employee must evolve alongside technology. Unions should be involved early in the company's transition plans to integrate new technology, implement job redesign, and transition workers to handle new work. In roles that AI is not displacing, AI is increasing the speed, density, and complexity of work, rather than reducing it. However, I caution that when AI has pushed human boundaries and job redesign is not done adequately in tandem, there is concern that the working environment will be unsustainably very high with intensity and pressures that can lead to burnout, fatigues, and poorer psychosocial health. We already see this in many of today's workplaces, especially for PMEs, where work is increasingly outcome-based, and the boundaries between work and personal life are more blurred. AI risks accelerating this trend even further. The psychosocial implications of AI enablement deserves further attention too. Our time-based employment protections were designed for a less digitally connected era, with more fixed working hours and clearer boundaries. Today, these new emerging work patterns suggest that there is room to further evolve how we can support workers. This is where our unions in Singapore play a critical role through collective agreements, company-level engagements, and multi-company initiatives such as the Queen Bee Partnerships for NTUC's Company Training Committee initiatives. Unions ensure that productivity gains are translated into better jobs, better wages, and most importantly, better working conditions, not just higher output and shareholder returns. In addition, when AI is deployed to support hiring decisions and performance reviews, we must watch for unintended biases and ensure safeguards for the confidentiality of information. Supporting workers through transitions. Even when gains are shared, there is a harder question we must confront. What happened to workers whose jobs are displaced altogether? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the standard response we often give is to reskill, adapt, move on. That advice assumes that workers have time, the financial buffer, and margin for error to take such risk. However, not all workers have this luxury. I want to be honest, because vague optimism is a luxury that the displaced cannot afford, and we must make sure the system watches for this. This is especially so for our mid-career and older PMEs. They are workers with mortgages and bills to pay, with children still in school and often elderly parents to take care of. They are not just managing careers, they are carrying entire households. For them, transitions are high stakes. A failed transition is not just a momentary setback, it can mean prolonged unemployment, income loss, and long-term repercussions for their loved ones. And this we are already seeing in the data that is provided by Ministry of Manpower, where there has a rise in PMET retrenchments compared to the pre-recession norms in 2019, reflecting that there are greater exposure to sectors undergoing restructuring. This is where we must go further to support our breadwinners and their families, ensuring that reskilling leads to real job outcomes, the transitions are supported, and that pathways to good jobs are clear, especially for those making mid-career shifts. Instead of welfare, we have workfare. And instead of minimum wages, progressive wage models for key segments of our workforce, for the AI era, we seek better support for our PME job seekers. We must continue close monitoring of those who applied for job seeker support and help them bounce back as soon as possible for the next better job. Mr. Deputy Speaker, giving workers a genuine voice in AI adoption, where the first two pillars of sharing gains and supporting transitions cannot happen without the third. Giving workers a genuine voice in how AI enters their workforces is equally important. Across advanced economies, one principle is becoming clear. Workers' voice must be part of how technology reshapes work. In countries like Belgium, unions and employers are already working together to establish norms around after hours, communications, workload, and staffing. In Singapore, we have a strong foundation in our tripartite model. But as a unionist, I want to make a broader point. If we are serious about ensuring AI is used fairly and that gains from AI-driven transformation reach workers, then we must welcome unions to represent PMEs who are most vulnerable in the AI era. PMEs are not a monolithic group, an engineer in aerospace, a financial analyst in banking, a project manager in the tech phase. Very different environments, and they go through very different impacts of AI transformations. Unions are able to shape workplace norms from ground up in a targeted manner that recognizes the diversity. Hence, employers should consider allowing unions to represent PMEs. The mechanism for having the workers' voice at the table is already here. It is the Company Training Committee. Through the CTC, unions work directly with management to chart out transformation roadmaps, redesign jobs, and upskill workers, so that no one is left behind when a company transforms. Let me just give one example. SBS Transit, with the support from the National Transport Workers Union and the CTC grant, overhauled its bus maintenance operations using AI. The company implemented AI-powered diagnostic systems for predictive maintenance, and instead of cutting jobs, it created a new diagnostic expert career scheme for over 50 workers. Such examples must be amplified, and more employers should do such things. We must continue to leverage this to support workers and enterprises in the AI transition. More recently, NTUC is partnering global technology leaders like Amazon Web Services and Huawei to equip 100,000 workers and 100 enterprises with AI skills through the CTC ecosystem. At the individual level, union members can also tap on union support for up to half of the subscription fees for AI models. This is in addition to the 6-month subscription provided through the government. I hope more leading MNCs can work with our unions to provide more training and uplift the AI skills of workers for our collective future. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I call for Singapore to move forward in these areas. First, on sharing gains, we must ensure that as enterprises transform with AI, the gains are shared with workers through fair wages, better working conditions, and clearer norms around work intensity, including expectations on after working hours, communications, and responsiveness. They must be calibrated to our Singapore context, but clear in intent. Second, in supporting transitions, we must strengthen how we support workers through the AI transition by ensuring that AI enables enterprises to unlock new growth, that training leads to real job opportunities, that reskilling is twined with job redesign, and that workers are not left to navigate these changes on their own. Third, giving workers voice. Workers and their unions must be engaged early when AI is introduced into the workplaces, not just on hiring and other employment decisions, but on how AI changes job scope, workflows, and performance expectations. This means welcoming unions' ability to represent PMEs and scaling mechanisms like the CTC so that worker voice is embedded in every transformation journey. An AI transition with no jobless growth is not a slogan. It is a commitment that growth should mean something to everyone, not just those on the top of the economic pyramid, but to the nurse, the teacher, the logistics worker, the small business owner, the young person entering the workforce for the very first time. They are not footnotes in the story of technological progress. They are the reasons progress should matter at all. These are not competing priorities. They go hand in hand, and we are standing at one of those rare inflection points in history where choices we make today will echo for the next generations. This is where the tripartite partners must deliver, must make this happen, and this is also what I hope this House will help us deliver. I strongly support the motion. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Sharil Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare my interest as someone working in the aerospace and advanced manufacturing industry, focusing on strategy, digital transformation, and AI transformation. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today with a deep sense of gratitude. I grew up in a very ordinary Singaporean home with working-class parents, but was given an extraordinary opportunity to build and retrofit advanced factories across the world. From Germany to the UK, from North America to Asia, I've had the privilege of building and working on Industry 4.0 facilities, cutting-edge factories equipped with some of the most sophisticated machines ever created. Machines that produce components of such precision that they can only be manufactured in a handful of places in the world, and facilities that assembled some of the most advanced engineering systems ever built. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, after all these years, one lesson stands above all else. It is not the machine, nor the technology that determines success. It is the people. I've seen factories with the best technology money can buy struggle because of misalignment, because of distrust, because workers, unions, management, and government were not moving in the same direction. And I've seen more modest facilities outperform expectations because everyone was aligned to a common purpose. That is why this debate matters. Because when we talk about transformation, especially one driven by artificial intelligence, we are not just talking about technology. We are talking about people, about workers, about livelihoods, about dignity. And I want to acknowledge our Labour Movement NTUC SecGen, Mr. Ng Chee Meng and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, and members of this House, Mr. Mark Lee and Mr. Saktiandi Supaat, for putting forth this motion. Their position is not just right, it is also timely. It is timely because it complements the direction set out by Prime Minister Mr. Lawrence Wong in his budget speech and at May Day rally, where he spoke about how Singapore must confront the realities of AI and global uncertainty while standing firmly with our workers. And even as technology reshapes our economy, we must not leave our people behind. Our Labour Movement have echoed this with clarity and conviction, that this transition must drive Singapore's next phase of growth, but it must be anchored in fairness and opportunity for all. We must equip both workers and enterprises to seize new opportunities so that progress is not just created, but shared. This is the promise we must make to our next generation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, having worked across different countries, I've encountered many labour movements. Many focus on protecting jobs, protecting specific jobs that exist today. And often, to protect the jobs of today, they invariably have to resist change, even when the tide of change is inevitable. But what we have in Singapore is different. From an enterprise experience, our tripartite partnership between the NTUC, Singapore National Employees Federation, and the government is unique. So unique that many of my overseas colleagues are genuinely puzzled by how well it works with real positive outcomes for all. Because our unions do not just protect jobs, they protect workers. And our union leaders, like Brother Samad from UPage, Brother Fahmi from UE, Brother Pubalan and Govidan from SETSWU, Brother Gabriel from OSPI, and many of our union leaders here, stand with the workers not just for where they are today, but for where they need to be tomorrow. They focus on keeping workers relevant, employable, and ready to take on better opportunities as the economy evolves. And that, Mr. Speaker, is something that we should never take for granted. And allow me to frame my position on the motion around three key ideas: transformative power, opportunity for all, and jobless growth. First, on the transformative power of AI. The impact of AI can be understood at three levels: the individual, the enterprise, and the industry. And at every level, success depends on how well workers, businesses, and government work together. At the level of the individual, AI is a force multiplier. It enhances productivity, augments skills, and allows each worker to do more, do better, and do faster. Many of us are already experiencing this today through tools like OpenAI, ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Claude, Gemini, and Canva. But this transformation does not happen by chance. Workers must be prepared to learn, adapt, and continuously upgrade themselves. And businesses must invest in training, redesign jobs, and empower their workforce to use these tools effectively. And government must provide the support structure, strong skills framework, accessible training pathways, and broad-based access to technology. That is why I'm encouraged by the support the government is providing to help Singaporeans adopt AI tools, further strengthened by NTUC's initiative to subsidize AI subscription to its members. This is important because AI cannot become a tool only for the privileged few. It must remain accessible to the masses so that every worker has the opportunity to improve productivity, strengthen capabilities, and participate meaningfully in Singapore's next phase of growth. At the level of the enterprise, AI enables better decision, sharper operations, and greater efficiency. It turns data into insights and insights into action. But to realize this, companies need the right framework, workers need the right capabilities, and government must provide the right environment to scale transformation responsibly. At the level of the industry, AI creates entirely new value. It reshapes business model, it transforms competition, and unlocks new growth. In a tight labor market like Singapore, this enterprise and industry transformation must go hand in hand with deep business process re-engineering and meaningful job redesign, as mentioned by a few of the members here. And speaking from my own experience in industry, the decision to adopt AI is rarely just about tax incentives, as characterized by Mr. Member Andre Loh. The real driver is how we upskill and reskill our workers so that they can take on higher value-added jobs that are increasing in demand and the opportunity cost of not doing so. The tax incentives help companies invest in the necessary AI tools and infrastructure, but equally important are the schemes that support workers through this transition. Whether it's programs such as the Skills Future Workforce Development Grant, the NTUC CTC grant, and the Union Training Assistance Program, and the Workforce Singapore Career Conversion Program, these initiatives support job redesign, training, and provide even wage support while workers undergo upskilling and reskilling. And very often, AI adoption is not a binary choice between technology or workers. It is about re-engineering business processes so that enterprises can do more with a more capable, more skilled, and more productive workforce to take on the challenges of the world. This value unlocked by AI must be shared. Shared so that workers are uplifted, businesses grow stronger, and society moves forward together. But ultimately, this is the social compact we must continue to uphold between workers, businesses, and government. One anchored on fairness, inclusion, and shared progress. Taken together, AI is not just any other technology tool. It is a systems-wide transformation. And that is why tripartism matters even more in the age of AI, and I'm heartened to hear the position of the labor movement. Second, on opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, this transition will create economic growth, but it is also a period of real uncertainty. And we must acknowledge these challenges. Our fresh graduates are feeling it. Many struggle to secure permanent roles. Multiple internships are becoming the norm. And at what point do we ask whether this becomes a substitute for proper employment? And as AI reshapes professions, from developers to lawyers, how do we ensure there are still meaningful entry points for our young people? If companies begin to question entry-level roles, then we must also ask who will train the next generation of our workforce. Our mid-career workers feel this even more deeply. With families and responsibilities, they worry that job transformation may render their experience less relevant. And our blue-collar workers, our technicians, our operators and drivers are asking hard questions about automation and the future of their jobs. These fears are real. And if left unaddressed, they can divide our society. That is why this opportunity for all cannot be left to market forces alone, a point also raised by member Ms. Poli-san. It requires companies, and especially middle managers, to give fresh graduates a real chance. It requires businesses to redesign jobs and invest, honestly, in upskilling and reskilling. And it requires all of us to work together so that every Singaporean can find their place in this new economy. Only then can we say that this is not just growth, but opportunity for all. Finally, on jobless growth. In many economies, jobless growth means growth without jobs. But in Singapore, our context is different. We are already near full employment, so this is not just about creating more jobs. It is about ensuring our people can take on the jobs that are created. Because growth will come and new roles will emerge. But if our workers are not ready, if skills are not kept in pace, then we risk a different kind of jobless growth. Not a lack of jobs, but a mismatch between jobs and the skills our workforce has. Avoiding this means focusing on capability, not just capacity. Businesses must transform jobs, not eliminate them. Workers must continue learning, and government must support both with strong systems and pathways. When we do this well, growth will not leave people behind. It will lift them. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please. Tuan Yang di-Pertua, perbincangan tentang AI hari ini bukan lagi sesuatu yang jauh daripada kehidupan kita. Di Singapura dan di seluruh dunia, kita melihat satu perkara yang jelas. AI membawa harapan, tetapi ia juga membawa kebimbangan. Dalam komuniti Melayu Islam kita, kebimbangan ini nyata. Golongan muda risau tentang masa hadapan pekerjaan dan sama ada peluang masih ada untuk mereka. Golongan pertengahan kerjaya pula bimbang sama ada pengalaman dan kemahiran mereka masih relevan. Dan pekerja kolor biru termasuk pemandu, technician dan pekerja am tertanya-tanya sama ada pekerjaan mereka akan digantikan oleh otomasi. Kita mesti mengakui kebimbangan ini. Tetapi pada masa yang sama, kita tidak boleh melihat AI hanya sebagai ancaman. Kita mesti melihatnya sebagai peluang. Peluang untuk maju bersama. Izinkan saya menyentuh 3 perkara penting dalam transformasi AI. Yang pertama, tentang membina kemahiran untuk menjadi sebahagian daripada kuasa transformasi ini. AI hanya akan menjadi force multiplier jika kita tahu menggunakannya. Sebab itu, kita mesti bersedia untuk meningkatkan kemahiran, reskill dan upskill diri kita secara berterusan. Di sinilah pentingnya kita memanfaatkan sokongan yang ada, sama ada melalui program WSG, NTUC maupun inisiatif masyarakat seperti M Kuasa 3 Plus. Di M Kuasa 3 Plus Pasir Ris Changi contohnya, kita menjalankan pelbagai program untuk membantu masyarakat meningkatkan kemahiran dan peluang pekerjaan. Antaranya termasuk Women at Work untuk membantu wanita kembali bekerja serta Career Marketplace yang diadakan di Pasir Ris, Changi untuk membuka akses kepada peluang kerjaya dan rakaian pekerjaan. Dan usaha ini tidak berhenti di situ saja. Melalui program hashtag di Pasir Ris Changi, kita mula memperkenalkan anak-anak kita dengan AI, robotics dan sistem autonomi, termasuk melalui aktiviti seperti Robot Wars. Ini bukan sekadar aktiviti. Ini adalah usaha untuk membina keyakinan, pendedahan dan kemahiran masa depan sejak usia muda. Dalam soal kemahiran, ketakutan terhadap AI tidak seharusnya menghalang kita daripada mempelajari cara menggunakannya dengan bijak. Kebimbingan bahawa AI boleh mengurangkan penghayatan terhadap bahasa dan budaya Melayu dan juga kemahiran yang lain adalah sesuatu yang wajar jika digunakan tanpa memahami asas dan batasnya. Seperti alat lain, yang penting ialah bagaimana kita menggunakannya. Penguasaan dan penghargaan terhadap bahasa Melayu tetap penting untuk memahami keindahan, nilai dan maknanya. Namun jika dimanfaat dengan baik, AI juga boleh membantu memelihara warisan kita dan AI juga, let me repeat that again. Namun jika dimanfaat dengan baik, AI juga boleh membantu memelihara warisan kita. AI juga boleh membantu mendigitalkan manuskrip Jawi lama, menghasilkan rekaan batik berinspirasi motif tradisional Melayu, serta memudahkan pembelajaran dan terjemahan bahasa Melayu. Malah filem Melayu klasik juga boleh dipelihara untuk generasi yang akan datang. Teknologi tidak seharusnya menghakis jati diri kita. Jika dimanfaatkan dengan bijak, AI boleh membantu memelihara bahasa, memperkukuhkan budaya dan membawa warisan Melayu ke masa hadapan dengan penuh keyakinan. Izinkan saya juga berpantun. Pisang emas di bawah belayar, masak sebiji di atas peti. Jika AI digunakan dengan pintar, budaya diwaris kekal di hati. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at its heart, this is not just an economic transition. This is a test of our social compact. A compact that must now be renewed for a new era, where businesses commit to not just profits, but to people, where workers commit to not just jobs, but to lifelong growth, and where government continues to stand with both, ensuring that no one is left behind. If we can do this, if we can move forward together with trust, purpose, and shared responsibility, then this transformation will not divide us. It will make us stronger, because when workers, businesses, and government move together, we do not just adapt to change. We shape it, we benefit from it, and we ensure that every Singaporean moves forward together. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the motion.
Associate Professor Terence Ho.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this timely motion. I would like to first declare my interests as the Executive Director of the Institute for Adult Learning at the Singapore University of Social Sciences. AI, as we know, is a transformative technology, all of us recognize that it will profoundly transform business models across the economy and with it the content and nature of work. As a small, open, and technologically advanced nation, Singapore must, of course, strive to be at the forefront of new technologies, especially one as significant as AI. In addition to being critical for our economy, AI also has considerable potential to help address Singapore's demographic and societal challenges. But whether we embrace AI or fear it, there's no escaping the impact it will have on our companies and workforce. I will make 4 points in my speech. The first, jobless growth is not an option for Singapore, as good jobs are integral to inclusive growth and to a fair and vibrant society. Singapore's social compact is based on self-reliance through work. This means providing for oneself and one's family through employment and income. It has been said before in this House many years ago that a job is the best welfare and full employment the best protection for the workers of Singapore. In this social contract, the government's role is to nurture a pro-enterprise business environment conducive to investment and job creation. And any Singaporean who is willing to work hard will have enough to meet his or her housing, healthcare, and retirement needs through CPF savings. In practice, significant government support is given in the form of housing grants, CPF top-ups, and healthcare subsidies to support home ownership, retirement adequacy, and healthcare assurance. Singapore's socio-economic model has evolved over time. We now have more extensive risk pooling through social insurance, complementing individual savings and meeting healthcare and long-term care needs. There's more structural or permanent social support in the form of workfare, income supplement, and silver support. And the government, recognizing the greater risks of economic and job disruption, has introduced income relief for the involuntarily unemployed through the Skills Future job seeker support, which has been discussed by members of this House. Yet, employment and incomes remain central to Singapore's socio-economic model and social compact. Recent advances in AI, of course, pose a challenge to this model. Globally renowned AI pioneers and industry leaders have warned of the possibility of mass job displacement arising from AI. Predictions of a so-called white-collar bloodbath or jobs apocalypse have stoked public fears, even as other commentators have asserted that these fears are overwrought. Transformative technologies in the past have indeed eliminated certain jobs, but they have created new jobs as well, so that we are not all without jobs or leading lives of unlimited leisure. Generative AI has raised particular concern because it can take over jobs and tasks associated with human skill and creativity, including cognitive tasks such as coding and data analysis, and creative tasks such as writing and design. These tasks require skills built through years of education and training and are consequently well remunerated. They underpin many of the good jobs that Singaporeans aspire to. While we should not underestimate the disruption from AI, there's still time to adapt and respond. And that's because the extent of job disintermediation or displacement depends on the speed of technology diffusion, which has historically followed an S-curve. I filed a PQ in March asking whether the Ministry of Manpower has detected any signs of AI prompting a slowdown in the hiring of fresh graduates. Indeed, many members in this House have pointed to this concern. The response I received then, which was reaffirmed yesterday as well, was that employment rates for young degree holders has remained broadly stable. This may be because adoption of AI is still in its early stages for many companies here. It takes time for more firms to move from viewing AI as a mere project or productivity enhancement tool to fundamentally reorganizing work processes around it. As the pace of AI adoption picks up, however, the benefits to firm productivity and profits will grow, but so too will the impact on jobs. A related concern that many in this House also have discussed is that in the AI age, profits will increasingly accrue to technology companies and those who own shares in these companies, and less to workers as skills become commoditized. While we must consider the need for greater social support and indeed possibly new channels of redistribution to keep our society inclusive, we must also continue to equip citizens to provide for themselves through good jobs and incomes. Some of us may remember what President Tharman explained in an interview in 2015 at the St. Gallen Symposium. He was describing Singapore's approach, and I quote, "It's about keeping alive a culture where I feel proud that I own my home and earn my own success through my job. I feel proud that I'm raising my family, and keeping that culture going is what keeps a society vibrant." If we look around the world at how economies have developed, it's clear that the key to success is the emergence of a strong middle class enabled by education and job creation. Many countries with large natural resource endowments have not done well because their focus has been on resource extraction, benefiting the few, rather than education and skills development, which benefit the many. It's also evident that Singapore succeeded precisely because people are our only resource. Singapore's economic development has been a story of inclusive growth, and that's the path we must stay on. This brings me to my second point, which is that we must support workers to develop deep domain knowledge, learning agility, and career resilience. To equip workers for the AI age, training in AI tools is certainly important. Familiarity with AI and understanding of the strengths and limitations of different AI tools comes with frequent use, tinkering, and experimentation. But that, as many in this House have also realized, is only part of the answer. After all, AI tools are supposed to become more intuitive and easier to use over time. The real value that people bring to jobs lies in deep understanding of domains, of subject matter, which means all of us still have to put in the hard yards to learn and avoid cognitive offloading by creating productive friction in the learning process, whether in schools or at the workplace. AI can provide the scaffolding and can help personalize learning, but it must not become a substitute for thinking. The key skill that many have identified is learning how to learn, being adaptable and resilient to changes. This means getting out of our comfort zones, continuously challenging ourselves, getting used to different tasks and work environments, and working in diverse teams. This is everybody's responsibility to take ownership of our own learning and career development, leveraging public funding and resources where available. Employers, too, have a responsibility. The Singapore Opportunity Index developed by MOM highlights how employers can create opportunities for their workers, such as through recruitment practices, career development pathways, and job design. By identifying employers with a good track record of supporting career growth, employers will hopefully be encouraged to invest in their workers and help them chart their careers. The third point I'd like to bring up is that we must not only upskill workers for jobs, but also upgrade jobs for workers. As I mentioned in my speech at MOM's COS debate, there will continue to be strong demand for workers in areas such as healthcare and skilled trades, driven by an aging population and the relative resilience of these roles to AI displacement. However, such jobs have difficulty attracting Singaporeans as they're perceived to be less prestigious or rewarding, or perhaps less comfortable compared with white-collar office jobs. But the risk is that Singapore will become increasingly dependent on foreigners to take on essential work, even as Singaporeans struggle to find jobs that meet their aspirations. Today, over 40% of the resident workforce have university degrees. Jobs and occupations that have traditionally been regarded as non-degree jobs therefore have to be redesigned to be suitable for a broad range of workers, including graduates. Pay is only part of the issue. The jobs have to be redesigned to tap on workers' head, heart, and hand skills so that they are more engaging for workers and more resilient to AI disruption. This may involve taking on greater professional responsibility, increasing the cognitive, analytical, and innovation content of jobs, and creating more opportunities for interpersonal engagement on the jobs. AI tools can in fact support the upgrading of vocational and semi-skilled jobs by augmenting human expertise. By making a whole range of these jobs attractive to Singaporeans, we can avoid structural overqualification or underemployment. Enterprises can do so by centering job design on skills rather than credentials. My fourth point is that Singapore should build up expertise as a global reference point for skills-first and human-centric job redesign. A skills-first approach means that workers aren't pigeonholed by formal qualifications into certain jobs or occupations. Employers recognize that workers, regardless of the starting point, can upskill to meet job requirements. Likewise, the scope of jobs and occupations can expand to make fuller use of workers' skills. AI is already fractionalizing jobs, breaking them down into tasks, some of which are assigned to AI and others to human workers. It is important for job redesign to be human-centric so that human workers can still make a valuable contribution, augmented by AI and technology, rather than have processes entirely automated with minimal human involvement. With agentic AI now able to execute processes that span multiple job roles, it's no longer enough to redesign tasks within a particular job. Instead, organizations must look at redesigning end-to-end work processes. This is a capability that must be embedded within organizations as AI continually reshapes the nature of work. Singapore has the opportunity to set the pace in skills-first employment practices and human-centric job redesign, which will benefit both our firms and workers, and is critical to our social compact. The Institute for Adult Learning's Center for Skills-First Practices recently launched a series of skills-first working papers and accompanying roundtable discussions. They attracted much international attention with participation from experts, policymakers, and industry practitioners around the world. The impact of AI on work and learning is an issue that all countries and societies are grappling with, and no one has all the answers. It is a fertile area of research as firms and societies seek to adapt and transform. We are in a complex operating environment with no tried and tested playbook to fall back on. As one corporate leader I spoke with recently put it, we are learning and adapting mid-flight. Both learning and job redesign in the age of AI must be iterative and experimental. We need the best minds in Singapore and around the world focused on this. Just as Singapore has world-leading research centers in new technologies like quantum computing, we should likewise build up expertise and experience in adult learning and human-centric job redesign. Today, there are nodes of excellence across the institutes of higher learning. For instance, the polytechnics and IT are among the national centers of excellence for workplace learning. SMU has set up a Resilient Workforces Institute, while SIT has launched a skills assessment and validation initiative. At SUSS, the Institute for Adult Learning has an adult learning collaboratory and a Center for Skills-First Practices. With end-to-end expertise from research to translation, IL can serve as a national focal point for adult learning and employability. Together, we can build up Singapore as a thought leader and living laboratory in the areas of adult learning, career health, human AI complementarity, and skills-first practices. As a global innovator plugged into international networks of cutting-edge research and practice, Singapore can help to shape the future of work in a way that supports both economic growth as well as human flourishing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the motion before us powerfully expresses the commitment of Singapore's tripartite partners to inclusive development that benefits both workers and firms. This is important because it can no longer be taken for granted that economic growth in the future will be accompanied by full employment and rising incomes. Beyond adapting to AI, our end goal must be to enable every worker to grow, to contribute, and to find meaning in work. The formation of the National AI Council and the Tripartite Jobs Council underscores this commitment. It is a whole-of-nation effort where everyone has a part to play. Recently, an American journalist approached me to find out how Singapore is addressing AI and its impact on jobs. She noted that many major US corporations are under pressure to slash headcounts to boost profits. Indeed, there are expectations from shareholders and investors that management will replace workers with AI. When I shared with her that Singapore's priority is equipping workers to work with and alongside AI, she described the contrast, in her words, as stark and inspiring. With our unique tripartite collaboration and the commitment of all partners, I believe that companies and workers can approach the coming AI transition with resolve and confidence.
Mr. Alexio.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, AI can be scary. I recall the first time at work when I received a draft legal submission from my younger colleague who had some content generated by AI. The alarm bells went off in my mind. Is the content reliable? Am I going to be taken to task by the court for submitting this? I was anxious and worried, even though the content had been verified and put together with considered human-generated legal analysis. This incident made me recollect what happened when I first joined the legal profession. I would find written memos on my desk with instructions on matters from a particular senior partner. When I asked once whether an email might be easier, I was told that an email was not reliable and that with a written memo, it was assured that I would receive the message. Now, we all know better than to argue with our bosses, but eventually the written memos did move on to becoming emails, perhaps with the realization that the email instructions would reliably reach me even after office hours. As with each industrial and technological transformation in history, be it the steam engine, electricity, digitalization with personal computers, connectivity with the internet, and now AI, change and transition always bring with them anxiety and the fear of the unknown. Humans are wired to be untrusting of that which we cannot control, and maybe even rightly so. With AI, we feel this acutely in Singapore. Many members in the House have spoken about these concerns and anxieties felt by Singaporeans from all walks of life. As the adage goes, change is the only constant. Fear of the unknown is a natural reaction, but we should use it as a galvanizing force to rethink old ways, learn new ones, and as a result, seize new opportunities and grow. This motion is therefore a timely one. It recognizes that harnessing AI to grow is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, while AI can be a driver for the next phase of Singapore's economic development, on the other, if its development and deployment is left unfettered, it can lead to societal ills such as job displacement and widening inequality. As PM pointed out during his budget statement, AI is but a tool. How we harness it and manage its deployment will shape our economy, our jobs, our lives. Our approach to AI-enabled growth, as the motion states, therefore, must be anchored in fairness, resilience, and opportunities for all. The motion resonates because it's about putting people at the center of Singapore's approach to AI-enabled growth. Growth must be inclusive and benefit our people. We cannot have jobless growth at all costs. Sir, awareness of AI's disruptive nature to the workplace and to our workforce is extremely high. The anxieties and concerns of our workers and PMEs across industries are not hypothetical. They are real, even quantifiable. A recent NTUC survey found that more than half of our PMEs feel an urgent need to upskill just to stay relevant. Nearly a third are actively anxious about being replaced. Other studies have shown that half of Singaporeans feel that their roles could be automated, and many are concerned that AI will benefit the bottom lines of corporations more than it benefits the everyday worker. Our young graduates entering the workforce for the first time face a daunting reality. As AI automates routine execution, employers are raising the bar, demanding higher order critical thinking and AI collaboration skills from the outset. Left on its own, the AI disruption could very well lead to unfair outcomes. Organizations and individuals who manage a head start or transition well will benefit exponentially, while those who do not will be left behind. For years, we have proactively anticipated a disruption like this by investing and imbuing in Singaporeans the value of lifelong learning and the need to regularly upskill through programs such as Skills Future. This has put us in a good starting position as we push hard on AI adoption, like the National AI Impact Program that aims to support 10,000 enterprises and help 100,000 workers become more AI fluent. However, AI fluency and literacy among the general population is also equally important. On this, I'd like to raise 2 points. First, you'll recollect my personal anecdote at the start of my speech. Fluency with any tool, be it computers or smartphones in the past, or AI today, is about building confidence. Mr. Lim Boon Heng, a former NTUC Secretary General, shared with me his experience with the government's computerization efforts in the 1980s. It was a strategic decision at the time, but workers were afraid of computers. So the government designed computer appreciation courses that were rolled out by the NTUC using early Apple computers. Familiarization with the use of the keyboard, and for those who remember, playing games like Pac-Man. Workers slowly got past the fear and embraced the familiarity. Importantly, the key message must be, this is a tool that can help you do a job better, faster. Now, that new tool is AI. While it is vital that we upskill our workers to leverage on the AI tools that are relevant for their respective workplaces, AI fluency and literacy should be a national endeavor that's available in our schools, our community clubs, and even our active aging centers. The idea is to embed AI fluency and literacy as a part of life, be it in creating a simple e-greeting card with an AI tool that creates moving graphics, or building a billion-dollar company using bots. Only then can we envision an entire people advancing collectively, together in an economy with AI-enabled growth. If embracing AI is a national strategic move, then we should roll out a national AI literacy and fluency program for all Singaporeans. Second, supporting workers to become AI fluent should be more than just providing them with the AI tools and the know-how on using them. We must also equip and afford workers the time and ability to learn how to apply the AI tools in their workplaces. Getting young graduates past the door and securing older workers and PMEs in new roles are imperative. But if AI is to transform our economy, we must ensure that our workforce learns effectively through deeper learning, while persuading our businesses and organizations to create workplaces and systems that allow our workers to test their new skills, learn from mistakes, and improve. Learning must be coupled with building capability. At its broadest and most pervasive use as a tool, AI can generate content, summarize, and answer in seconds. We need a workforce that can not only use the AI tool to obtain these outcomes, but to work with AI as a collaborative partner while applying judgment, reason, creativity, and context to drive high-impact value. The human elements. Professor Ming Hua, in a recent Business Times article advocating for deeper learning, gave the example of Micron Singapore, whose in-house AI upskilling initiative did not stop at awareness, but allowed employees to use AI tools to extract insights faster, analyze risks better, automate rote tasks, plan projects more effectively, and improve decision-making. How do we persuade more businesses and organizations to devote the time and precious resources to obtain these objectives together with us? Upskilling our workforce to ensure that they have the necessary credentials and knowledge may get them past the door, but it is no guarantee that businesses and organizations will employ and train workers in the way that will build on and optimize their AI capabilities. The government has been deliberate in focusing our policies on long-term advancement rather than on short-term gains. I'm therefore confident that the AI National Council, led by PM, will lay out plans and initiatives on the same basis. In fact, we already have within our system the ability for the government, unions, and employers to collaborate closely to achieve the long-term objective of ensuring that our workforce is effectively equipped with the knowledge, skills, deep understanding, and practical application outcomes. Our tripartite model, where all three partners, having built trust, mutual respect, and equal partnership over decades, working hand in hand through this new phase of AI adoption, will help us to ensure that our workers, our businesses, and our economy can seize new opportunities and advance together. Before I conclude, I wish to support the proposal by NTUC Secretary Mr. Ng Chee Meng for the setting up of a market intelligence and foresight system contextualized to the Singapore market. You can appreciate how useful it would be to draw insights from information, data points, analysis, and the research of tripartite partners to sense-make for early signals, coordinate responses, and provide proactive early intervention where necessary. That said, while supporting our workers to retrain and move on to different roles to prevent displacement is important, we should also explore the possibility of using information from the same system to identify how the government can incentivize AI startups to create new jobs and opportunities for our workforce. For example, it has been reported that AI movie production startups in China are supported with incentives and financial support. They are reported to have pioneered micro-dramas or vertical dramas. There's a new entertainment format making waves globally. Sir, if we are to leverage on AI as the next phase of Singapore's economic development, we must transform not only our economy, but also the lives of every worker, every Singaporean. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick Tay.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the motion. I would like to thank my NTUC sisters and brothers in this House for coming to support this motion. Knowledge workers like professionals, managers, and executives are highly exposed to artificial intelligence, unlike earlier waves of automation that mostly impacted the rank and file. Many of our middle-income PMEs belong to a sandwiched or underserved group. They are expected to perform like the top, but are less protected than the bottom. And they face increased competition from foreign PMEs. Mid-career PMEs are sandwiched between younger and older dependents and cannot afford to lose their jobs. Yet, they can take a longer time to find new jobs when displaced due to their higher income and age, often at the expense of a pay cut. We perceive PMEs as privileged and adaptable who have resources and can take individual responsibility to upskill and also to cope with setbacks. This assumption no longer holds true. AI is set to both augment and disrupt job tasks across all PME sectors at all levels. We must recognize AI as a transformative technology that has the potential to create new opportunities and shared prosperity, but also the potential to widen inequality by concentrating wealth and power at the top, especially if guardrails are disregarded for the broad middle in the race to adopt AI. To this end, I submit that Singapore's approach to AI must be human-centered, while AI-enabled growth must be worker-centered. This means we commit to what I call the 3 E's. The 3 E's are equitable growth, enhanced protections, and engaged workforce. First, equitable growth. When we talk about AI-driven jobless growth, this does not necessarily mean mass unemployment. However, it may mean that the gains from AI may not trickle down to the broad middle. Earlier this year, EDB announced that the expected number of jobs to be created fell to 15,700, the lowest in at least 20 years, despite having attracted more investments than the year before. This indicates that while we may not see jobless growth, we may well see growth with less jobs. Job seekers could be competing for fewer vacancies, underemployment could rise, and wages could stagnate. Young graduates may find more challenges securing full-time employment compared to before. Globally, we have seen a wave of companies, especially those in the tech sector, announce wide-ranging job cuts, citing AI as a cause. Equitable growth means that gains from AI-enabled growth will be shared with workers in the form of better wages, welfare, and work prospects. As a start, we need to raise our standards for what constitutes fair and responsible retrenchment, such as by requiring early retrenchment notifications, supporting unions to negotiate for retrenchment benefits according to industry norms, and designing AI grant incentives with conditions requiring employers to demonstrate efforts to meaningfully redeploy workers whose roles and tasks are taken over by AI. As Singapore aims to attract the world's top AI talent to our shores, we must also ensure this builds up and strengthens our Singaporean core. I ask that the government encourage reciprocity through programs like the Capability Transfer Program so that knowledge and expertise flow to our local PMEs. At the same time, the government can also invest in homegrown AI talent by sending them on training stints to top AI companies overseas through programs like the Overseas Market Immersion Program. Bringing in global expertise and developing our own global talent pipeline are two sides of the same coin. Both deepen the capabilities of our local workforce. Second E, enhanced protections. Inevitably, some workers will be impacted in the transition to AI. We cannot leave them to sink or survive on their own. They will need career guidance, financial support, and grace to bounce back stronger. I thank the government for launching the Job Seeker Support Scheme for the involuntarily unemployed workers to benefit from transitional support for up to 6 months while they train or search for the next job. The income threshold for GSS is currently set at $5,000, excluding CPF, we should only cover less than 20% of resident PMEs. I hope the government will consider raising this threshold to the gross median resident PME income, currently at $8,400 as of 2025, or consider some other suitable schemes of equivalence to address the needs of impacted PMEs. By the same token, government can also consider allowing those with HDB housing loans a temporary deferment for up to 6 months, especially if they are unable to meet the mortgage payments to ease immediate cash flow needs. Singapore has taken a considered, framework-based approach to AI governance. We are not behind. We are being deliberate. Through IMDA's Model AI Governance Framework, CSA's Addendum to Secure Agentic AI Systems, and voluntary testing toolkits, we have encouraged innovation and responsible adoption. But as AI moves from assisting decisions to making them, including in hiring, promotion, and restructuring, we must keep pace. Other advanced economies have already taken the lead to explicitly classify employment-related AI as high risk. This matters greatly to workers. Will recruitment AI automatically risk candidates or rank candidates with disabilities lower? If HR relies on an AI tool to shortlist who stays and who goes during restructuring, what recourse does the worker have if the outcome feels unfair? Who is accountable in this case? The HR, the employer who procured the AI tool, or the developer who built it? These are not hypothetical concerns. A joint SUTD GovTech study found that large learning models can reliably guess personal characteristics like gender of candidate from other data points like hobbies and volunteering, and even resumes, even when resumes are anonymized. We are fortunate to have passed the Workplace Fairness Act. Its principles that employment decisions must be fair and merit-based, and that every worker deserves fair access to good jobs should apply, regardless of whether those decisions are made by a human or by an algorithm. But while these principles are technology agnostic, our current anti-discrimination levers have yet to explicitly address how they interact with AI-mediated decisions. As AI adoption accelerates, employers need clarity on what responsible use looks like, and workers need assurance that existing protections travel with them into an AI-enabled workplace. We should close this gap, not with regulation that stifles innovation, but with clear, practical, tripartite guidelines to ensure a just and fair transition. Singapore's strength is our tripartite approach, and we should leverage it. To that end, I ask that the government consider the following. First, the employers who adopt employment-related AI be guided to conduct risk assessments proportionate to the level of impact and ensure meaningful human oversight. Second, the HR professionals be supported with training and self-assessment tools to use AI responsibly and identify biasness. Officers involved in data governance and cybersecurity can also update their skills and knowledge in this evolving area as more companies adopt AI that's integrated with enterprise data. And third, that workers be given transparency. They should know where AI is being used in decisions that affect them, what guardrails are in place, and how existing avenues redress and apply. And fourth, that we explore going upstream, working with AI vendors and developers to ensure that the underlying software meets some baseline principles of fairness and transparency before it reaches our workplaces. The International Labour Organization has started this journey, and Singapore, with our tripartite DNA, can be a front-runner in this space. Third and final E, engaged workforce. Workers master AI and figure out how to embed AI into their workflows, not the other way around. And ultimately, an organization cannot be run by no workers and AI alone. But simply imposing AI from the top will not produce results and can even create resistance and sunk cost. Workers are end users and experts in their own workflows. They know where AI adds value and where it falls short. If you want AI to work, you have to ask the people who do the work. We already have a proven mechanism for doing exactly this, our NTUC's Company Training Committees, or CTCs for short. CTCs bring management, unions, and workers together at the company level to co-design transformation plans, pairing technology adoption with job redesign, skills upgrading, and better wages. Let me share one example which PM shared during the May Day rally at Tan Tock Seng Hospital, where our Healthcare Services Employees Union, HSEU for short, worked with management through the CTC to roll out a smart scheduler that could handle multiple shift patterns and cut rostering time from more than 90 minutes to under 15, so that nurse managers could spend more time on other core work instead. Senior enrolled nurse Lilian Ting, 69, who has worked at TTSH for the past 19 years, put it simply, with technology making work less physically demanding, she can continue working effectively for as long as she remains healthy. This is what an engaged workforce looks like. But company-level efforts alone will not be enough. With the formation of the Tripartite Jobs Council, government, employers, and unions can now coordinate sectoral transformation with workers at the center, ensuring that AI training, job redesign, and transition support are shaped by those on the ground, not just decided from the top. Critically, the TJC can level up the CTC ecosystem to extend its reach beyond large employers to SMEs that may not have the resources to navigate their transformation alone. CTCs engage workers at the company level. The TJC will do it at the national level. Together, they ensure that AI transition is not something done to our workers, but with them. In Chinese, sir. 傅义祥先生，人工智能来了，来得快，来得猛。但我们要问，人工智能化赚的钱到底进了谁的口袋？我提3点。第一，分好蛋糕。人工智能创造财富，但财富不能只归老板。工友帮忙烘蛋糕，也该吃点蛋糕。第二，撑好伞。丢了工作，不能让人自生自灭。求职员制们，求职援助门槛可扩大，让更多专业经理还有执行人员能受惠，能有更多的保障。我们要在风雨来临前，先把伞撑好，未雨绸缪。第三，一起走。人工智能转型不是老板说了算。正所谓3个臭皮匠胜个诸葛亮。劳资正三方，工友、工会、雇主一起商量，才走得远、走得稳、走得快。分好蛋糕，撑好伞，一起走，这才是属于每一个以国人为核心的人工智能未来。To conclude, there has been much said about AI as a double-edged sword. This metaphor has been used ad nauseum, but it's not untrue. AI's impact on the broad middle means that it is a once-in-a-generation technology, but could also be a once-in-a-generation divider that concentrates gains to those who control AI while displacing the very same workers who help to design, implement, and build it. Equitable growth, enhanced protections, and engaged workforce. These are 3 principles that must guide us in the way forward if we hope to anchor AI as an enabler and our AI transition in fairness, resilience, and opportunities for all, because every worker matters. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion. Thank you.
MOS Jasmine Lau.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have listened carefully to members today. There is genuine concern across the House about what AI will mean for our workers. And these concerns are real. The government shares them. We cannot slow down the development of AI, but we will not leave its outcomes to chance. We will work hard to secure a different deal between the companies that prosper here and the workers whose effort makes that prosperity possible. Where companies benefit from operating and growing in Singapore, we will expect a fair deal for workers, not just in words, but in how jobs are designed, how people are trained, and how gains are shared. Where public resources and policies are used in support of business transformation, we expect companies to deliver clear and meaningful outcomes for workers. In my conversations and engagements across MDDI and MOE work, and through the Economic Strategy Review, the same concerns come up again and again. Will my job exist in 5 years' time? Will AI widen inequality and leave the vulnerable behind? And if AI makes companies more productive, will workers share in the gains? These are not unreasonable fears. They come from people who have worked hard, built up skills and experience over time, and now sense that the ground is shifting beneath them. I will take each of these questions in turn. First, on whether today's jobs will continue to exist. Well, let me be honest. Some roles will change substantially. Roles built primarily around repeating the same steps are the most exposed. Now, this is not a verdict on the value of the people who do that work. It is a signal to us in government and to employers that we need to act now and not after the disruption arrives. And act we will. But AI is more than just a technological advancement that replaces jobs. At the same time, it is opening up entirely new ways of working and new kinds of roles that did not exist before. Some academics have described AI as an invention of a method of invention. It expands the space of problems that can be solved, the products that can be built, and industries that we can create. A small biotech team in Singapore can run experiments that would have required a national lab decades ago. A solo founder can ship software that took a 100-man firm to deliver 3 years ago. So competition sharpens, but the frontier also moves outward. And that is why the Economic Strategy Review Committee that SPS Gohan Yen and I co-chaired focused on identifying new areas where Singapore can use AI to build a real competitive edge. And the Prime Minister's National AI Council will take this forward. Members have pointed out the impact of AI on PMEs, professionals, managers, and executives, as AI automates routine and analytical tasks. The ESR team recognized this, which is why helping businesses and workers proactively navigate the transition was the focus of the committee chaired by MOS Goh Pei Ming and MOS Desmond Chu. For displaced workers, the committee studied how the government, employers, and unions could offer more timely help. As mentioned in our midterm update, the ESR is studying ways to encourage earlier retrenchment notifications, as raised by Mr. Ng Chee Meng. On PMEs specifically, the committee recognizes that they may face greater job uncertainties and will recommend more targeted support. This includes considering enhancements to the Job Seeker Support Scheme, as Mr. Patrick Tay suggested, and tapping on private sector expertise to strengthen placement support for this group. For workers at risk of displacement, the ESR will recommend practical ways to help them move into more resilient roles with stronger demand. We will identify sectors with sustained labor demand and lower AI displacement risk. And we will work with unions and employers in those sectors to create clear, supported entry points for workers making the transition. We must make these pathways walkable and not just visible. To illustrate, a mid-career worker in a routine administrative role, for example, in data entry or customer service, could be worried about AI displacing him. With job facilitation and reskilling support, the worker should be able to move into a sector where there are roles that build on his existing skill sets. For example, the worker could explore adjacent roles in healthcare administration. This is where we are seeing robust demand given the growth of our population healthcare needs. And healthcare requires uniquely human skills that are more resilient to disruption. All this requires more than causes. It requires employers, unions, training providers, and placement support working closely together so that workers do not fall through the cracks during transition. No government in the world has all the answers to this transition, and I would be wary of any that claims otherwise. What we in Singapore can commit to is this: we will not wait for perfect solutions before acting. We are starting now, and we will adjust our efforts along the way. Second, on inequality, members are right to worry. Technology that amplifies capability can also amplify gaps between those who adapt quickly and those who struggle to keep up. As Mr. Mark Lee points out, some risks we face are that productivity gains accrue more to those already ahead, while the bottom of the career ladder may face erosion. Our response is to raise the floor and to widen the door. This means starting earlier, building AI literacy into our schools so that all students develop confidence with AI and not just those who have access to resources. Currently, every ITE and Polytechnic student is already taught AI literacy as part of their course. And we are now bringing AI literacy and safe AI tools into primary and secondary school classrooms. This means that all students, regardless of economic background, can learn about AI safely. They can also learn how AI can benefit their learning, such as to help them refine their ideas. And they also learn when they should not use AI. As Minister Desmond pointed out earlier today, we are committed to supporting students who may not have strong family or parental supervision and support. While AI literacy in school will give them a good and strong foundation, we must continue to develop partnerships with the community and the self-help groups to make sure that the supervision and support continue outside of school. Learning must continue beyond graduation, and from the second half of 2026, all of our institutes of higher learning will offer selected AI-related courses at significant discounts for their alumni for a period of 1 year. For workers already in the workforce, Singaporeans who complete selected AI training courses will receive 6 months of complimentary access to premium AI tools. And we will track take-up and usage to see if we need to do more. Every Singaporean, regardless of starting point, should have the chance to experiment with AI tools and to build fluency. Now, the third question is the hardest and the most important. Will workers share in the gains? We should be clear, this doesn't happen automatically. Left on its own, technology can lead to very uneven outcomes. And that is why this is not just a market question. It is a question of how we shape norms and expectations in our economy. So let me set out clearly what we expect. Companies that benefit from AI should invest in their people, not just in technology. That means training as many existing workers as possible and not just hiring new ones. It means facilitating their employees' access to frontier AI tools, creating communities of practice, and incentivizing learning and upskilling. It also means redesigning jobs in close consultation with workers, as suggested by Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, so that people can work alongside AI using judgment, context, and experience, rather than treating workers simply as a cost to be reduced. And where roles do change or disappear, it means making a serious effort to redeploy and reskill workers within their organizations before turning to retrenchment. We are not asking our companies to do national service. We are asking them to do what is in their own long-term interest. In an AI age, human instinct and intuition will remain key. We all know that when we work with AI, we need to steer it, ask the right questions, and apply judgment as we refine the output iteratively. It is not one shot. If you do not develop people who understand the context of your organization and use this knowledge to reinforce your AI systems, you will be left with a very shallow and hollow company in future. If companies here replace humans completely with AI, they will find themselves in future to have no competitive edge when AI is available to all companies. They will also find themselves at the mercies of AI companies. So what we are working towards is an approach that best positions our companies for sustainable growth in the long term. Mr. Saktiyandi Supat brought up the need for balanced regulatory approaches that do not disincentivize AI adoption. Indeed, we will not seek to legislate our way to good outcomes. That has never been Singapore's primary approach. But we are equally clear that voluntary cannot mean optional in practice. Where public resources are deployed, we will ask for worker outcomes. We will work with companies to meet these expectations. And where there are persistent gaps, we will review how our support is applied. We will discuss with our tripartite partners on how this can be done fairly and effectively in a way that incentivizes companies to invest in training, job redesign, redeployment, and placement. If we do this well, we will be able to create and sustain good jobs in the AI age. A good job is not just a job that exists. It is one that allows a worker to progress. It should pay fairly and reflect the productivity gains that technology brings. It should build skills that remain relevant, including as part of routine on-the-job training, so that workers are not stuck doing tasks that are easily replaced by automation. And it should give workers a sense of dignity and agency, and not reduce their role to simply following instructions generated by machines. We have seen that when there is strong commitment, this is possible. At PSA, AI and automation have helped deliver record cargo volumes. At the same time, the company reskilled and redeployed more than 2,000 workers into higher skilled roles. And they continue to hire thousands more because they are growing faster than the competition. To Mr. Andre Loh, I would say, automation and augmentation are not mutually exclusive. Protecting a worker can mean being intentional about automating the tasks that are repetitive and physically demanding, and upgrading the skills of the same worker so that technology can augment his capabilities as he takes on a higher value role. Even smaller businesses are playing their part. Take, for instance, our local pawnbroker, Maxi Cash. In the past, the customer wishing to trade in jewelry would interface with a sales advisor who would pass on their case to a valuer to assess the authenticity of the jewelry. Maxi Cash enhanced this process by reskilling 25 of their sales advisors to use an AI-enabled authentication system, which can accurately assess the composition of jewelry in just 5 seconds. Now, these sales advisors can complement the existing pool of valuers, relieving their workload and reducing the customer wait times. This is the kind of responsible transformation we want to see in Singapore, as the norm, not as the exception. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have listened carefully to the many suggestions and perspectives shared in this House today from members on both sides. We may differ on specific policy ideas or on how particular measures should be designed, funded, or sequenced. That is the nature of democratic debate, and it is very healthy. But I believe there is broad agreement across this House on a fundamental principle that the gains from growth and progress must be shared fairly and broadly with all Singaporeans. This should not be a matter of party or ideology. It is a principle that we must uphold together as Singaporeans. So let me say this plainly. If Singapore succeeds with our AI ambitions, and we should never assume success is automatic, because it will require sustained effort, difficult choices, adaptation, and perhaps some good fortune too. But if we succeed, then the government will ensure that the benefits are widely shared. The gains must not accrue only to those who have capital, advantages, or access. They must translate into better wages, better opportunities, and greater security for all Singaporeans. The best protection for workers is not only redistribution after disruption. It is shaping how gains are created and shared from the outset, and ensuring that Singaporean workers retain agency within an AI economy. This government has been able to deliver these outcomes over decades of Singapore's development. And we are determined to continue doing so as we navigate this AI transition. Our policies have never been static. We have continuously adapted, refreshed, and strengthened them as circumstances changed. And that discipline will continue. Ultimately, every Singaporean should be able to look at what Singapore has built and say, I have a stake in this progress. I have a share in this growth. And this future belongs to me and my family too. This shared commitment is also what makes Singapore's approach to this transition distinctive. Our strength is not just technology. It is the way we work together across government, businesses, and unions. To workers watching this debate, I want to say this directly to you. The government is on your side, and we are acting before the disruption reaches you, not after. You will not be doing this alone. Our commitment made in this House today is our commitment to you. To our business leaders, AI gives you powerful new capabilities, but how you use them will define your company's future and your relationship with the people who built it alongside you. The companies that will lead in 10 years are not those who stripped costs the fastest, but those that built stronger teams by combining human judgment with machine capability. But I want to be clear about something else as well. Not every business needs to adopt AI, and not every pursuit needs to be seen through the lens of AI transformation. There is real value in things that are fully human-created, and that value may grow, not shrink, as AI becomes more prevalent. When everything around us is auto-generated, optimized, and scaled, the things that are not will stand out. The live performance and encore that cannot be repeated, the hand-thrown ceramic bowl that carries the mark of a human hand, the meal prepared with care and craft, not just consistency, and the conversation with the calligraphy master who has spent a lifetime honing his art. Now, I think we will see a revival of appreciation for these things. And Singapore should not just acknowledge this, we should embrace it. Our artisans, our performers, our craftsmen are not swimming against the tide of AI. In a world saturated with AI-generated content, they may find themselves exactly where the world is looking. Beyond the near-term transition, there is a longer-term question we must answer. What do we need to do now with our education system to prepare our students for the future world? We must accept that AI will continue to get better at the tasks which machines do well. And all the more, we need to focus on what makes us distinctly human. The curiosity that asks a question nobody has thought to ask. The creativity that connects ideas across domains in ways no training data predicts. And the empathy that reads a room, earns trust, and knows when the most efficient solution may not be the right solution. We often call these soft skills. In an AI age, they will become the hard edge of competitive advantage for our people and for Singapore. And that is why we will review our education system to make sure we develop these qualities with the same rigor and intentionality we have always applied to academic excellence. We must continue to build strong foundations and make sure our students do not become overly reliant on AI shortcuts. Our human brains are muscles that require exercise. And genuine mastery, the kind that holds up under pressure and that AI cannot simply replace, comes from hard work, from practice, and from deep understanding. So it was good to hear Ms. Eileen Chong agree with this, and we thank her for supporting our approach. But rigor and exploration are not opposites. The student who has truly mastered something is precisely the one with the confidence to venture beyond it. He will ask harder questions, to take on problems without the obvious answers, and he will develop interests that are genuinely his own. And what we are building towards is an education system that demands both the discipline to go deep and the freedom to go wide. Not just because our students deserve both, but because Singapore's future depends on both. This will not mean abandoning our standards. It will mean expanding what we count as excellence. A student who asks the unexpected questions, who pursues something deeply out of genuine interest, who can hold two contradictory ideas and work through them, that student is not behind. In a world that we are building, that student may be ahead of all of us. We are committed to doing this together with our educators, our parents, and young Singaporeans themselves. Because if we get this right, if we develop a generation that is not just AI literate, but deeply human, then Singapore will not just survive this transition. We will be the kind of society that the next era of human progress is built around. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have been honest today about what this transition will demand of government, businesses, and workers. Not every path will be smooth. Some will face real disruption, and our responsibility is to ensure no one faces it alone. We will make AI work for Singaporeans, and we will ensure that as our economy grows, our workers move forward with it. But I want to end where I believe our attention must ultimately rest, on the generation that we are building. if we develop Singaporeans who are curious, creative, and deeply human, people who can ask the questions that the machines cannot, and earn the trust that algorithms never will, then we will not merely manage this transition. We will define what comes after it. I support this motion.
SMS Desmond Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I begin by declaring my interest as the Deputy Secretary General of NTUC and the Executive Secretary of Singapore Industrial and Services Employees Union, where I am closely involved in supporting our workers, and today I want to continue to support our senior workers and reflect their concerns in the age of AI. Let me start by sharing about Madam Fu, 55-year-old job seeker who approached NTUC's E2I for assistance. After leaving her previous job of more than 20 years, she found the job search process has changed quite dramatically. Even resume writing has changed. Resumes used to be written for people, but she found out today they are often screened by machines first. Job applications also moved to digital portals that were not so intuitive for people like her to navigate, so she felt lost and uncertain. Madam Fu's experience is not uncommon among senior workers who reflects their anxieties about changing work processes. For some, AI presented true opportunities. For others, it creates uncertainty and anxiety. And for many of our senior workers, their experiences are shaped by three key gaps that I think we collectively must try to address. First is the access gap. While Singapore has made progress in closing the access gap for seniors, smartphone ownership among them still lags behind the other age groups. In addition, seniors may have lesser access to AI tools. I saw this firsthand at one of the AI workshops organized by my union, CISU, for about 90 union leaders whose median age was about 53. While all of them used smartphones, many were trying the AI tools for the first time. Understandably, there was some initial hesitation. But with simple, guided use cases, they quickly picked it up and were using AI to generate posters for the union's family day, for membership campaign. Some even went to the extent to do sort of banners for their families' birthdays and anniversary. And as we ended the session, many leaders came forward to share with me that they've enjoyed the session. And now they realize that it is not so difficult to learn and to use AI too. The only thing they ask for is that they wish the session could be longer and the font on the slides could be bigger for them. This encouraged me because it shows that the issue is not a lack of willingness, but rather a lack of access, and to some extent, to some of them, it's about confidence, which we can overcome by curating and customizing access to AI and making time for our seniors to learn and to increase their knowledge. Second, skills gap. We see a gap in training participation, where MOM's 2025 report found that residents aged 50 to 64 had the lowest training participation at 44.5%, compared with about over 60% for those who are below 40 years old. It is easy to tell seniors to go and upskill, go and take a course and reskill, but in reality, we know that with commitments, with bills to pay, with limited time and energy, taking the first step sometimes is not easy. Many of them, we must remember, have lived through repeated cycles of change and transformation and may feel fatigued, uncertain, or even question the relevance of more training. These concerns are real, and we must make training more accessible for them at a suitable pace through practical and bite-sized module and make AI more relevant to their job skills. And third is opportunity gap. Even when senior workers are willing to learn, they may not have the same opportunities to benefit from AI in their actual job. OECD's Employment Outlook 2025 highlights that across OECD countries, opportunities to learn by doing fall with age, where 62% of adults aged 25 to 29 reported such opportunities. but this falls to 45% among those who are 60 and above. In addition, a 2025 Pew Research Center reported that 73% of workers who use AI at work were aged 18 to 49, while only 27 were aged 50 and above. And this is why we need to work with employers to give our seniors the opportunity to use AI tools and to reap the productivity gains in their job. Senior workers bring valuable experience, and with AI, these strengths can go even further. I've spoken about this no less than 2 times in this chamber. Research from the Stanford Digital Economy Lab supports this, where it highlighted that senior employment in the US has remained resilient and may have even grown with the introduction of AI, because they see that seniors bring tacit experience, knowledge, and soft skills that enable them to increase productivity with AI. So to our senior workers, we understand your challenges, and we are with you in this transition. Take the first step with us, start a course, try a tool, learn from those around you, and you can thrive in the AI economy. Mr. Speaker, the motion before the House is important. It emphasizes that growth must be anchored in fairness, resilience, and opportunity for all, and resolves to equip workers to seize these new opportunities, and that must also apply to our senior workers. NTUC recognizes that the long-lasting impact is best achieved through a partnership approach, and has taken proactive steps through an AI-Ready SG initiative, which focuses on 3 key areas. First, training and upskilling workers to address skills and access gaps. To close the skills gap, NTUC Learning Hub has developed a comprehensive AI learning pathways with 3 different levels for different proficiencies of learners. Foundational training to build AI literacy and fluency, intermediate training tailored to sector or job roles, and advanced training for those in deep tech and wanting to develop deeper AI specialization and capabilities. I'm glad to note that to date, there has been strong interest where since February 2026, more than 4,000 workers have enrolled for Learning Hub's AI courses, and I'm also very happy that 39% of them are seniors. Dr. Neo has suggested certification of competencies, and this is something that Learning Hub has already been doing. For example, it works closely with companies to design AI courses aligned with government skills frameworks and tailored to the company's needs. It also partners with industry leaders such as AWS and Microsoft to certify learners' competencies based on industry demands. And we will continue to expand this to more sectors and more industries. At the same time, under the AI-Ready SG, we are also closing the access gap by providing union members with subsidies of up to 50% for AI premium subscription tools through NTUC Union Training Assistance Program. I'm happy to also let the members know that in the first of this AI tool subscription, NTUC's premium subsidy does cover a range of tools, including coding and agent-based tools such as Claude Code, Codex, Menus, and others. I think there are a total of 20 or 21 tools. We are offering this as part of our membership privileges only because we are using the existing UTAP funding model catered for our members' training. But we will continue to review this, and depending on the take-up and the interest over time. We are also partnering sector agencies like the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore to develop sector AI training pathways for our union leaders. Second, we are supporting firms in business transformation and job redesign through the NTUC Company Training Committee, or CTC. To date, NTUC has formed 3,800 CDCs and embarked on over 900 business transformation projects, benefiting over 300,000 workers. Let me share another example. I know you have heard many examples over the course of this debate. It's from Evergreen Group, a local office and stationery supplier. Through a CTC grant project with the Singapore Manual and Mercantile Workers Union, it implemented an AI-powered e-ordering system to automate ordering process and improve inventory management. With this new system, manual work such as order processing was reduced by about 60%. Workers could focus on higher value tasks such as managing customer relationships and using data to optimize inventory. As they became more productive, the company could handle 40% more orders and provide wage increment for its employees. This is what we mean by win-win outcomes, where businesses become more productive and our workers progress with them. Third, we are improving job matching with new products and services to help workers access good jobs. Let me go back to Madam Fu from the start of my speech. Through close support from our E2I career coach, she gained a deeper understanding of her skills in the new job market. Her coach also introduced her to NTUC's AI career coach and E2I's AI interviewer. And with support and encouragement, Madam Fu could confidently use these AI tools to sharpen her resume and also practice her interviews before the actual sessions. I'm glad to share that Madam Fu has found a new role and has gained familiarity with AI in the process. Mr. Deputy Speaker, AI Ready SG is one example of how we can realize the intent of this motion. It supports workers to build AI skills, give them access to tools to apply these skills, and works with businesses to improve productivity and create new opportunities. Looking ahead, we welcome companies and partners to come on board as we scale our efforts and increase our reach to ultimately deliver better support for our businesses and for our workers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these efforts are important and we are already seeing encouraging outcomes. But the scale of change brought about by AI is also significant, with great uncertainty and anxiety among our workers. This is why tripartism, with its proven track record built over many decades of open communication and trust, is critical to this challenge. Singapore has navigated major transitions before. In the 80s, when computers first entered the workplace, workers were concerned these machines could replace their roles in data entry and filing. And companies were anxious about costs, skills shortage, and disruptions to their daily operations. But tripartite partners leaned forward. The government invested in infrastructure and skills, including the National Computer Board, to drive nationwide adoption of IT. Employers stepped forward to transform their business and with new technologies and redesigned workflows. The labor movement drove skills upgrading en masse, organized workshops and seminars preparing workers mentally and practically for change. Because tripartite partners moved together in solidarity, firms became more productive, workers took on better jobs and pay, and Singapore strengthened its competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the Tripartite Jobs Council will be a key platform to realize our shared aspirations for the AI era as laid out in the motion. It will build on efforts across government, employers, and labor movement, and enable partners to scale outreach, accelerate policy implementation, and direct resources so that workers and enterprises can seize opportunities from AI. The TJC will take on a practical and iterative approach. We may not have all the answers upfront, but we are clear that our deep trust built over decades of cooperation and shared goals will allow us to achieve our aspiration of inclusive economic progress. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will now speak in Mandarin, please. 议长先生，新加坡需要善用 AI 人工智能，推动经济增长。但是，更重要的是，经济的增长必须建立在公平、包容和具有韧性的基础上。劳资政双方多年合作，彼此信任，让我们遇到挑战也能够同心应对。我们会继续为公有护航，帮助大家在 AI 时代把握机遇，争取竞争力。今年2月，全国职工总会推出了 AI Ready SG 的计划，积极推动工友学习和掌握 AI 工具，帮助他们跨越认知、技术和机会的差距，做最好的准备，迎接 AI 时代的经济。有一句话说得好，机会是留给有准备的人，成功是留给最坚持的人。人工智能的时代已经来临，希望大家与职总一起，积极提升智能，学习和应用人工智能。 Mr. Deputy Speaker, AI is the defining technology of our generation, but we face this challenge with strong foundations built over decades of tripartite cooperation. To our tripartite partners, let us continue working closely together to help firms transform and stay competitive while supporting our workers to remain productive and to maximize the opportunities. To our workers, we will continue to support you to leverage AI. And to our senior workers, your experience matters. And it is my firm belief that it will be an advantage in the AI era. Take that step with us, upskill and learn, including from your younger colleagues, and together we can close the access gap, narrow the skills gap, and expand opportunities for all. Because in Singapore, we have always believed that progress must be inclusive, that as we move forward together, because every worker matters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Minister Tan See Leng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me begin by acknowledging what many Singaporeans are feeling right now. Uncertainties, anxieties, the sense that the ground is shifting beneath their feet, the world feeling less predictable than what it used to be, with trade tensions, fragility in supply chains, wars in the Middle East, and a sharp rise in oil prices. Now, closer to home, members of this House have spoken about something that weighs on the minds of all of our fellow Singaporeans, the anxiety that artificial intelligence, AI, may erode our skills, our experience built up over the years, or even take over our jobs. This anxiety has been sharpened by news of large tech firms announcing layoffs attributed to AI adoption. These are legitimate concerns, and we take it seriously. And a change of this magnitude is indeed unsettling. But AI can create and will create opportunities that we cannot yet fully imagine. Of course, it will at the same time also bring about disruptions that we cannot fully foresee. But there are at the same time early signs that gives us reason for cautious optimism. Recent global surveys show that 2 in 3 companies that made earlier AI-driven cuts are already rehiring. Oh, why is that so? Because they found that AI could handle the predictable and the routine, but customers still wanted human judgment, empathy, and the genuine connection that AI could not provide. Let me offer a small illustration of my own. In the preparation for my speech today, my team used AI to help refine the work to me. It surfaced useful references, including our MOM's newly released study showing only about 6% of firms in Singapore have reduced headcount due to AI adoption. But one thing they could not appreciate was the impact, the anxiety that many workers feel. It could not offer empathy, it could not empathize, it could not understand nuance, nor could it generate policy responses that capture the essence of what workers are really experiencing. And this is what no algorithm can replace. The motion before us makes 4 commitments. The government, MOM, takes each one seriously. All of them as foundations to build on and to go beyond. Mr. Ng Chee Meng spoke about the transformative impact of AI on our workforce. The government has long recognized AI's potential. Our current efforts build on a strong foundation of work already done in this space. We formed our first national AI strategy in 2019, well before the introduction of ChatGPT, and we embarked on national AI projects in areas such as education, healthcare, logistics, security, and municipal services. When LLMs, or large language models, exploded onto the scene in late 2022, making AI accessible and general purpose, we refreshed our strategies with the National AI Strategy 2.0 in 2023 and developed plans to invest over $1 billion in AI compute capabilities, talent, and industry development. And this included establishing AI centers of excellence and growing the number of AI practitioners. Now, as AI picked up speed and interacted with major shifts in our external environment, we convened the ESR, the Economic Strategic Review, last year to sharpen our response. And more recently, at budget this year, we formed the National AI Council, chaired by our Prime Minister, to drive the practical transformation of our economy using AI. At every step, we have acted proactively with our tripartite partners to drive concrete action and transformation across the sectors. As a result, while we will walk into uncharted waters, into an uncertain future, we can do so with some confidence, and we are not totally unprepared. Now, various members have raised concerns over the impact of AI on job displacement, and many have also put forward thoughtful suggestions on how we can better support workers and businesses through this transition. We hear your concerns, and we welcome the suggestions raised by members on both sides of the House. There is, in fact, broad agreement across this House on what we're trying to achieve, which is inclusive growth for all in this AI transition. Where we may differ is in how we get there. Our approach has always been to invest in our people, keep our workers economically valuable, and shape how the gains from AI are created and shared, rather than dwell on fears, on apprehension. We want to be able to inspire, motivate our workforce to continue to grow. Now, Mr. Gerald Giam and Mr. Andre Loh highlighted structural threats to inclusive growth. I appreciate the seriousness with which they have engaged on this issue. We recognize the conundrums. The question is where and how to intervene. Mr. Giam proposed a national AI equity fund to pay every Singapore citizen $500, funded by the companies that benefit from AI. And Mr. Loh similarly proposed a payout for those displaced through redundancy insurance. I recognize the need to strengthen our systems to ensure that no one falls through the gap in this transition. And I agree that the broad sharing of productivity gains does not happen automatically, because markets alone will not guarantee good social outcomes. Let me be clear, the government has always known this and has always been acting on it. Both Mr. Giam and Mr. Loh's proposals rest on a more pessimistic premise that Singaporeans are essentially passive passengers in the AI transition, and without agency to seize the opportunities, and can only rely on support for a journey they cannot steer. I cannot hold on, and I will not hold on to such a premise. Both your proposals are not empowerment. To me, it is a settlement, resigned to the fact that mass displacement is inevitable and that the best we can do is soften the blow. We should have more confidence in the tenacity and the adaptability of our fellow Singaporeans. Redistribution alone is insufficient if workers are excluded from the economy. Our tradition, Singapore's tradition, has been to invest in people rather than to compensate them for the circumstances. And that is our true policy tradition, rather than what you have described, Mr. Loh. The better use of any surplus generated by AI adoption is to fund accessible and effective upskilling that amplifies Singaporeans' value. And to that end, the government has spent over $10 billion over the last 5 years on local workforce initiatives. Now, the choice before us, members of the House, is between two very different visions. One says you get a handout, and then with that, a small share of the pie that the machines produce. Whereas on the other hand, we feel that you deserve to grow the pie with the machines and share in our economic prosperity through good jobs and good wages. The first vision initially may seem generous, but ultimately caps and diminishes your broader end objectives. The second demands more from the government, more from employers, and also more from workers. But it treats all of our fellow Singaporeans as capable adults, with futures worth investing in, not as a population to manage, to be managed through transfers. And members of the House, I believe the second vision is possible, because as AI transforms how we work, some jobs will evolve, some jobs may disappear. But if we are able to get everyone on this same ship, moving together, I believe we will prevail. And as Mr. Mark Lee and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling said, it also creates new opportunities for businesses and workers. Our duty and our focus will be to help all of our workers and our businesses to seize them. So we should never build the case in this debate on angst and on apprehension. Our approach is not to fear the future, but let's forge the future ourselves, because that is the true Singapore spirit. We have seen through each wave of technology and economic restructuring with this very spirit. But we are not complacent. MOM is closely monitoring AI's impact on our workforce. Our inaugural survey of the firms shows that AI is currently augmenting rather than replacing labor in Singapore. Only about 3 in 10 firms have adopted AI currently. And amongst the firms that have adopted AI, only a small minority, about 6%, reported reduced headcount. More commonly, firms are redesigning jobs. They're creating new AI-related roles, indicating that AI is changing how work is done, how they are being reorganized, rather than reducing jobs. And 7 in 10 firms using AI are already seeing productivity gains. However, as I've said, we should never be complacent. We must be prepared that as AI adoption gains pace, gains momentum and scale, the impact on jobs would be greater. And that's why we constantly prepare ourselves. We have a goal to enable more businesses to succeed at the same time where their workers use AI to do better jobs rather than be replaced by AI, where their work becomes more fulfilling, more meaningful, not less, and where the benefits of AI are shared between the businesses themselves and the workforce. For workers seeing a more flexible pace of work, AI can enable new forms of flexible work and fractional work done by small teams or even solopreneurs. Now, beyond flexibility, AI can also reshape who participates in our workforce, including seniors, as Ms. Polisan spoke about. And we will explore how to scale flexible work models through the tripartite work group on senior employment. Dr. Hamid Razak spoke about the hesitation and anxieties he heard from the ground. especially among older PMEs who wonder if their skills still have a place. And Mr. Yip Hon Wing also asked for businesses to be better supported. Now let me share what the government is doing to prepare individuals and businesses for this transition. First, we are reforming our workforce and skill support system to deliver more timely and effective support. And as I've shared, after a 5-hour debate yesterday on the second reading of the Skills and Workforce Development Agency, this formation of SWDA will bring skills and employment facilitation capabilities of SSG, WSG under one roof, making it more seamless, more integrated for individuals and employers to obtain the appropriate support. Now, we agree with Mr. Ng Chee Meng that the intelligence that we have in gleaning and harvesting all the data in the SWDA, this intelligence must continue to be built on a foundation of trust. And we look forward to working closely with our tripartite partners to ensure that our assessment of the labor market continues to be grounded and also current. And this will be an important part of how we stay ahead of disruption and support workers driven by AI changes. This includes platform workers facing the deployment of AVs, autonomous vehicles, as Ms. Yeo Wan Ling highlighted. MOM and SWDA, they are already working closely with MOT and tripartite partners to strengthen transition pathways for these drivers ahead of actual AV deployment. I want to add that actually, as a proxy, is SWDA, but actually it's SSG and WSG working closely with MOT currently. Now, second, we will do more to improve Singaporeans' AI literacy. Today, there are over 1,600 AI-related courses on the My Skills Future website. We will introduce diagnostic skills tools for individuals to assess their current level of AI readiness and find courses which would suit their needs. Deliver proven training outcomes that are aligned with employer demand. And for the second half of this year, Singaporeans who enrolled in the selective Skills Future AI courses will receive 6 months of free access to premium AI tools. And this will help them to apply classroom learning to their daily lives and work. Mr. Kenneth Tiong suggested to make this access universal, without condition. That was something that the government considered carefully. But not all Singaporeans require frontier agent-grade tools. For many, free versions are good enough and widely available. By tying subsidies to training, we are better able to target those who are more serious about leveling up their use of AI, and we help them to make optimal and responsible use of such powerful tools. And as Associate Professor Terence Ho and Mr. Alex Yeo shared about earlier on, we hope Singaporeans will tap on the resources available and be proactive in their learning journey. And as MOS Jasmine shared, IMDA will also be expanding the Tech Skills Accelerator program to develop AI bilingual workers, starting with accountancy, legal, and HR professionals. More details will be shared in due course. Third, to support businesses, I've also emphasized time and again that we've set aside over $400 million for the Enterprise Workforce Transformation Package. I don't want to go too much into it because I believe I already covered in most of my second reading speech yesterday. But Mr. Yip asked whether the grants could be tied to worker outcomes conditions. Today, businesses tapping on the Workforce Development Grant or Job Redesign Plus are required to support workforce outcomes such as wage growth and retention as part of their transformation plan. Later this year, eligible businesses will also receive $10,000 under the redesigned Skills Future Enterprise Credit. And this can be used to offset out-of-pocket costs for eligible workforce transformation programs, including those under the EWTP. We agree with Mr. Mark Lee that trade associations and EWTP addresses these issues while ensuring that the workforce is brought along on the journey. Chambers play a particularly important role in connecting firms with the right expertise and resources. And that's why we've also appointed the Singapore Business Federation and SNEF as anchor program partners for the EWTP, so that integrated workforce transformation support can be brought directly to firms. It can help to accelerate AI adoption across sectors. We are also supporting labour movement's efforts to transform businesses and workers. The government topped up the NTUC Company Training Committee grant, or CTC grant, by around 200 million Singapore dollars in 2025 and extended the grant to 2028. More recently, we worked with NTUC to expand the grant to better support Queen Bee companies to drive cluster-level transformation. Notwithstanding the fact that I stepped out for a short while to answer a call, I'm heartened to hear Mr. Ng Chee Meng's sharing of how CTC has helped many businesses transform while improving the lives of workers. And I particularly note his exhortation and his suggestion to further expand the CTC initiative and share his ambition to elevate the CTCs to a tripartite level. We look forward to working with tripartite partners to jointly explore ways to make this a reality. Now, there are calls for us to go beyond project-level interventions, to make a more structural shift in financial incentives for companies to invest in workers. Now, structural mechanisms, the likes of what Mr. Loh called for, already exist. Grants like the Skills Future Enterprise Credit create direct financial incentives for companies to invest in the capabilities of their workers. Now, we will continue to review and enhance such support as part of the work of the SWDA. I think all of us should appreciate the importance of supporting enterprise transformation, not as a blanket boiling the ocean strategy, but differentiated, precise and targeted, sector by sector, company by company, supporting their enterprise transformation. Even though it is more tedious, I believe it is also, in the long run, more sustainable. Lastly, we have strengthened transition support for workers who are displaced so that they can bounce back stronger. The government cannot protect every job, but we will certainly do our best to support and protect every worker, because every worker matters. So with AI transition, work processes will reorganize and change. Jobs will also change, and some jobs may get replaced. Going through transitions can be challenging, but I assure all of our workers that you will not walk alone. We have recognized for some time that we must strengthen our support mechanisms as the pace of change accelerates. And that's why we launched the Skills Future Job Support Scheme last year. And this is as part of our refreshed social compact under Forward Singapore. The JSS provides temporary financial relief and job search support to involuntarily unemployed individuals. It has made a difference for many Singaporeans, helping them to regain their footing and to return to work with confidence. Perhaps Mr. Andre Loh may have some misperception about the scheme. It is not a redundancy insurance, because it doesn't just merely provide a cash payout for displacement. It is a support for re-employment. The JSS supports workers in their re-employment journey. It provides a degree of financial support for the lower and middle income, precisely so that they don't rush into the first available job that may not be a good fit. WSG complements the Job Seeker Support Scheme with hands-on wraparound support to improve the quality of their job search. And we are cognizant of the fact that prolonged unemployment can harm the workers' longer-term career prospects. And that's why the financial support is time-bound. It tapers downwards because we believe that the first 2 to 3 months when the worker is involuntarily unemployed is when the impact is most felt. So what we do is we try to raise the level in the initial part to encourage workers to provide that lift, and when it tapers downward, we hope that the workers will be able to find the right jobs for them. But we hear calls. Mr. Ng Chee Meng, Mr. Patrick Tay proposed to raise the GS scheme income threshold to better support high-income individuals. We will look at how the scheme can be improved, and we will study this carefully. We also hear Mr. Ng Chee Meng's call for earlier notification of retrenchments to the government before employees' last working day, and Mr. Mark Lee's reflection of businesses' concerns on this. We want to strike the right balance. Tripartite partners are already discussing shortening the retrenchment notification duration under the ongoing Employment Act review. We, on our part, would like to see notification to the government happening before or by the last day of work of the affected workers as far as possible, because then this would also enable a timelier employment facilitation support to workers. Now, to Mr. Tiong's suggestion on strengthening protections for displaced workers, the Employment Act already provides broad-based protections by establishing procedural safeguards like notice periods and dispute resolution avenues. This applies to all types of displacements, not just due to AI. Our AI-enabled growth must be anchored in fairness, resilience, and shared opportunity. And this is not something that would happen naturally. Mr. Vikram Nair asked what safeguards we have to ensure that workers are treated fairly as AI adoption increases. The government has developed frameworks such as Model AI Governance Framework for Agentic AI and AI Verify to establish clear responsibilities for actors across the AI supply chain, giving clarity to AI developers and users on responsible practices, including HR technology solution providers. And Mr. Satyandi rightly pointed out that AI adoption is uneven at varying speeds across sectors, worker segments, and businesses of different sizes. Without deliberate effort, the gains from AI could flow to some while others are left behind. In China, the courts have ruled that it is illegal to replace employees with AI purely to cut costs. SMS Desmond Tan and Mr. Sanjeev Tiwari spoke about the work NTUC has done in recent years to equip workers with AI-related skills and supporting workforce transformation. Now, these are exactly the kind of capabilities we should draw on to ensure that more workers and businesses know what support is available and that AI adoption can accelerate across the economy. And this is why we supported wholeheartedly NTUC's proposal to form the Tripartite Jobs Council, or TJC. The TJC will take a coordinated tripartite approach to mobilize enterprises and workers towards fair and resilient growth in an AI era. As Professor Ho noted, AI must augment workers, not replace them. We will leverage SNAF's business advisors and NTUC's CTCs to help businesses adopt AI in ways that drive growth and enhance job roles, prioritizing technologies that augment human capabilities and not replace them. We will harness our tripartite partners' strong links with workers, unions, and employers to drive broad-based AI training across sectors and career stages so that no worker is left behind as AI reshapes our journey. Now, in those technologies or businesses that has to undergo restructuring, we will work with the businesses to help pivot, upskill, and reskill the workers. We also pay special attention to students and younger workers who are anxious about AI's impact on entry-level jobs. The Institutes of Higher Learning continue to enhance their curriculum to keep pace with AI advancements. All IHLs will offer selected AI-related courses for their alumni at a significant discount for a year, starting in the second half of this year. Graduates entering the workforce can also tap on MOE's Skills Future Work-Study programs, which combine classroom training with on-the-job training at companies to build both the skills and experience that employers value. Associate Professor James Lim called for the expansion of youth apprenticeship pathways. We agree. Structured learning must be complemented with real workplace experience. We will continue to work with sector leads like MAS and IMDA to support apprenticeships in high-growth sectors. Learning from our experience from programs like GRIT, we stand ready to refine and to expand these programs if necessary. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me conclude. Singapore has weathered deep disruptions before, from the Asia financial crisis to SARS to COVID-19. Each time, each crisis, we came through not because the government had all the answers, but because workers, businesses, and government stood shoulder to shoulder. That is the strength of tripartism. In many countries, AI becomes a tug of war. Workers on one end, business on the other. Progress contested, trust strained. Singapore does not have to go down that road. We work together to make our entire pie, economic pie, bigger and make sure that the benefits are widely shared. To our workers, wondering where you stand, there will always be a place for you. Your experience, your judgment matters more than ever, and your commitment to our country, your support through the years, through the decades, we are deeply appreciative. Thank you very much. To all of our young graduates, your ideas, your drive matters more than ever. Your enthusiasm, your curiosity, that connect, that curiosity that MOS Jasmine talked about just now, matters more than ever, and we are behind you. For all of our businesses, if you're unsure, you're uncertain as to where to start, you don't have to figure it out alone. We will walk alongside with you. We will help you to transform, we'll help you to compete so that together you can create better opportunities, both for your businesses and for your workers. We will not leave the future of work, the livelihoods of our workers, our Singaporeans, to chance. We will shape a transformation that is inclusive, forward-thinking, anchored in real action. Singaporeans will never be helpless passengers to an AI-driven future. But Singaporeans will be our fellow co-pilots as our AI journey takes flight. And we will move forward in the Singapore way with government, employers, and the unions working together to ensure that our AI transformation creates good jobs, clear pathways for every Singaporean worker towards a better future, because every worker matters. With this, I rise in support of the motion.
In Parliament, we are also adopting and embracing AI as we equip our staff on this journey. Leader, you want to? Mr. Andre, why don't Leader move the exemption first?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2.
The question is the motion moved by the leader. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I see a few hands being put up. Please raise your hands against those who wish to seek clarifications. Mr. Andre Loh.
Thank you, Speaker. I have clarifications for MOS Lau and Minister Tan. My clarification for MOS Jasmine Lau is I'm glad to hear that you have put to me that automation and augmentation are not mutually exclusive, and you went on to define that as being intentional about automating repetitive and physical tasks and upgrading the skills of that same worker. So I'm glad to hear that because that's exactly how I've defined augmentation in my speech. And she will also note that I use the term automation in my speech as a shorthand for scenarios where a job is entirely fully automated away at the expense of the worker. And I think this is abundantly clear. Now, to Minister Tan, you suggested that proposals by my colleague, Mr. Gerald Giam, and myself are anchored on the premise that Singaporeans are hapless passengers along for the ride on this AI journey. I would urge the Minister to clarify how he has managed to read that basis into our speeches. And secondly, I will simply use the language of MOS Lau as well, that we do not believe that strong social safety nets and upskilling Singaporeans and urging them to embrace AI are mutually exclusive. It's not a zero-sum game. It's not a binary equation. In fact, we believe that strong social safety nets are precisely what will enable Singaporeans to take a risk-taking approach and embrace the opportunities that AI will deliver.
MOS Lau.
Very glad to hear that we are on the same page. Thank you, Andre.
Minister Tan.
Likewise, I'm really glad, particularly from Mr. Lau, that, and I presume that since he's mentioning your name, Mr. Giam, that you both believe that Singaporeans have what it takes to work with the government, with the unions, with the businesses, to chart their own future. So thank you for that affirmation.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
Thank you, sir. My response to the minister, yes, definitely. I definitely believe Singaporeans have the ability to chart this future for themselves. But the minister has offered a choice of two visions in his response to my speech, and I thank him for reading it carefully. But I don't agree with his characterization of my proposal as a resignation to displacement. The National AI Equity Fund is not about a compensation for failure. It is about providing the security required for assurance and success. And I would like to remind him that the proposal I put forward has actually got two limbs. The first provides a direct stake in our prosperity. The second, which utilizes nearly half the fund, is a direct investment in the skills and competencies of our workers. It provides the wage support and technical expertise that companies, especially SMEs, need to conduct on-the-job training that is fully relevant to their workers. And earlier, MOS Jasmine Lau said gains must translate into greater security for all Singaporeans. Gains from AI must translate into greater security for all Singaporeans. Can the minister elaborate on how the government intends to ensure workers receive a direct and tangible share of AI productivity gains beyond just more training? Specifically, what is the government's plan to move from discretionary spending to a structural sharing of AI wealth to protect the economic agency of our workers?
Minister Tan.
I think the straight answer is through real income improvement. I think today's motion, I wanted to call brother, but SecGen will be wrapping up, and I think that in the months, in the years ahead, I've also shared that SWDA will have very clear KPI outcomes, including tying the enterprise workforce training package, job redesign, to specific skin in the game for both the businesses tapping on such grants to improvement in real wages and career progression for the workers. That's how we envisage the pie to be shared. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
I'd like to ask two clarifications of the Minister. So first, on why does he believe that the Skills Future course enrollment is a reliable proxy for seriousness? I have some of my residents who have gone for some of these AI courses. They're not very complimentary on the content of these courses. So there is a question or a perception that some of the qualities of these courses is not as good as it could be. And second, does the Minister not think that universal supply of frontier agentic tools will create its own demand eventually?
Minister Tan.
Mr. Speaker, I heard Mr. Tiong's speech earlier on, and where he also expounded on his experience in learning a lot of the cutting edge, I think it was Anthropic Claude, where he mentioned a few of that. I must say that not everyone, myself certainly, would have his level of expertise when it comes to AI. What we're trying to do is to make it pervasive, to bring as broad a segment of our population as possible, and tying it to a slightly lower hurdle for them to acquire that confidence, that comfort in using AI. So our journey is about ensuring that everyone gets a stable path, covering a pathway devoid of potholes, bringing, hopefully, everyone to base camp before we prepare to scale the peak. I think I've articulated the vision. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a clarification for MOS Jasmine. Well, in my speech on job redesign, I had asked for AI grants to be tied to mandatory job redesign requirements and productivity gains linked to worker outcomes. And I'm very glad to hear that the ministry has set out expectations of companies that benefit from AI and a vision for good jobs in the AI age. And I'm also very happy to hear that you have committed by saying that public support will come with worker outcome expectations. Would you be able to share what specific worker outcomes will be tracked and whether job redesign will be an explicit condition of our AI grants or simply an expectation that companies are just encouraged to meet? And what kind of mechanisms will you be putting in place to track and recognize companies that do this well, job redesign well?
MOS Lau.
I thank the member for the clarification. I think this is something that we should discuss together with all of our tripartite partners, whether it's with unions as well as business leaders, to make sure that any of our grant and support schemes do not end up making things even harder for companies that want to transform. But yes, this is the direction that we are committed towards, and we should discuss this further in the coming months. Thank you.
Mr. Mark Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to actually seek a clarification from Mr. Kenneth Tiong, because I believe my speech have put forth my concerns about advancing mandatory notification about businesses. And I'd like to clarify on his proposed 90-day mandatory notice for AI-driven role elimination. Because in practice, AI transformation is often gradual and task-based, with roles evolving through redesign, augmentation, and changing workflows over time, rather than a single identifiable point of elimination. So even in my own company, it starts at 10% of tasks being automated, then 30%, and it's merged with another function, then the scope changes. The issue is therefore operational reality and definitional ambiguity. So could the member actually clarify how companies, especially to many of our SMEs, are expected to determine when this 90-day notice should formally commence? Would the member also agree if definitions are actually too rigid? Firms may avoid gradual redesign altogether and may instead move towards sharper restructuring exercise, which may ironically worsen outcomes for workers. And another possibility that this might even inadvertently cause slower AI adoption and weaken business competitiveness.
Mr. Tiong.
To the extent that there is court jurisdiction, as was the case in Hangzhou in China, I think that they can be made a point to determine whether something is substantively AI-driven redundancy or not. I think in practice, it will probably depend on the composition of tasks that are automated, as well as things that are perhaps an employer pays a lower effective remuneration for. But that's why it's very important for there to be an adjudicative process, as I made in my pointed out in my speech, for workers to be able to better challenge some of these concerns. Now, of course, I acknowledge that some of these things may introduce frictions for businesses. I certainly don't deny that there is a trade-off. But if we do believe that there is this potential for artificial intelligence to foster very, very rapid employment changes, then certainly I think we should err on the side of caution.
Can I invite Mr. Ng Chee Meng to do your rounding up speech?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank all members who have debated and supported this motion with such conviction. All members recognize that AI adoption is not optional. If Singapore is to stay competitive, both enterprises and workers need to raise AI fluency to seize new opportunities. There is also clear consensus on the transformation potential of AI and on our collective responsibility to manage its impact on enterprises and our workers. As Minister Tan See Leng and Minister of State Ms. Jasmine Lau have pointed out, left to market, AI growth may not automatically benefit workers. Members like Mr. Ip Hong Weng warned about an outcome where some workers gain but others risk falling behind. I'm therefore glad that through this motion, the government has affirmed that it will not leave outcomes to chance, but will shape the direction of AI growth deliberately. And I look forward to the measures that will be unveiled through the Economic Strategy Review report. Mr. Speaker, members raised ideas in this House that deserve serious consideration. In my opening, I put forth 4 practical moves. First, building market intelligence and foresight for an AI-enabled economy. Second, enabling enterprises to transform with AI and do so in a way that benefits workers. Third, enabling workers to seize new opportunities. And fourth, enabling displaced workers to bounce back with dignity and confidence. These are no-regret moves, practical, grounded, and effective. They lay the foundation for AI growth that translates into good jobs and better prospects for our workers, guiding how AI is adopted, how work is reorganized, and how workers can move through change with support and dignity. Let me draw on members' contributions and address them. First, on intelligence and foresight. Workers and enterprises need more than information. They need trusted intelligence put directly into their hands so that they can navigate transition with clarity, not anxiety. I thank Mr. Alex Yeo, Ms. Poli San, and Ms. Herting Roo for supporting this proposal. Ms. Herting Roo highlighted the need for Singapore-specific research so that we know the impact of AI disruption on our more vulnerable workers. Mr. Alex Yeo pointed out that such intelligence could also help us identify where AI is creating new jobs and new industries so that government can move early to incentivize AI startups and enterprises to generate fresh opportunities for our workforce. Mr. Terence Ho likewise underscored the need to deepen local research on how AI is reshaping work, to inform our responses, and to position Singapore within global research networks on human AI complementarity. Within NTUC, we have begun contributing to this work through our Labour Alliance CoLab, a research community we form with academics that brings together experts across our institutes of higher learning. Working with our tripartite partners, the CoLab seeks to translate international best practices into insights grounded in Singapore's labour market realities, so that researchers, adult learners, and human resource practitioners alike can have an earlier, clearer basis to act on AI transformation. Second, on enabling enterprises to transform with AI. Mr. Mark Lee spoke about enterprises' need to transform to stay competitive, making the important point that enterprise and workforce transformation must move together. Mr. Ip Hong Weng reinforced this, that the real constraint is not the technology, but workforce readiness. And we must move from AI adoption to AI fluency with clear accountability for worker outcomes. Mr. Gerald Giam had a proposal to support employer-led on-the-job training, OJT model, so that employers, especially SMEs, are incentivized to train and retain workers. I acknowledge and support the objectives behind these proposals. It is precisely what our CTCs are doing, supporting firms to embark on transformation through structured projects that embed worker training and outcomes. I thank Minister Tan See Leng for supporting NTUC's suggestions to further expand the CTC initiative. What we must now do is to deepen it, scale it, and focus our efforts on AI across more businesses and sectors. Mr. Mark Lee called for a clearer enterprise front door, so firms, especially SMEs, are not slowed down by having to navigate multiple schemes and processes. He also suggested that trade associations and chambers could become platforms that accelerate AI adoption across sectors. This is exactly what the Tripartite Jobs Council is setting out to do, to consolidate tripartite partners' various capabilities under one roof to better serve our enterprises and our workers. I'm glad the government has supported NTUC's proposal to form this TJC. Third, enabling workers to seize new opportunities. Mr. Alex Yeo made the point that equipping our workers requires building capability and confidence at the workplace, so learning translates into deeper skills. Mr. Kenneth Tiong highlighted the importance of providing our workers access to AI tools. Mr. Neo Kok Beng suggested that we define competencies for the AI age and validate competencies through certifications. I note these suggestions. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling and Mr. Vikram Nair also make the point that job redesign, if done well, is the key to ensure that AI creates opportunities and pathways for our workers to grow. Mr. Hamid Razak spoke for the PMEs, residents and the parents carrying this anxiety on AI, not just for themselves, but for their children. Indeed, AI-relevant pathways must be tied to job redesign to provide a smoother transition for our youths and PMEs. Several members have raised concerns about our young graduates. Mr. Mark Lee, Mr. Ip Hong Weng, Ms. Herting Ru, and Mr. James Lim highlighted that fresh graduates face challenges not just in finding good jobs, but in accessing the foundational entry-level roles where they learn to become professionals. NTUC supports the government doing more to provide wage supplements, if indeed there are wider signs of labour market weaknesses. But should this be done too early or at too broad a scale, then employers may not have the right incentive to pay the full wages. This is also why good research and understanding of the labour market is needed. My fellow Labour MPs, Mr. Desmond Tan, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari, Mr. Patrick Tay, and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling spoke up from our union's perspective. Their asks that productivity gains are shared, that workers are supported through transitions, and that workers are given a genuine voice in AI adoption exemplify what the labour movement stands for in this renewed tripartism in the AI era. Mr. Ip Hong Weng called the government to establish clear conditionalities for support schemes to ensure that the public funding goes towards workers' outcomes. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling called for the AI grants to be tied to mandatory job redesign requirements and productivity gains linked to workers' outcomes. Mr. Andre Loh made a similar point that we need accountability mechanisms to ensure that our investments in AI are ensuring augmentation, not automation. In response, MOS Jasmine has shared the government's commitment that where public support is given, the government will expect companies to make effort to support worker outcomes. Mr. Satyandi, Ms. Yeo Wan Ling, and Ms. Herting Ru highlighted how AI can cause an uneven impact on jobs, as well as uneven benefits across different worker groups. Members also highlighted segments of workers who may require additional attention. As Mr. Satyandi and Ms. Herting Ru pointed out, caregivers and vulnerable workers may have unequal access to AI tools and training. Mr. Sherial Taha and Ms. Herting Ru spoke about the need to support women. Gig and platform workers, as Ms. Yeo Wan Ling explained, must be consulted. Their lived experience is critical input as work evolves with autonomous vehicles and AI. She also called for clearer visibility on the national AV deployment timeline so platform drivers can plan transitions. I also thank Ms. Yeo, Mr. Dianti, and Mr. Fadzi for speaking up for our skilled tradesmen. Amidst AI disruption, we must do more to equip them in AI fluency and build sustainable and respectable career pathways so that they have better work prospects and wages. Senior workers, as Mr. Desmond Tan spoke passionately on, may face more challenges in keeping up with AI disruption and require dedicated support. I fully agree with members that we must be alive to the needs of specific segments of workers mentioned. I echo Mr. Satyandi's call for sound policies to shape the trajectory of our AI growth so it benefits workers and citizens and remains inclusive. As Ms. Polisan rightly reminded us, AI also has the potential to augment our workforce and reduce reliance on foreign labor, unlocking the human bottleneck that constrains many businesses today. On the fourth move to enable displaced workers to bounce back with dignity and confidence, Mr. Patrick Tay called on the 3 E's: equitable growth, enhanced protections, and engaged workforce. He calls to raise the job seeker support scheme eligibility to the PME median income, around 8,400 as of 2025, and to provide earlier notification of retrenchment. These are in line with the moves I suggested in this House too. These are specific, actionable asks that will make a real difference to blue-collar workers and the middle-class PMEs alike. Mr. Andre Loh questioned whether the JSS is sufficient and proposed a redundancy insurance scheme instead. NTUC's position is clear. Our focus is on ensuring the right support to help workers bounce back. NTUC is not wedded to any particular form. We will work closely with tripartite partners to innovate, as we have done before. That is how we have come up with workfare, progressive wage model, and now the job seeker support scheme. Our shared aim is to make the JSS even better, so we can better support our workers, especially our PMEs. Mr. Ip Hong Weng also made the important point that we must rigorously track the speed and effectiveness of our existing measures to support workers who face disruption, especially the financial runway for displaced workers. I also thank Mr. Sanjeev Tiwari, Mr. Patrick Tay, Mr. Vikram Nair, and Ms. Herting Roo for highlighting the potential of AI to cause harm to our workers, such as how AI may intensify workload and introduce risks of discrimination in employment decisions. Ms. Eileen Chong suggested also to legislate the right to flexible work arrangements. The labour movement takes these concerns seriously. We will work with tripartite partners to study these issues, building on the Workplace Fairness Act and the tripartite guidelines on flexible work arrangements. Members have also surfaced other ideas to contribute to the motion. Mr. Satyandi suggested for the government to be the first customer of useful AI tools and solutions to facilitate broad and widespread utilization of AI. He also highlighted the need to calibrate data sharing frameworks and ethical guardrails. Ms. Polly San spoke about the ethical use of AI in society to ensure that it is used as a force for good and not for criminal and harmful exploits. Ms. Eileen Chong and Mr. Fadli Fazzi spoke about the need to address the impact of AI use on our students and the impact it might have on our cultures. These important issues deserve separate, careful study and consideration beyond the remit of this motion. But thank you, all of you indeed, who have spoken up and contributed to this motion. I really appreciate the conviction and the commitment expressed for the workers and the enterprises for us to create the biggest possible pie for Singapore. I also want to thank tripartite partners who have been on this journey every step of the way. The Ministry of Manpower, SNAF, and all our different partners. Mr. Speaker, with that, let me close. After 7 hours and 18 minutes, I'm deeply appreciative, finally, of Mr. Sheryl Taha's sharing of his experience with labour movements overseas and his insight that a lack of tripartite trust in the system prevents innovation and change even when this change is most needed. I thank him for highlighting the uniqueness of our tripartite model, where our unions not only protect workers, but focus on keeping them relevant, employable, and ready to seize opportunities. Our tripartite model works because it is based on trust. Even when amongst our own tripartite partners, when there are different views and priorities, we evolve our conversations and we work through differences to find win-win positions that are in the best interest of Singapore and our workers. It is not about labor versus capital, workers against employers, or one group advancing at the expense of the other. Transformation in the AI era can be win-win. And our tripartite model in the AI era will ensure this. AI is fast evolving, and we do not have all the answers today. Its full impact on jobs and businesses will continue to unfold. We may not agree with every how, but we must set the right direction. And at the same time, know with humility that we are innovating and experimenting with pathways forward in this era. We have forged a firm commitment to keep our workers and enterprises at the heart of national efforts to seize new opportunities brought about by AI. And in this chamber, now it sends a clear signal to every worker, blue and white collar alike. This House stands with you. With this House standing united, I'm fully confident that we can strengthen our plans and responses at this stage of the AI-enabled growth. Together with enabled enterprises, we will forge tripartism in the AI era for win-win outcomes, as we have done before in Singapore for Singaporeans. Not AI instead of workers, but AI that works for workers. Because in Singapore, every worker matters. Mr. Speaker, I urge members of this House to support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
So I thank Mr. Ng Chee Meng for acknowledging my OJT proposal. I'm aware of the work of CTCs, but my proposal goes beyond what the CTCs currently provide. First is the depth of wage support, and second is the structural design of OJT. While the CTC grant can support training fees and process redesign, its primary lever still remains project-based capital expenditure. It does not provide the aggressive 6-month salary subsidy required to de-risk the transition for an employer when a worker's productivity temporarily drops because of intensive AI training. And many SMEs currently lack the internal capacity to design effective structured OJT. So my proposal provides the necessary, what you call design brains, through a dedicated pool of expert OJT consultants to ensure that the mastery that they achieve is both practical and it's not just administrative. Thank you.
Mr. Ng.
I note the intent of the OJT and agree with the objectives behind the proposal. And it will be studied, considered in our NTUC's work, even as we chart possibilities in career counseling for the youths and do possible pathways to innovate with the Institute of Higher Learning's in career guidance and matches into internship and other possibilities. I will note the point raised and see if we can fulfill the intent while maybe have variations on the specific pathways.
I don't see any more hands. And indeed, after 24 speeches and over 7.5 hours, let me put the question to the House.
The question is that this House, 1, recognizes the transformative power of new technologies, especially artificial intelligence, to drive Singapore's next phase of economic development. 2, emphasizes that Singapore's approach to AI-enabled growth must be anchored in fairness, resilience, and opportunity for all. 3, resolves to equip and support workers and enterprises to seize new opportunities and advance together. And 4, affirms that economic progress must remain inclusive and that Singapore must not have jobless growth because every worker matters. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Item 2, Info Communications Media Development Authority Amendment Bill, second reading.
Minister for Digital Development and Information.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Minister for Digital Development and Information, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. The bill proposes amendments to the Info Communications Media Development Authority Act, or the IMDA Act. Principally, the amendments align the regulatory framework for the media sector with that for the telecommunications sector. The bill also makes related amendments to the Telecommunications Act. Let me first set out the context of the bill and how the proposed amendments fit within the broader regulatory frameworks. I will then bring members through two key amendments. Firstly, those relating to the ownership and control of key media entities. And secondly, amendments that facilitate regulatory actions by IMDA, together with a number of administrative updates. As the amendments are technical in nature, let me first set out the background and context. IMDA was established in 2016 through the IMDA Act. The observation then was that the lines between how content is produced, how it is carried, and how it is consumed were starting to converge. IMDA was formed through the merger of the Infocom Development Authority, or the IDA, and the Media Development Authority, or the MDA, to become the single regulator and industry developer for both the telecommunications and media sectors. IMDA relies on the Telecommunications Act as the main legislation for the telecommunications sector. The Telecommunications Act covers the licensing of telecommunication systems and services, as well as competition and consumer interest matters. Unlike the telecommunications sector, a few regulatory frameworks come together to form IMDA's toolkit for the media sector. The Broadcasting Act, or BA, and the Newspaper and Printing Presses Act, or MPPA, determine who is a broadcasting licensee or a holder of a newspaper permit, respectively. And such entities may be specified as regulated persons under the IMDA Act and be subject to the competition and consumer protection framework within it. Therefore, the proposed amendments under this bill deal primarily with the IMDA Act, i.e., the competition and consumer protection aspects of our regulatory framework for the media sector. Let me now turn to the first set of amendments that relate to the ownership and control of key media entities, or regulated persons as referred to under the IMDA Act. The amendments looked at the media market structures and practices. They aim to ensure fair competition and market conduct, and that consumers of media services are protected. Sir, we care about who owns and controls regulated persons. These are companies that shape the information environment for our citizens, especially in the age of AI and disinformation. Clause 9 of the bill will replace the existing Section 65 of the IMDA Act. The intent is to broaden IMDA's oversight of ownership and control changes. Under the amended framework, changes in ownership or control that can allow any person to direct the actions of regulated persons will require IMDA's prior approval. Specifically, this would apply where a person acquires 30% or more interest in a regulated person, obtains effective control over its operations, or takes over its media business as a going concern. The 30% threshold in the bill serves as a benchmark for when someone would presumably have control over the entity's decisions and operations. This is consistent with the 30% voting control level under the MES Takeover Code as well. With this change, IMDA's approval would now be needed if an entity that is not a regulated person wishes to acquire 30% or more of our pay TV operators, SingNet or StarHub Cablevision, for example. This requirement is in place today for the telecommunications sector, where acquisitions by any party crossing certain thresholds, such as 30% ownership or control of key telecom entities, require IMDA's prior approval. We are adopting this practice for the media sector. I should add that under the BA and MPPA, a person must not become a substantial shareholder, which is defined in the Companies Act as having not less than 5% of the total votes attached to all voting shares in the company. A 12% controller or indirect controller of a broadcasting company and newspaper company without the minister's prior approval. These 5% and 12% thresholds give the government oversight and control over persons who have significant stakes in our media companies to ensure that these companies are not subject to undue influence. The proposed change under the IMDA Act with the 30% controller threshold will add to these safeguards. IMDA will have the powers to assess such changes with additional market conduct and consumer protection considerations. Let me now turn to the second set of amendments. Broadly, they consist of amendments to facilitate regulatory actions by the IMDA and several administrative updates. Clause 6 of the bill empowers IMDA to issue directions for the purposes of maintaining fair and efficient market conduct or to safeguard consumers' interests by promoting fair, transparent, and reliable provision of media services. Under the current Act, IMDA's powers to give directions to regulated persons is limited to cases where there is a non-compliance with competition or consumer protection rules under the IMDA Act and the Telecom and Media Competition Code. However, there may be instances where actions on licensees may result in outcomes that are detrimental to consumers or undermine fair market competition, despite there being no breach of the IMDA Act or the Code. Just to illustrate, based on a past telecom sector example, it is unfair to you as a consumer if your provider abruptly changes the price or the terms and conditions of your subscription during the contractual lock-in period to your disadvantage. To protect consumers, IMDA prohibited such practices in 2015 and could do so quickly through a direction. IMDA subsequently formalized the requirements in the code. IMDA does not have such powers to act in this manner for the media sector. IMDA will need to first revise and reissue the code of practice before it can act. This takes time, and consumers will be worse off during the interim period. With this amendment, IMDA can take similar quick and targeted actions for the media sector through the issuance of directions. This bill also makes a few other amendments that are administrative in nature. First, the new Section 65B, introduced by Clause 9, and the new Section 71A, introduced by Clause 16 of the bill, enable IMDA to obtain specific information to support regulatory decisions. These information gathering powers are to ascertain a person's equity interests or voting power in a regulated person for the purposes of assessing ownership changes and gather information relating to the potential designation of a media service as an essential resource. Second, Clause 15 provides that the powers to order structural separation of a regulated person is vested in the minister rather than IMDA. We recognize that a structural separation is a significant regulatory intervention, and it is appropriate that a decision of this gravity is taken at the ministerial level. This mirrors the existing position in the Telecommunications Act. The basis for these powers is meant as a last resort to eliminate barriers to competition created by the control of bottleneck media resources or the possession of significant market power after existing and potential regulatory actions by the IMDA are deemed to be ineffective to enhance competition, and where the minister is satisfied it is in the public's interest to issue the separation order. Third, Clause 3 updates the definition of parties who can be designated as regulated persons to address potential gaps. To illustrate, the current definition of regulated person in the IMDA Act covers a newspaper company for the purposes of Section 65. A newspaper company is defined in the MPPA as a public company limited by shares in compliance with Section 10, which provisions includes, among others, a requirement for all directors to be Singaporean citizens. This requirement was in place when the MPPA was enacted in 1974. So the media landscape has significantly evolved over the years. Other forms of corporate structures could similarly hold newspaper permits, and their publications may have similar reach and influence, even if the entities do not fall within the narrow definition of a newspaper company, such as having Singaporean citizen-only directors. The updated definition will allow these entities to be captured as regulated persons. On the broadcasting side, the current definition of a regulated person in the IMDA Act covers only holders of broadcasting licenses. Structures like business trusts that hold broadcasting assets are not covered under the current definition. We are updating the definition to cover such trust structures. This is aligned with the approach for the telecommunications sector. Fourth, Clause 5 allows IMDA to approve documents prepared by a person other than IMDA as a code of practice or standard of performance for the media sector. This is a practice informed by our experience with the telecom sector, where international standards have been considered and adapted for setting relevant standards for Singapore, such as the use of standards by the International Telecommunication Union, or ITU, and the European Telecommunication Standards Institute, or ETSI, at sea, for mobile handsets and terminals. This is a practical, industry-friendly amendment to illustrate where there are already good industry standards developed by professional bodies or industry associations. IMDA would have powers to require compliance with these industry-developed standards. It avoids duplicate rulemaking, and it builds on industry buy-in because the rules are the ones that industry itself has developed. Fifth, in a similar spirit for our regulations to be practical, Clause 9 of the bill deems it sufficient for persons to notify IMDA instead of seeking IMDA's approval for immaterial transactions to be set out in subsidiary legislation. The intention is to prescribe transactions which do not have an impact on equity interests or control or voting power held by shareholders of key media entities, for example, due to a transfer of shares between a corporation and its wholly owned subsidiary as part of a corporate restructuring. This amendment will lighten the regulatory burden and align the approach taken for the telecom sector. Lastly, Clause 18 makes related amendments to the Telecommunication Act itself. So these are for alignment purposes. The amendments update drafting, terminology, and cross-references so that the two acts use consistent languages and terms. In conclusion, sir, the amendments in this bill ensure that our regulatory frameworks remain relevant and align the good practices across the telecommunication and media sector. Sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Sharil Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, this bill equips IMDA with significant preemptive and structural powers. The question before us is not whether these powers are needed, but how we ensure they are exercised with clarity, with consistency, and with proportionality. I rise in support of this bill to strengthen competition, protect consumers, and ensure that our media ecosystem remains fair, vibrant, and resilient. As chairperson of the Government Parliamentary Committee for Digital Development and Information, allow me to briefly summarize the GPC's approach towards this bill. Collectively, members of the MDDI GPC recognizes the need for Singapore's regulatory framework to evolve alongside the growing convergence of digital platforms, telecommunications, and media ecosystems. Our speech will focus on three broad themes. First, I will focus on ensuring that the stronger regulatory and preemptive powers are matched by stronger safeguards, greater proportionality, and clearer regulatory frameworks. Second, members Ms. Jessica Tan will focus on strengthening fair competition, protecting consumers, and ensuring that SMEs and local creators continue to have fair access to essential digital and media resources. And third, Dr. Chu Pei Ling will focus on how market influence today increasingly arises through ecosystem dependencies, platforms, and infrastructure, not just ownership alone, and why regulation must therefore become more forward-looking and structurally aware. Taken together, we support empowering IMDA with the tools necessary to act decisively in a rapidly evolving digital landscape while ensuring these powers are exercised transparently, predictably, and proportionately. And it is on this principle that I would like to begin my speech. Let me start with a simple principle. When regulatory powers become broader, the guardrails must become clearer. This bill introduces a significant expansion of IMDA's toolkit, preemptive directions, tighter ownership controls, and even the ability, as a last resort, to restructure parts of the market. These are not incremental changes. These are structural tools that can shape the market itself. So we must ask three very practical questions, questions that any business, investor, or even members of the public would naturally ask. What triggers an intervention? How will decisions be explained clearly and consistently? And will uncertainty create a regulatory overhang that defers investment, or rather that deters investment? Because in Singapore, one of our key strengths is that we are predictable, transparent, and rules-based. Investors are not afraid of regulation, but they need to understand the operating boundaries. They need the confidence that decisions are made consistently and not unpredictably. Therefore, I will encourage the Ministry to consider providing clearer guidelines and decision frameworks, and ensuring transparent reasoning for major decisions, and assurance that these powers are applied in a proportionate and consistent manner. Mr. Speaker, the second point is this. We must recognize the scale of the shift that this bill represents. We are moving from regulating behavior to shaping market structure itself, or potentially shaping market itself. Traditionally, regulators act when something goes wrong, when there is a breach, when there is harm. Under this bill, IMDA can act before harm occurs, or even reshape ownership structures where necessary. This is a fundamental shift from reactive enforcement to proactive market structure. And with this shift, an important question arises. Is IMDA ready for this expanded role? Does it have sufficient data and market visibility to identify risk early? Does it have the economic modeling capability to assess long-term impact? And does it have the institutional strength to make, explain, and defend these decisions, which will undoubtedly be legally challenged? More importantly, how will IMDA strike the right balance between competition, innovation, and media sustainability? Because in a small market like Singapore, this balance is delicate. Too much intervention may discourage investment and innovation. Too little intervention may allow dominance to take root. The challenge is not choosing one over the other, but balancing all three carefully. Mr. Speaker, I'm also mindful that with stronger powers come questions not specifically pertaining to this bill, but particularly around media independence, regulatory overreach, and the role of the state. This bill is definitely not about influencing editorial decisions. It is about addressing market power, who owns, who controls, and whether others can compete fairly. The provisions on this bill deal with ownership structures, access to resources, and competitive conduct. They do not deal with editorial content or journalistic decisions. In fact, we should recognize an important point. A more competitive and contestable media landscape can actually strengthen this ecosystem. Because when no single player dominates, there is greater diversity of voices, perspectives, and viewpoints. So the objective here is to ensure that no one can control the market unfairly. Mr. Speaker, while the intent is sound, there are also assumptions behind this bill that we should carefully test. First, the assumption that market power can be clearly identified early. But in digital markets, conditions change very rapidly. Today's dominant player may not remain dominant tomorrow. Second, the assumption that intervention will always lead to better outcomes. But markets respond, businesses adapt, and sometimes the outcome may differ from what it was intended. Thirdly, the assumption that more intervention necessarily leads to more competition. But over-intervention can sometimes reduce incentives to invest or innovate also. Therefore, while the powers in the bills are necessary, their application must be disciplined, evidence-based, and carefully calibrated. Mr. Speaker, let me illustrate why preemptive powers are necessary, especially in Singapore's context. Imagine a digital platform widely used by Singaporeans to access news and content that has just gained immense popularity immediately, out of a sudden. A small change is made to its recommendation algorithm. Some local publishers, especially the smaller independent ones, suddenly become less visible. Their viewership drops significantly, and within weeks, some may struggle to survive. By the time the harm is clearly visible and proven, it may already be irreversible. And in a small market like Singapore, once it is lost, it is very difficult to rebuild. This is why in fast-moving digital markets, waiting for harm to occur is sometimes not an option. But equally, this example highlights why such powers must be exercised with clear threshold, strong evidence, and careful judgment. Mr. Speaker, let me now focus on 3 areas where further clarity will strengthen this bill. So under sections 59, 60A, and 60B, the definitions of control and association are broad. This is important to prevent circumvention. However, there's also a risk that these definitions may over-capture legitimate business relationships. For example, when a venture capital firm investing in multiple media companies, or strategic partnership by multiple firms without intent to control, or a collaborative ecosystem that supports innovation. So the key question is, how will IMDA distinguish between genuine collaboration and hidden control? To strengthen confidence, it will be helpful to provide clearer guidelines on safe harbor principles, or clarify what constitutes effective control in practice, and focus on substantive influence rather than technical relationships. Under Section 61A, IMDA can act in the public interest even without a breach. This is forward-looking and necessary, but the concern is straightforward. How do we ensure preemptive action does not become premature action? To address this, we may consider clear evidentiary thresholds, demonstration of credible and eminent risk, and the possibility of review mechanisms to reassess decisions over time. And this ensures the action is based on real risks, not just theoretical concerns. Under Section 69A, the Minister may order structural separation. This is one of the most powerful tools in the bill, and it must remain exactly what it was intended to be, a last resort. The bill already provides that other measures must have failed or are likely to fail, but further clarity would strengthen the confidence. What constitutes failure of prior measures? And how do we demonstrate that less intrusive options are insufficient? And how do we ensure accountability in such decisions? Because once exercised, structural separation is difficult to reverse. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this bill is necessary. It reflects a simple but important reality, that in today's digital age, market power can emerge quickly and sometimes invisibly. If we wait too long, the damage may already be done. But with stronger powers must come stronger responsibility. We must empower IMDA to act decisively, but we must also ensure it acts predictably and proportionately. Ultimately, this bill is not about controlling the media. It is about ensuring that no one controls the media unfairly. And if we get this balance right, we will not only strengthen competition, we will strengthen trust, resilience, and diversity in Singapore's ecosystem. I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to do 3 main things. One, enhance the provisions relating to fair and efficient market conduct and effective competition in the media industry so that they are aligned with that in the telecommunications industry. Two, reduce the regulatory burdens on the media industry. And three, provide IMDA with additional powers. The bill is a necessary and timely update to harmonize regulations within a converging digital market. While the direction of travel is broadly understandable, the bill does grant the government significant powers. And sir, I believe that there must be stronger safeguards that accompany such significant powers. One change in the bill is Clause 15, which amends the law to vest the power to issue a separation order, which can require a company to restructure or divest parts of its business to address competition concerns directly in the minister rather than the IMDA. While it may align with the existing practice in telecommunication industries to place such powers directly in the hand of the minister, this also raises important questions about the concentration of decision-making authority within the hands of political office holders. Structural remedies are complex and technical. They have far-reaching implications for markets, investors, and consumers. It is therefore important that such decisions are guided by clear objective criteria and that they be seen to do so. The bill does not currently require the detailed publications of reasons for such decisions. Without this, there may be concerns about transparency and predictability. Businesses need clarity on how decisions are made, and the public needs confidence that such powers are exercised in a fair and consistent manner. We suggest that the minister should have to make public a detailed reasoning behind a separation order before one is made. Additionally, the bill introduces a dual-track appeal mechanism, allowing affected parties to seek reconsideration by the authority or appeal to the minister. While this adds procedural flexibility, it does not address a broader structural concern, the absence of an independent appeals body, which is not under the executive. In other areas of competition law, appeals are heard by independent tribunals. This provides a layer of separation between regulator and adjudicator, enhancing confidence in the system. Here, both the separation order and the appeal are issued and heard respectively by the executive. While there may be practical reasons for this arrangement, the government should explain why an independent appeal mechanism is not being adopted, particularly given the increasing complexity of digital market regulation. So another area of concern relates to transparency. The bill allows for certain regulatory determinations, such as the designation of dominant players, to be communicated through private notifications rather than public gazetting. While this may streamline administration, it reduces public visibility into how market power is assessed and regulated. In sectors as critical as media and telecommunications, transparency is not merely a procedural matter. It is the cornerstone of public trust. Consumers, competitors, and investors all benefit from understanding who holds significant market power and how that power is being managed. The government should therefore clarify how it intends to balance efficiency with transparency in implementing these provisions. How will we ensure that the relationship between the regulator and the companies does not become even more opaque and hidden from public view? The bill also introduces broad concepts such as control and essential resources, which underpin many of its new powers. While flexibility is useful in a fast-moving digital landscape, overly broad definitions may create uncertainty. Businesses may find it difficult to assess whether routine commercial arrangements fall within the regulatory scope. Similarly, the category of regulated persons can be expanded by the minister. This raises questions about how emerging digital platforms, such as streaming services, will be treated. Clear guidance will be important to ensure that regulation remains targeted and proportionate, without inadvertently discouraging innovation or investment. The bill is also framed as promoting competition. Yet, in practice, Singapore's media landscape has long been characterized by structural concentration, particularly in sectors such as free-to-air broadcasting and print. The bill clearly strengthens the regulatory tools available to the government to structure the media industry to promote competition. However, these additional powers granted to the government by the bill should not inadvertently result in the further erosion of media pluralism. For example, the expansion of merger controls to any person acquiring a 30% stake in Clause 3 gives the government a virtual veto over financing of media entities. How will the government reassure Singaporeans that the expanded merger controls will not be used to block legitimate investment in independent or alternative media platforms? Sir, the bill affords the government with a broad swathe of discretionary power to regulate the industry. Such discretionary power cannot be left unchecked. We need clear statutory safeguards to ensure these powers are exercised fairly, transparently, and in the public interest. However, notwithstanding my clarifications, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare that I work in a global investment firm that owns assets in the media industry. We debate this bill at a critical juncture in the global digital landscape, where infrastructure, platforms, and data are increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few. For a small open nation like Singapore, our media landscape is not just an industry. It is a strategic asset. It is where our national stories are told, where perspectives are shaped, and where trust is built. A market dominated by a single player is not merely an economic risk. It is a vulnerability to our social resilience. I support this bill. It is a necessary step to strengthen competition, align our media framework with the telecommunications sector, and equip IMDA with the tools to act when markets do not function well. But the power to intervene is also the power to reshape an industry. To ensure these powers deliver real benefits to Singaporeans without unintended consequences, I seek clarifications in 3 areas: affordability, worker protection, and opportunities for smaller players. First, Mr. Speaker, sir, affordability. Heartland families today are navigating rising cost of living pressures. If media markets are not truly competitive, the consumer ultimately pays through bundling, limited choice, and rising subscription costs. Competition policy must not just rearrange ownership. It must reduce prices that families actually feel. The bill strengthens IMDA's powers over market conduct and structure. Under Section 61A, IMDA may issue directions to ensure fair and efficient market conduct. But how will these interventions translate into tangible price relief for the average family? Next, I note and support the effort under Section 65 to reduce regulatory burden by exempting certain immaterial transactions from prior approval. However, for major acquisitions, approvals remains necessary. This is a significant shift, as approval is now required, regardless of whether the acquiring party is a media entity or not. Can the Minister elaborate on how IMDA will assess such acquisitions, particularly where new entrants may bring innovation and capital but are not traditional media players? Can the Minister also clarify how IMDA will ensure that approval processes remain timely and predictable so that we do not inadvertently deter investments that could lower costs through innovation and scale? Further, under Section 65A, IMDA has powers to require the disposal of shares or the relinquishment of control. These are significant interventions that may carry legal and operational costs. Can the Minister assure this House that such powers will be exercised judiciously and that any resulting costs will not ultimately be passed on to consumers? Finally, under Section 69A, the Minister may order structural separation of a regulated entity. While this can promote competition, it may also reduce economies of scale and increase duplication of costs. I know that this power is vested in the Minister rather than IMDA, given the significant impact of such decisions. Can the Minister elaborate on how this higher threshold of decision-making will be exercised and what considerations will guide such interventions? How does the ministry evaluate the trade-off between fostering competition and preserving efficiency so that affordability for households is not compromised? If competition improves on paper but prices do not fall, residents will not feel the benefits. A competitive market must also be an affordable market. Second, Mr. Speaker, sir, worker protection. Our media industry is powered by people, journalists, producers, technicians, and increasingly freelancers. While I acknowledge that employment protections fall under the Employment Act and MOM guidelines, the interventions in this bill can have real and immediate consequences for workers. Under Section 69A, a separation order may require the transfer of business to another entity. Such restructuring can create uncertainty for employees. Can the Minister clarify how IMDA will work with MOM and unions to ensure that workers affected by such changes are adequately supported and that transitions are managed fairly? Further, under Section 65A, IMDA may direct the disposal of business units. Has the government assessed the potential employment impact of such interventions? Will considerations of workforce stability form part of the broader public interest assessment? Beyond immediate restructuring, I would also like to understand the longer-term effects. In an environment where structural interventions are possible, firms may adopt a more cautious approach to long-term workforce commitments. While formal employment protections apply, the practical response may still be a preference for leaner organizational structures and more flexible staffing models. Will increased competition in this sector lead to better jobs or more fragmented and less secure employment? A more competitive market must also be a more secure job market. A healthy market must also be one that provides stability and dignity for workers. Third, Mr. Speaker, sir, the impact on local small media players and freelancers. These independent creators are vital to innovation, diversity, and the vibrancy of our media ecosystem. While the bill is rightly targeted at regulated entities and anti-competitive conduct, I seek clarification on whether there may be indirect compliance implications for smaller players who interact with these entities. The bill introduces detailed definitions of control and associate under Sections 59 and 60B. These are structured around equity interests and defined relationships. However, given that they include arrangements and coordinated actions, can the Minister clarify how IMDA will ensure that ordinary commercial collaborations, especially among smaller players, are not inadvertently captured? I also note that the definition of regulated persons have been expanded to close potential gaps, including for entities structured through trusts and other arrangements. Can the Minister clarify how this expanded scope will be applied in practice, particularly to avoid unintended capture beyond key media entities? Further, under Section 65B and 71A, IMDA is empowered to require information from any person for investigative purposes. Where necessary for enforcement, can the Minister assure that these powers will be exercised proportionally, particularly where smaller businesses or individuals are involved? I'm also concerned about barriers to entry. If compliance requirements become complex or uncertain, smaller players may feel compelled to incur legal costs simply to ensure they remain compliant. While the bill reduces burden for certain pro forma transactions, it also expands investigative and compliance powers. Can the Minister clarify how, on balance, this results in a net reduction of regulatory burden, particularly for smaller and emerging players? If regulation becomes too complex, it risks disproportionately favoring larger players with greater compliance resources. I also note that IMDA may approve documents prepared by third parties as codes of practice. Can the Minister clarify how IMDA will ensure that such externally developed standards remain robust, transparent, and aligned with public interests, particularly where industry interests are involved? Regulation should be a ladder for growth, not a hurdle to entry. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill is a necessary evolution of our regulatory framework. In an age of global media consolidation, we must have the tools to ensure that our market remains fair, competitive, and resilient. But residents will not judge this bill by its legal provisions. They'll judge it by outcomes. Will media remain affordable? Will jobs remain stable? Will opportunities remain open to new and diverse voices? While this bill focuses on market structure and not content, we should recognize that in the media sector, structure and trust are closely related. As we strengthen regulatory powers, it is important that confidence in editorial independence and the diversity of voices continues to be maintained. Residents do not consume regulation. They experience outcomes in their bills, in their jobs, and in their opportunities. If we strengthen control over the market without delivering clear improvements in affordability, jobs, and opportunities, we risk building a system that is more regulated, but not necessarily better for Singaporeans. Let us ensure that as we reshape our media industry, we deliver not just stronger rules, but better outcomes for families, for workers, and for the next generation of creators. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Ondriello.
Mr. Speaker, the Workers' Party does not dispute the administrative case for this bill. The Infocom Media Development Authority already regulates both the media and telecommunications sectors. Drawing on a common framework across both is defensible on efficiency grounds and harmonization grounds. We accept that. But the argument goes further than that. Because digital delivery has converged, because newspapers and broadcasters now reach audiences over the same networks as telephone companies, the government says that they should be subject to the same regulatory powers. I find this difficult to accept prima facie without deeper scrutiny. The delivery mechanism may be shared, but the nature of what is being regulated is not. The bill introduces 3 significant new powers: a proactive directions regime under the new Section 61A, an ownership approval regime under the new Section 65, and a ministerial separation order under new Section 69A. My concern is this. This bill may not be about the media landscape as it exists today. It is about the one that has not yet arrived, a future where genuinely independent media may grow in reach and maturity. And my fear is that this bill is written to foreclose that future before it has the chance to arrive. Mr. Speaker, the case for regulating telecommunications carrier ownership rests on a concrete fear. The infrastructure, cables, spectrum, exchange points, this is neutral. If a single actor controls it, others are locked out. Regulating ownership is proportionate to that. Press regulation is different. Newspapers and broadcasters make editorial choices: what to investigate, what to publish, whose voice to amplify. The power to shape public discourse is categorically different from the power to route a data packet. A press regulation regime needs press safeguards, editorial independence on the face of the statute, so that the regime cannot reach what a publication chooses to investigate or publish. Plurality concerns on ownership approvals, Plurality conditions on ownership approvals designed to protect diversity of voice. Higher proportionality when restricting a press entity than a telecommunications operator. Independent review on the merits when a media entity is singled out by the executive. Transparency around designations. This bill contains little of this. It takes the structural toolkit designed for network operators, ownership approvals, proactive directions, separation orders, and applies it to entities that produce speech. Mr. Speaker, the government is likely to say that this bill is about promoting competition. In fact, they have. Let me examine that framing. Our 2 major media companies today, SPH Media Trust and MediaCorp, are both government-linked, both already within the government's orbit, whether it's formally or informally. Extending regulatory powers over entities already in that orbit makes little sense and does not meaningfully change the competitive dynamics. The more significant read of this bill, and my read, is that this is a preemptive measure, not about managing existing players It's about ensuring that no new actor, perhaps a well-capitalized private investor, or a media group with genuine editorial independence can build a meaningful presence outside the government's reach. Think of Apple Daily in Hong Kong or the Washington Post, both funded by individuals with deep pockets of their own and strong political convictions. Jimmy Lai and Jeff Bezos are not politically neutral figures, but their convictions were their own, not the government's. That is precisely what made their publications independently powerful. They could ask hard questions without needing permission from whoever held office. The designation power in Section 59 is the instrument for preempting that possibility here. The minister can designate any newspaper publisher or broadcaster as a regulated person on no published criteria and bring the full weight of this regime to bear. Singapore does have independent media that falls outside the state's orbit. Among them is JOM. Founded in 2022, it publishes long-form journalism on Singapore's society, politics, and policy. As of October last year, it had around 8,000 paying subscribers. I'm one of them. It's not funded by advertising or any government-linked body. It scrapes by because readers choose to pay for serious journalism. It has yet to flourish. It remains small. JOM is an online publication. On a wide reading, it may well fall within the scope of this bill. If JOM were ever designated under Section 59, all three new powers would apply. Any investor acquiring 30% or more of JOM would need IMDA's prior approval. IMDA could issue proactive directions to JOM on public interest grounds that are left undefined in the statute, with no proportionality tests and consultation waivable at IMDA's discretion. And the minister could order its business transferred to another entity, with compensation the minister determines, subject to no independent review on the merits. This bill is not written for JOM as it stands today. It is written for what JOM, or another publication like it, might become in 10 years. A publication with the reach to shape conversations, to hold power to account, and to be read by Singaporeans because it has earned their trust. This is the future that I fear this bill is designed to foreclose, a future where Singapore has a genuinely independent press, publications that owe their survival to the readers, not to the goodwill of any government, and that can ask hard questions of whoever holds power, including us. So if this is not the bill's intent, I strongly urge government to clarify. Mr. Speaker, the bill's three new powers rest on a common foundation, designation. Under Section 59, the minister may designate any newspaper publisher or broadcasting licensee as a regulated person, and then bringing it within the scope of all three powers. The minister selects who is regulated at their discretion. The selection is the gateway to everything that follows. Now, first, Section 61A. Proactive directions. The IMDA may issue proactive directions to regulated persons to ensure fair market conduct, effective competition, and simply in the public interest. That last ground is left undefined, and a direction under that section may require a regulated person to do or refrain from doing anything specified. There is no limit on subject matter in the text. Consultation may be waived whenever IMDA considers it not practicable or desirable. There's no proportionality requirement and no obligation to give written reasons. During the consultation process on this bill, two law firms filed responses on these gaps. Their concerns have not been substantially addressed. Moving on, Section 65, ownership approvals. Any person acquiring 30% or more of a regulated media company now requires IMDA's prior approval. The definitions of control and associate are broad, capturing informal arrangements or agreements and trusts. There are no materiality thresholds. A standard minority investor protection is treated the same as acquisition of effective control. The chilling effect on investment in small independent publications is not incidental to this drafting. It's a foreseeable consequence. And finally, the nuclear option, a separation order in Section 69. The minister may compel a media company to transfer its entire business to another entity. Compensation is discretionary. The minister may award it, not must. It may be denied entirely if the minister finds that anti-competitive conduct took place, a finding the minister also makes. The separation order is also final. So there's one decision maker at every stage, on every question, no independent check on the merits of any of it. When we debated the online safety bill last year, I raised a structurally similar concern. In that bill, the powers that at least set with a statutory commissioner, not the minister. I proposed an appeal to the High Court on 3 limited grounds. The government declined. The same structure choice, or at least a similar one, appears here. Compulsory restructuring of media businesses with the minister at every decision point and no appeal on the merits available to any court. The powers inscribed in this bill will not belong to this government alone. They sit on the books for every future government, every future minister, in every future parliament. Parliament should ask itself whether it is comfortable with that, whoever holds power. Mr. Speaker, let me explain the mechanism by which this bill forecloses the future I described, without a single direction ever being issued, without a single separation ever being ordered. These powers do not need to be exercised to do their work. A rational investor who wants to fund serious independent journalism in Singapore, they will read this bill and they will ask, can IMDA issue a direction to this publication on public interest grounds? I cannot define in advance and with no proportionality tests, and no written reasons, and no independent appeal on the merits. The answer appears to be yes. Can the minister order the business transferred, determining compensation unilaterally on a finding of anti-competitive conduct that the minister himself also makes? If the entity is designated, again, yes. At that point, the investment doesn't happen. The newsroom does not expand. The publication does not grow. And this is how unconstrained statutory powers work. They do not need to be exercised. They only need to exist in plain language for any investor doing a risk assessment to conclude, not here, not now, not under these conditions. Now, IMDA acknowledged the weight of this in its own 2022 consultation note. It stated that structural separation requirements may impose significant costs and should only be exercised in very exceptional circumstances. SMS Tan has also assured us today that this would be used as a matter of last resort. The proof will be in its application. So I have 6 questions for the minister. First, on designation. Section 59 allows the minister to designate any newspaper publisher or broadcasting licensee as a regulated person on no published criteria. What criteria will the government use to determine which entities are designated? Will these criteria be published before any designation is made? And will the same criteria apply equally to government-linked and independently owned entities? Second, and related, on the scope of designation. A regulated person under Section 59 includes the holder of a broadcasting license. Does that reach, I would like the minister to clarify if this reaches social media companies, including large foreign players with a local presence. Furthermore, would blogs, social media accounts, podcasts, and so on be covered? If so, will the government publish the criteria that would govern such designation? Third, in the public interest. Section 61A permits IMDA to issue proactive directions simply in the public interest. The term is undefined. Will the minister commit to publishing criteria for when this ground will be invoked? Fourth, on transferee selection. When the minister issues a separation order under 69A, the minister may direct transfer to a separate entity which need not be an independent media entity. Given the structure of Singapore's media market, the realistic candidates for transference are today government-linked bodies. What constraints govern the choice of transferee? Can the minister confirm that a compulsorily separated media business will not be directed to a government-linked entity without the agreement of the regulated person? Fifth, on compensation. Compensation under Section 69A is discretionary. It may be denied entirely if the minister finds anti-competitive conduct under Section 69A, a finding that the minister makes themselves, having already ordered the separation. What principles govern this determination of compensation, and what safeguards exist against the finding being used to deny compensation to an entity whose business the minister has already compelled to transfer? Six, and finally, on the newspaper permit. Following separation, the new entity must reapply for a newspaper permit under Section 69A 3B2. The existing permit does not automatically transfer. The government decides whether to grant the new one. Can the minister confirm that a permit will not be withheld from an entity that has already been compulsorily separated under a ministerial order? And will there be published criteria governing when a permit application following separation may be refused? Mr. Speaker, I earlier said I hope for a day when Singapore has a genuinely independent press of scale and stature. That day has not come, but the conditions that will make it possible are things that Singapore can build. It will not happen automatically. It will only happen if we make deliberate choices to build safeguards into our legislative architecture and not simply rely on the goodwill of whoever holds office. And that is why I hope that the Minister can give us reassurance today that this bill is not designed, that this bill is intended to build regulatory architecture for the press that is designed to make a future of independent, trusted journalism more reachable and not to close it off before it has the chance to arrive.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Mr. Speaker, this IMDA amendment bill responds to a structural shift already underway, the convergence of broadcasting, digital platforms, and telecommunications. At one level, this is a technical update to thresholds, approvals, and enforcement tools. But at a deeper level, it is about how Singapore regulates market power in a system where influence is increasingly exercised through dependency, not just ownership. That distinction matters because in a converged digital ecosystem, control does not always appear at the point of acquisition. It can accumulate quietly through minority stakes, infrastructure dependencies, and control over distribution systems that sit beneath what consumers actually see. And once embedded, these structures are difficult to reverse. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, 我们今天面对的媒体监管，其实正在发生一个很关键的转变。过去，我们更多是从谁拥有公司来理解市场的结构，但在现在这个数字生态里，影响力往往不是来自拥有权本身，而是来自系统中的依赖关系。当一个平台、一个基础设施或者一个数据疏通渠道逐渐变成不可取代的时候，即使没有明显的垄断行为，市场力量也可能已经在系统内部集中。所以，监管思维的关键转变是，不只是看谁拥有，而是要更早识别谁真正在转变的不可取代。如果我们只在问题显现之后才介入，往往这就已经代表错过了调整机构的时机。I support the extension of IMDA's prior approval requirement to any acquisition crossing the 30% threshold in regulated media entities, including non-licensees. This reflects a necessary recognition that market influence today is not confined within sectoral boundaries. Capital is cross-platform, strategy is ecosystem-based, and influence can be indirect, but still structurally significant. The key implementation question is this: how will IMDA distinguish between capability-enhancing investment, competitive concentration risk, and longer-term dependency creation within the ecosystem? These effects are often not separable at the point of approval. They emerge over time. Mr. Speaker, the transfer of structural separation powers to the Minister is a significant state institutional design choice. This is not routine competition enforcement. It is an exceptional intervention that can reshape market structure itself. So the question is therefore not only about authority, but about regulatory signaling. Will the ministry set out broad guiding principles on when structural separation is considered appropriate? Not to constrain discretion, but to strengthen predictability in a domain where investment confidence depends on clarity of risk boundaries. On the reconsideration mechanism, I note the either-or structure between IMDA reconsideration and ministerial appeal. Could the ministry clarify the policy intent behind this design? Is the primary objective speed, finality, or avoidance of parallel processes? because the structure of review pathways ultimately shapes how regulatory legitimacy is perceived, not just how quickly decisions are resolved. The bill adopts broad technology-neutral definitions of control and essential resource that is appropriate in a rapidly evolving environment. But flexibility must still be operationally legible. Would the ministry consider issuing illustrative guidance, not fixed thresholds, but examples of what constitutes material influence in practice, and what types of infrastructure or systems may be treated as essential resources in a converged media ecosystem? Because interpretability affects not only compliance, but also investment timing and market entry decisions. Finally, tighter approval requirements will inevitably affect transaction timelines. That is a trade-off the system is making. In that context, would the ministry consider over time publishing non-binding guidance or anonymized aggregated decision patterns, particularly around recurring assessment factors and common risk indicators? This would not reduce discretion, but it would improve predictability where regulatory patterns are already structurally consistent. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, 竞争让市场保持活力，但真正让系统长期稳定的是信任与透明，两者缺一不可。Mr. Speaker, Singapore is now managing a new form of concentration risk, not only in ownership structures, but in dependency relationships embedded across platforms, infrastructure, and digital distribution systems. Regulation must therefore do two things at once: remain firm enough to intervene early, and remain clear enough for good actors to navigate confidently. That balance between firmness and legibility is what this bill begins to strengthen. I support this bill. Thank you.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Info Communications Media Development Authority, otherwise known as IMDA Amendment Bill. This bill strengthens fair and efficient market conduct and effective competition in the media industry, reduces regulatory burden in prescribed areas, provides IMDA with additional powers, and aligns certain provisions with the Telecommunications Act. In plain terms, it strengthens oversight of ownership control and strengthens IMDA's ability to act when market conduct harms competition or consumers. Mr. Speaker, sir, my first point is that harmonizing media and telecommunications regulation is no longer merely administrative. It is now a policy necessity. In the past, telecommunications could be understood as infrastructure and carriage. Media was understood as content and publishing, but today, consumers do not experience them separately. A citizen watches news, entertainment, and commentary over data networks. Digital platforms operate across both infrastructure and content ecosystems. And a small number of major gatekeepers can influence both access and visibility. In such an environment, if our frameworks remain too fragmented, we create uneven rules for functionally similar activity that can encourage regulatory arbitrage, where firms structure themselves to exploit gaps between regimes rather than compete on service quality, innovation, and value. The bill's effort to bring media competition and conduct provisions closer to the telco model is therefore a necessary response to technological convergence. In this regard, can the Minister clarify how IMDA will ensure consistent principles across telecommunications and media competition regulation, while still accounting for the media sector's distinct public interest considerations? Mr. Speaker, sir, my second point concerns media ownership and control and why it matters. The bill strengthens IMDA's framework around ownership, control, and regulated persons, including powers linked to controllers and essential resources. It also tightens oversight of significant controls and transactions, including where a party crosses key voting control thresholds. Now, this matters because media ownership is never just a corporate matter. It affects the diversity of voices, the resilience of public discourse, and the range of perspectives available to citizens. In a small and highly connected media market like Singapore's, concentration of ownership or opaque influence can have outsized effects. So, when we review ownership rules, we are asking a wider societal question. How do we preserve a media environment that remains trusted, diverse, and resilient in an age of consolidation and digital concentration? For the ordinary citizen, this is not abstract. It affects whether one receives information from a range of credible sources or from an ecosystem that is overly shaped by a few dominant actors. It affects whether media remains plural enough to support informed citizenship, and it affects whether public trust in information ecosystems can be maintained. In that sense, stronger ownership safeguards are not only about control. They are about protecting the quality of the information space that citizens inhabit every single day. At the same time, these powers must be exercised with clarity and discipline. In a globalized environment, the framework must be robust without becoming unnecessarily rigid. The objective is to guard against harmful concentration and opaque influence while allowing legitimate investment, innovation, and sectoral development. Mr. Speaker, sir, my third point relates to the public impact of anti-competitive conduct, which the bill seeks to address more effectively. When markets become concentrated or when certain players can unfairly leverage control over essential resources, harm flows directly to our citizens. Anti-competitive conduct can lead to fewer choices, weaker incentives to innovate, poorer service quality, and higher costs over time. It can also create barriers for smaller or newer players, reducing dynamism and entrenching incumbents. The bill gives IMDA stronger tools to intervene in relation to market conduct and essential resources in the media industry. Competition policy is not merely about punishing bad behavior. It is about preserving healthy market conditions so that consumers are not disadvantaged by structural imbalances. And in the media space, competition issues are not just economic. They can shape who gets distribution, whose content reaches audiences, and which firms survive. In other words, competition shapes openness. On the new power to issue directions for fair and efficient market conduct, can the Minister clarify what procedural safeguards will apply where practicable, such as notice, representations, and review avenues so that speed is balanced with due process? Mr. Speaker, sir, I would add that the success of these powers will depend on how transparently and consistently they are applied. Industry players will need clear signals about the thresholds, obligations, and enforcement expectations. The public, too, should be able to see that these interventions are designed not to overregulate, but to preserve fairness, openness, and resilience in a converged digital landscape. With these observations, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Mr. Patrick Day.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to speak on the IMDA Amendment Bill. I declare my interest as Assistant Secretary General of NTUC. The Labour Movement welcomes this bill. Stricter merger approval requirements, clearer direction powers for IMDA against anti-competitive conduct, and a more coherent framework as our telecoms, broadcasting, and newspaper sectors coverage are timely and important. I support the intent of the bill, and I would like to raise 3 areas where we can strengthen the worker dimension so that the sector remains competitive, while our workers and PMEs have confidence through change. Under this bill, IMDA must give prior approval before any party acquires a 30% or larger stake in a regulated media company. That prior approval gate is also the right point to look beyond market structure and ask what the transaction could mean for the workers and workforce impacted and affected. Major consolidation in the infocom and media sector often comes with restructuring, role rationalization, and changes to how work is organized. In this sector, many of these job roles are undertaken by PMEs. They include engineers, operators, content and production professionals, and thus the impact on livelihoods can be significant. MOM's labour market report for 2025 identified information and communications as one of the sectors where resident employment declined in 2025, even as Singapore's economy grew more than 5%. This is why worker confidence and timely support matter in any major sector restructuring. It is important that the powers in this bill are exercised in ways that are pro-competition and pro-worker, so that a market win does not become a social loss. In that spirit, can the Minister consider whether IMDA's assessment framework should formally incorporate workforce impact alongside market competition impact? This is particularly important as in the course of consolidation, employees may be moved to different employing entity involving changes to their roles and job scope when the new parents group's competitive model is built on doing more with fewer people. Singapore's labour management relations are stable, and our tripartite framework has served us well. My ask is that we extend that spirit more deliberately into sector consolidation processes so that where livelihoods are affected, issues like collective agreement continuity and union representation are addressed early, and the workers' voice remains present. In this spirit, I have 3 questions which I hope the Minister can address. First, how does the government intend for IMDA to consider workforce impact as part of merger assessments, and can tripartite partners have a formal role in significant transactions? Second, will the government develop clear guidelines in consultation with MOM and NTUC on collective agreement continuity, union recognition and representation where consolidations or structural separations result in workers moving to a new employing entity, especially if only the property is transferred to a new entity under Section 69 Big A 3 Sub A Sub Clause 2, and the workers have to move as well. Third, will the government consider putting in place a formal tripartite platform for the Infocom and media sector so that the workforce issues arising from restructuring and consolidation can be addressed early and systematically? The labour movement stands ready to work with the government and industry as a constructive partner. We are not asking to oppose change, but for clarity, contemporaneous communications, equitability, and assurance so that the impacted workers will not be left behind. In short, a fair and just transition. I hope today's debate help us move in that right direction. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Ms. Jessica Tan.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is fundamentally about updating our regulatory framework so that the oversight of the media sector is aligned with the clearer, more established competitive safeguards that has guided the telecom sector for years. I support this bill because it will help Singapore keep pace with how quickly the digital and media world is evolving. Today, the services we rely on, our mobile plans, streaming platforms, online news, and even everyday communication apps are deeply interconnected. This bill modernizes the media framework through several important updates. The new Section 61A, which gives IMDA stronger and earlier intervention powers, expanded definitions in Section 2 to capture modern non-shareholding forms of influence, and the new Section 72A, which requires mandatory approval when an acquirer crosses the 30% ownership threshold, and the new Section 69A, which empowers the Minister to order structural separation in serious cases of entrenched dominance. These changes recognize that influence in today's media environment is no longer comes only from equity stakes. It increasingly arises from data access, exclusive content arrangements, platform prioritization, and algorithmic control. The bill ensures that IMDA has the tools to address these realities in a fair and future-ready way. A key thrust of this bill is strengthening fair competition. The amendments in Section 2 broadens the definition of arrangement, control, and essential resources so that IMDA can act when a company uses its position formally or informally to block others from entering the market. This matters because in the digital world, dominance can form very quickly. A platform can become the default choice for millions almost overnight. Clearer rules help ensure that competition remains healthy and that companies compete on quality and innovation and not locking others out. The bill ensures that no single player can accumulate influence in the ways that reduces competition or harm consumers, keeping the market open, diverse, and competitive. This has real implications for everyday Singaporeans. More families now depend on digital services, from news to news consumption to seniors staying connected, children learning online, and households streaming entertainment. When one company becomes too dominant, consumers may face higher prices, fewer choices, weaker service quality, and unfair practices, like being locked into bundles or platforms. Section 72A ensures that large acquisitions cannot take place quietly or without scrutiny, requiring IMDA's approval. It requires IMDA's approval once a party crosses the 30% ownership threshold, thus preventing companies from using control over key digital or media resources to limit choice or raise barriers for others. While this bill does not set new standards for service quality or reliability, Section 61A allows IMDA to intervene early if anti-competitive conduct threatens the continuity of reliable provision of media services. SMEs and local creators are vital to our media and digital ecosystem. They bring fresh ideas, local stories, and innovative services, but often face higher barriers when competing with large platforms. The new Section 61A strengthens fair access to essential resources, such as content libraries, distribution platforms, advertising inventories. It empowers IMDA to issue directions to ensure non-discriminatory access and prevents any player from using control as an essential resource to block competitors. Thus, this means that smaller players cannot be denied access or priced out simply because a large competitor controls a key resource. When SMEs can access essential resources fairly, they are more willing to experiment, invest, and innovate. This leads to more diverse content, more homegrown digital services, and more opportunities for local talent. Mr. Speaker, while the bill is timely and necessary, I do seek clarity. There are areas that require further clarity. The bill strengthens IMDA's regulatory toolkit through Section 61A on early intervention, broader definitions under Section 2, and mandatory approval for acquisitions at the 30% threshold in Section 72A, and the new Section 69A on structural separation. These powers are necessary to address modern forms of influence in a converged media digital environment. But at the same time, the breadth of these powers mean that clear guidance and transparent processes will be essential to avoid overcorrection, ensure business certainty, and to maintain a pro-innovation environment. So while the expanded definition in Section 2 are important to capture modern forms of influence, their breadth does introduce risk. Companies and investors may become overly cautious about partnerships and innovative business models for fear of inadvertently triggering regulatory scrutiny. Routine commercial arrangements may be perceived as falling within scope, increasing compliance cost, and slowing investment decisions. Clear guidance on how these definitions will be applied in practice will help maintain a pro-innovative environment. Section 69A, which gives the minister authority to order structural separation, is a powerful remedy. And I'm glad that SNMS had also raised this point and said that it would be a power that would be used as last resort. But even if it's rarely used. The existence of this power may affect investment decisions if criteria are unclear. Clarity on the circumstances under which structural separation may be considered will give industry confidence that it will be used proportionally and predictably. Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens competition in concrete ways. It protects consumers and supports SMEs and local creators. It reinforces a fair, open, and diverse digital environment. At the same time, increased oversight always carries the risk of overcorrection if applied too broadly. This bill itself does not restrict innovation. In fact, by preventing harmful consolidation and ensuring fair access to essential resources, it helps create an open and competitive environment that innovation depends on. But clear guidance from IMDA will be important to ensure that these expanded powers truly support innovation rather than inadvertently discouraging it. I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm speaking in support of the IMDA Amendment Bill. While this bill might appear technical, it matters because media is not just another industry. It shapes what people see, it shapes what they know, it shapes who they trust, and also how we understand one another as a society. I do not intend to speak on every single clause in this bill, but I wish to focus on three specific areas. First, whether preventing excessive concentration of control will also help to facilitate new entrants and create jobs. Second, whether the new powers will be exercised with sufficient clarity and predictability so that Singapore remains trusted and investable. Third, whether fairer market conditions will translate to better outcomes for consumers. My first point is on aspirations and employment. A media ecosystem that is open and contestable should, in principle, create more opportunities. But this bill does not directly create those opportunities. Rather, it seeks to prevent a market structure where opportunities become too concentrated in the hands of a few dominant players. This is important because when a market becomes too concentrated, smaller firms might find it harder to enter. New ideas may struggle to find distribution, and our young workers might find fewer employers to choose from. Workers would then have fewer pathways into the industry. For our young and our workers, this matters because the media, content, and ecosystem industry today brings work such as production, design, data, advertising technology, communication, and platform-facing businesses. This is especially important given our current job climate. We encourage Singaporeans to upskill, sign up for Skills Future, stay relevant to industrial needs. But if Singaporeans were to upskill, they must also feel that the real opportunities exist at the end of their effort. So the question isn't really about whether this bill prevents excessive concentration of control, but the question is whether preventing such concentration of control can translate into a more vibrant ecosystem where more players can enter, grow, and hire. With this bill, I hope to be able to say to every Singaporean, if you choose to build your skills in this sector, Singapore is working to keep the media and ecosystem open, contestable, and future-ready. However, there's a tension that we must manage carefully. This bill introduces strong controls over ownership, voting power, acquisition, effective control, and the use and sharing of essential resources. These powers may be necessary to prevent dominance and protect public interests. But if applied without sufficient proportionality, they may create uncertainty for legitimate growth or even fundraising. This is particularly relevant for smaller players or emerging media business that may grow in the regulated space over time. Will the unintended consequence then be new and small players find it harder to enter or scale? So my question to IMDA is this: how will we ensure that a framework designed to prevent unfair dominance does not unintentionally reduce vibrancy and entry that competition depends on? Where smaller players or emerging players fall in the regulated space, will IMDA also adopt a proportionate approach to compliance? Will there be clear guidelines, simple processes, or differentiated expectation between large incumbents and smaller entrants? I raise this because competition regulation should not prevent unfair dominance alone. It should also preserve innovation, entry, and space for new players to grow. In plain English, we should not protect competition in a way which makes it harder for future competitors to emerge. My second point is on Singapore's relevance and investability. Singapore's strength has always been not just only stable, but we are clear, predictable, and trusted. And these are important reasons why investors choose to invest here. And investability is not an abstract concept, because when companies invest in Singapore, they bring capital, they bring capabilities, regional functions, and jobs. They create opportunities not just for senior executives, but also Singaporeans working in content, marketing, production, communication, and many other roles. You see, investors and business do not expect a market to be unregulated. In fact, good regulations can strengthen confidence. It tells serious players following things. Number one, the rules here in Singapore are fair. Number two, that dominant players cannot abuse their position. And number three, that the system will not allow unfair concentration of control. In this regard, this bill sends a positive signal. It shows that Singapore is committed to fair and well-governed markets in the media industry. I understand, for example, the bill closes a gap that says that if any party, including a non-media company, seeks to acquire 30% or more of equity interest or voting power in a regulated person, IMDA would have oversight. This is sensible, because media ownership is not just commercial matters, because it affects competition, consumer interest, and public trust. See, at the same time, the powers introduced in this bill are significant. The bill strengthens control over ownership and effective control. It allows IMDA to issue directions in relation to regulated person and essential resources. It provides for stronger intervention where competition or the public interest is at stake. These are meaningful powers. But precisely because such powers are significant, the basis for exercising them should be clear. So I'd like to ask how the government intends to provide clarity on key concepts such as public interest, effective control, substantial leasing of competition, and essential resources. Will IMDA also publish clear decision frameworks or guidelines on how these concepts will be applied? Will businesses and investors be given sufficient clarity on the types of transaction or conduct that may raise such concerns? This is important because investors are not just asking whether the system is fair, they are also asking whether is this system predictable. A system can be interventionistic if needed, or when needed. But if the basis for intervention is not well understood, investors may hesitate. I also note that the bill provides for reconsideration requests to IMDA and appeals to the minister. This is important. But could the minister also clarify how does this safeguard works in practice? My point is simple. Strong regulatory power should match with strong clarity. This is how we preserve Singapore's reputation as a place where markets are well-governed, trusted, and investable. My final point, it's on outcomes for consumers and our residents. The bill seeks to promote competition in the media industry. More precisely, it seeks to prevent unfair dominance, regulate control, and ensure important media resources are not used in ways that harm competition or the public interest. In this principle, this should lead to more choices, better services, fairer access, and greater innovation. But from the perspective of the ordinary resident, the issue is not really how many media companies exist. The issue is whether the media environment, whether what they experience is diverse, reliable, accessible, and trustworthy. A person may have access to many sources, but still see a narrow slice of content. A young person may consume a lot of media, but encounter very little local content. So when we assess whether market-level competition has improved, I hope IMDA would also consider whether residents actually experience more choice, better service quality, greater discoverability of local content. I would like to ask IMDA how would we assess whether this bill is delivering better outcomes for consumer. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. I support this bill. It is right that our regulatory framework keeps pace with the changes in the media landscape. But as we do so, we must uphold three balances carefully. First, preventing dominance and allowing new firms to enter. Second, regulatory strength and investability. Third, market competition and consumer trust. Getting this right would help us to build a more open, vibrant, trusted, and future-ready media ecosystem for Singapore. Thank you.
SMS Tan.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Resumption of debate, what day?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament be now adjourned.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Azhar Othman.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise today to move a motion for a national energy resilience strategy, specifically the adoption of decentralized off-grid and microgrid power solutions, integrating solar photovoltaic generation and battery energy storage systems, or BESS, along with a customized smart energy management solution. There are other forms of renewable energy we can consider, such as small unit waste-to-energy, hydrogen-based genset, and wind energy. But in this motion, we will consider battery and solar for simplicity. Kindly take note, any proposed design and data used in my speech are primarily from our very own assessment, and should the government of the day would like to comment, correct, or even share the data, I truly welcome the initiative. Before I proceed further, I declare my position. I am the executive chairman of an engineering firm that designs and integrates customized power systems and energy management solutions. My company has completed over 3,000 projects across 20 countries. I hold an engineering degree and have practiced in this field for more than 2 decades. Mr. Speaker, let me frame this motion with clarity. I shall first describe Singapore's current power generation architecture. Second, I will examine credible disruption scenarios, both historical and future. Third, I will present a technically grounded, decentralized strategy to counter those disruptions. Finally, I will explain how this strategy makes every estate or constituency in Singapore a resilient node in the national fabric of energy security. There are 7 parts to my speech, and these are very succinct. Part 1, current standing, centralized vulnerability. Today, Singapore's electrical grid is overwhelmingly centralized. Approximately 95% of our electricity is generated from natural gas, imported via pipelines from neighboring countries and LNG terminals. These gas-fired combined cycle plants are highly efficient, but they remain single point of failure risks. A supply interruption from a foreign source, a gas pipeline breach, or a simultaneous failure of 2 major plants could cascade into a system-wide blackout. We have already seen warnings. In 2018, a major blackout affected parts of Ang Mo Kio, Yishun, and other areas. Each time, the root cause traced back to a localized fault that propagated because our grid lacks sufficient segmentation and distributed backup. At the building level, many industrial and commercial facilities maintain diesel generator sets to power critical loads, but these come with well-known limitations, fuel storage constraints, refueling logistics during extended outages, emissions, noise, and maintenance burdens. Public housing estates, which house 80% of our population, largely lack any form of backup beyond emergency lighting in stairwells. When the grid fails, lift stops, water pumps stop, lighting's off. This is not resilience, this is dependence. On a side note, I understand that a microgrid project has been initiated by the government in 2018, but till now we have not seen the outcome of the project nor implementation of the solutions in a bigger scale. Probably the ministry in charge can update on the development of the microgrid project in Pulau Ubin. The second part, disruption scenarios beyond the conventional. We must think beyond routine failures. Consider these credible high-impact scenarios. Scenario A, regional gas supply interruption. A geopolitical event or natural disaster disrupt gas supply. We do have backup supplies, but after that, power plants began tripping. Without distributed backup, entire neighborhoods go dark. Scenario B, cyber attack. A coordinated cyber attack targets the main power control systems and several power plants' SCADA networks. Centralized command is lost, even if generation exists, dispatch fails. Scenario C, extreme weather. Increasingly intense tropical storms, lightning or flooding events can cause simultaneous faults on multiple transmission lines. The grid sheds load in cascading sequences. In all these scenarios, a centralized solution building more gas plants or interconnectors does not solve the fundamental problem. The problem is architectural, not just volumetric. Part 3, the proposed technical strategy. I propose a layered distributed architecture comprising 3 technical elements. Element 1, rooftop and space-optimized solar PV or BIPV, building integrated photovoltaics, which has been well implemented by the government. I'm glad to see that solar photovoltaics have been deployed on HDB rooftops and floating farms on reservoirs. And we should aim to have deployment on every available suitable surface, multi-story car parks, school roofs, and industrial warehouses tops. Modern solar modules achieve 24% to 25% efficiency. In Singapore, solar irradiance of approximately 1,580 kilowatt-hour per meter squared per year, a typical HDB block roof of 1,500 meters square can host a 250 to 300 kilowatt peak system, generating roughly 340 megawatt-hour annually, enough to cover common area and essential load needs during the daylight hours. Element 2, battery energy storage system, or BESS. Pair each solar installation with a lithium iron phosphate LFP BESS. LFP chemistry offers superior thermal stability, longer life cycle, 6,000 to 10,000 cycles, and no thermal runaway risk, critical for high-rise residential applications. I'll give an example of technical sizing for the sake of presenting my speech. So take block 95 Aljunied Crescent, estimated load per block with 2 lifts, pump, and corridor lighting, total load of 22 kilowatt. And to protect the load running for 4 to 8 hours, the required BESS, 22 by 6 hours, assuming we take a safe margin, is 132 kilowatt hours. So 150 kilowatt hours LFP battery cabin occupies roughly 2 meters squared and fits in the corner of the existing electrical room or rooftop. Now that is the load profile for the flat itself. At the same time, with solar generation, the battery charges during the day. When utility fails, an automatic transfer switch, ATS, with less than 50 millisecond transition, seamlessly hands over to BESS. Smart power management controller shed non-essential loads within 200 milliseconds, preserving stored energy for essential functions. The deployment of BESS can be done even on an apartment basis. So in other words, every unit apartment will have a secondary power, which is another set of batteries to ensure that every unit will run when the power fails. This is like every unit has a bomb shelter. Now each unit has a BESS solution to power the apartment during emergency or power disruption situations. This will have a separate calculation for internal use, of course. Element 3, now that you have the solar, the battery, comes the control system. Smart power management and load shedding. A building energy controller, BEC, monitors real-time state of charge, solar generation, and load priority. It uses Modbus TCP or other forms of protocols to communicate with smart breakers and sub-meters. The priority levels will look at level 1, critical, always powered, lifts, fire systems, water pumps, corridor emergency, lighting, and security cameras. Level 2, non-essential, shared immediately on outage. Air conditioners, water heaters, non-critical office equipment, or EV chargers. Residents will receive an SMS or app notification, grid failure detected. Your block is on battery backup. Non-essential load has been temporarily disabled. Lifts and water pumps remain operational. Transparency builds trust. Part 4, from individual blocks to microgrids. Now multiply this model. One HDB block becomes energy independent for essential loads, but the real leap occurs when we interconnect neighboring blocks, commercial buildings, and industrial facilities into a local microgrid. I'm taking an example of my McPherson constituency microgrid. So there's 80 HDB blocks, total of 12 megawatt-hour batteries, 20 commercial shop houses, about 1 megawatt-hour, 5 light industrial buildings, another 1 megawatt-hour, total constituency storage, 14 megawatt-hour. Total solar generation potential, 25 megawatt peak. These assets communicate via a microgrid controller. When utility power fails, the controller islanded the constituency from the main grid. Each block runs on its own battery initially. For longer outages, beyond 4 to 6 hours, the microgrid controller enables peer-to-peer energy sharing. A block with surplus battery transfers power to a block running low. A commercial building with a large rooftop area shares solar generation with nearby residential blocks. This is not theoretical. Similar microgrids operate today in various countries, such as US, Italy, China, and many others. The technology is mature. Part 5, scaling nationwide. Every constituency a power island. Scale this design to every constituency, Ang Mo Kio, Tampines, Tanjung Pagar, Jurong, Sengkang, and beyond. Each constituency becomes a grid-forming island, capable of operating independently for 8 to 24 hours without mainland utility power. So if I were to summarize the national technical summary, approximately 10,000 HDB blocks, total distributed BESS be around 1.5 gigawatt hours, additional commercial industrial BESS about 2 gigawatt hours, and national distributed storage 3.5 gigawatt hours, equivalent to the output of 500 megawatt gas plant running for 7 hours. Total rooftop solar around 1.5 gigawatt peak potential across all suitable surfaces. This distributed architecture provides what no central plant can: inherent redundancy. A failure in one block affects only that block. A failure in one constituency does not cascade to another. Cyber attacks are localized, physical damage is contained. Part 6, economic and operational benefits. First, fuel savings. Diesel genset costs approximately 40 cents to 60 cents per kilowatt hour to operate, plus, of course, the cost of maintenance. With the current conflict in the Middle East, these prices have soared even higher. Solar plus BESS amortized over 15 years costs 15 cents to 25 cents per kilowatt hour for backup power. Second, grid services. This distributed BESS asset, when not used for backup, can provide frequency regulation and peak shaving to the main grid. So it's not only for power backup, but it also can be used for peak shaving as well. EMA could aggregate them as a virtual power plant, generating revenue that offers capital costs. Third, faster recovery. After a major outage, central plants requires hours to resynchronize. A microgrid restores power locally in milliseconds. Lift restarts immediately, water pumps resume, elderly residents on upper floors are not stranded, nor will they be in the dark. Fourth, climate alignment. BESS with solar produces zero operational emission. Every kilowatt hour of diesel displaced reduces CO2 by approximately 2.7 kilograms. Nationally, this could cut 200,000 tons annually, equivalent to removing 60,000 cars from our roads. The last part, part 7, implementation pathway, practical and phased. I propose a 3-phase rollout. Phase 1, 12 months, pilot in one constituency, MacPherson or Sengkang, deploy solar plus BESS on a 30 HDB blocks, integrate with microgrid controller, and run parallel to the grid for 1 year. Collect real-world performance load data and residents' feedback. Part 2, 24 months, scale to 5 constituency, refine smart loading algorithms, integrate with main grid control room, and establish VPP, virtual power plant, dispatch protocols. Phase 3, 36 to 48 months, nationwide rollout, every HDB block, every major commercial building, every industrial facilities, mandate new buildings to include solar-ready roofs and BESS-ready electrical room. Even though we have somewhat approximate figure for the capital cost for the above, but it's best we compute thoroughly. I believe the ability to ensure the reliability of power for all residents during this grid failure is immeasurable. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Singapore prides itself on being a first world nation with world-class infrastructure. But our energy architecture remains a 20th century central model in a 21st century risk environment. We cannot rely solely on imported gas, central plants, and diesel generators that fail when we need them most. The solution exists. It is proven, it is clean, and it can be built block by block, constituency by constituency, without waiting for a crisis to force our hand. I urge the Ministry to review and approve the establishment of multi-agency task force, including EMA, HDB, BCA, and industry experts, to pilot the first constituency-scale microgrid with solar and BESS. I offer my engineering experience to that effort without reservation. Let us not wait for the next blackout to remind us what resilience means. Let us build it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
MOS Gan Seow Hong.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Honourable Member Mr. Asar Osman for his energizing adjournment motion. The power grid is like the backbone of the body. It holds the system together. It connects power source generators and the end consumers. And the government recognizes the importance of having a resilient and reliable grid to power our economy and our daily lives. A key factor underpinning our grid's resilience is its interconnectedness. The grid is connected to all our power stations. If any generating unit were to trip, other generating units can ramp up to meet the shortfall. The transmission and distribution network itself is also designed with some redundancy to minimize the impact in the event of single equipment failure. We recognize that a centralized grid also means that upstream disruptions, such as interruptions to fuel supply, may have system-wide consequences. And that is why we have diversified our sources of gas supply and maintained fuel reserves in case of natural gas disruption. Mr. Speaker, we take our power system reliability very seriously. Singapore has one of the most reliable electricity grids in the world today. In 2025, the average power interruption time was less than 1 minute per customer on mainland Singapore, and the average frequency of interruptions was about 0.02 times per customer. I would like to thank EMA, SP Group, and GENCOs for the hard work that the engineers and workers put in tirelessly to achieve this. As we introduce more distributed energy resources and renewables such as solar, the grid design will become even more important. On the supply side, our energy mix will become more diverse as we scale up domestic solar and electricity imports. We will have more distributed energy resources across the island, such as rooftop solar panels and battery energy storage systems. Specifically for solar, power generation fluctuates with cloud cover and weather in the daytime, and at night there's no solar electricity. Now, the intermittency brings new challenges to the system. On the demand side, Singapore's electricity demand is expected to increase significantly with the growth of electricity-intensive loads such as data centers and electric vehicles. There will be greater impetus to manage load profiles to optimize usage off-grid capacity. We therefore need to accelerate grid innovation to build a more responsive grid while ensuring system stability and optimizing land use. Let me set out what we are already doing. First, we are planning ahead and putting the required infrastructure in place to support the grid of the future. EMA and SP Group developed the Future Grid Capabilities Roadmap last year to chart a clear direction for building new capabilities. One concrete outcome is the upcoming SP Technology Laboratory, which will focus on developing new tools and solutions for grid planning and operations. This is essentially the research and development arm that will help keep Singapore's grid ahead of the curve. Beyond planning, we are also deploying new physical assets to make the grid more resilient. Sembcorp's large-scale battery energy storage system on Jurong Island is one example. It can respond quickly to sudden shifts in supply, helping to keep the system stable when renewable energy sources like solar fluctuate. Second, we are making the grid more flexible and responsive to change. With more solar, batteries, and electric vehicles coming online, the grid needs to be able to handle greater variability in both supply and demand. Flexibility is what allows the grid to absorb those fluctuations without compromising stability. EMA's demand-side flexibility roadmap sets out how this will work in practice. Essentially, EV charging stations and smaller battery storage systems can participate in helping to stabilize the grid, for instance, by drawing less power or releasing stored energy when the system is under stress. EMA is currently piloting this with ComfortDelGro to test how it works in a real-world setting. EMA will also launch a virtual power plant pilot. Virtual power plants are digital platforms that can aggregate and optimize distributed energy resources such as solar and batteries as a single power source to meet demand. Mr. Osman raised the idea of deploying off-grid and microgrid power systems across Singapore to support grid resilience and also to serve as backup power in the event of potential disruptions. I thank him for sharing his knowledge and ideas. Indeed, microgrids are one of several distributed energy solutions that we will study further. If managed well, such distributed energy solutions have the potential to provide an additional layer of safeguard by providing energy, ancillary services, or demand response to smoothen peak periods. However, their suitability depends on the operating environment and specific needs, provided the safety requirements and technical standards are met. Mr. Osman suggested the possibility of deploying battery energy storage systems in HDB blocks and microgrids in every town. We will have to study this further because high-power battery systems also have to comply with SCDF's fire safety standards, which could require additional space and safety infrastructure in densely populated HDB blocks. Microgrid deployment also comes with real challenges. They could cost more to operate than larger grid systems and may offer lower power reliability if they lack sufficient reserves and redundancies. To be clear, this is not insurmountable. As technology matures and deployment models evolve, we expect many of these challenges to become more manageable over time. Today, microgrids are deployed in Singapore, primarily to support test bedding of new technologies and in places where there are specific needs. The Singapore Institute of Technology has collaborated with SP Group to develop Singapore's first experimental urban microgrid on campus. The microgrid will support test bedding of new technologies and solutions in a controlled environment, while providing students the opportunity to work with industry partners and energy startups. In addition, decentralized off-grid energy solutions are commonly deployed by commercial and industrial users. Facilities with critical loads, such as data centers, may invest in on-site generation, battery storage, or hybrid systems to enhance reliability based on their specific needs and constraints. Diesel generators are an off-grid solution that is being used today.
They are typically deployed as localized backup for individual facilities such as hospitals and data centers to continue running their essential operations in the event of power disruption. Battery energy storage system is an alternative source of backup power, although the upfront cost of deploying battery energy storage system is currently still higher than for diesel generators at the same power setting. Battery energy storage system also needs to be recharged, unlike diesel generators. As batteries become more cost competitive, we expect more end users to deploy batteries as off-grid solutions if it meets their operational requirements and as a way of lowering their emissions. Mr. Osman asked about the Pulau Ubin microgrid. The Pulau Ubin microgrid was launched in 2013 as an R&D testbed to reduce reliance on diesel for power generation on the island. It is powered by solar PV, supported by battery energy storage system and diesel generators, and serves about 30 residential and business consumers. Some system reliability issues have surfaced in recent years, and the microgrid operator, EDP Renewables, is working to upgrade the system to enhance its overall reliability. We will continue to study how microgrids and other distributed energy resources can complement our existing measures to support Singapore's energy resilience. As we do so, we welcome partnerships with the industry on innovative new solutions that can be applied in Singapore, be it on microgrids or other aspects of grid planning, development, and operations. Last year, EMA launched the Energy Grid 3.0 grant call. Research consortia were invited to submit proposals aimed at enhancing grid planning and operations capabilities, as well as solutions to manage new needs such as inertia. EMA will publish the results of the grant call soon. This year, the government has set aside $800 million under the Decarbonisation Grand Challenge to support research and innovation in low-carbon technologies. These include energy storage systems and grid modernization. These efforts reflect our commitment to building a resilient and innovative grid, and we look forward to more impactful and transformative partnerships with industry on this front. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to ensuring Singapore's power system remains resilient and reliable as we navigate the energy transition. We will continue to invest in grid innovation, study developments from around the world, and work closely with industry and researchers to deploy suitable, cost-effective solutions for Singapore. Together, we will build a strong backbone that powers Singapore's future. Thank you.
Mr. Asa Othman, we just have a few more minutes before time expert.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to thank MOS Gan for the sharing about the strategy. Just a couple of comments, if I can. One is that as we go into data centers, it's a highly huge power guzzler, typically about 70 megawatt to 100 megawatt per center, and they are running on diesel as a backup. So this is something we may look into closely because that will create another set of carbon emission. So having said that, on a final point, the microgrid itself is just another, I would call it, if you look at the highway, it's just another road path for every commuters to use as well. So on that note, thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker.
MOS Gan, would you like to respond? Or?
I want to thank Mr. Asa Osman on his comments. I fully agree that data centers, they are energy guzzlers. In fact, data centers, they are also actively looking for alternative solutions that are more sustainable. Electricity imports, hopefully, if we can get that coming using renewable energy sources, I think that will give some alternative to the data centers. Of course, batteries, solar, these will also be options that data centers can consider. And microgrid, as you said, these are an additional augmentation or complement to our existing grid, and we certainly will want to keep this in view as we develop our grid of the future. Thank you.
Question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 11 a.m. Order, order.